Roman 1 Looking inward. It is my habit to give an account to myself of the characters I meet with. Can I give any true account of my own? I am a bachelor, without domestic distractions of any sort, and have all my life been an attentive companion to myself, flattering my nature agreeably, on plausible occasions reviling it rather bitterly when it mortified me, and in general remembering its doings and sufferings with a tenacity which is too apt to raise surprise, if not disgust, at the careless inaccuracy of my acquaintances, who impute to me opinions I held express their desire to convert me to my favorite ideas, forget whether I have ever been to the East, and are capable of being several times astonished at my never having told them before of my accident in the Alps, causing me the nervous shock, which has ever since notably diminished my digestive powers. Surely I ought to know myself better than these indifferent outsiders, can know me nay better even than my intimate friends, to whom I have never breathed those items of my inward experience, which have chiefly shaped my life. Yet I have often been forced into the reflection that even the acquaintances, who are as forgetful of my biography and tenets, as they would be if I were a dead philosopher, are probably aware of certain points in me, which may not be included in my most active suspicion. We sing an exquisite passage out of tune, and innocently repeat it for the greater pleasure of our hearers, who can be aware of what his foreign accent is in the ears of a native, and how can a man be conscious of that dull perception which causes him to mistake altogether what will make him agreeable to a particular woman, and to persevere eagerly in a behavior which she is privately recording against him? I have had some confidences from my female friends as to their opinion of other men, whom I have observed trying to make themselves amiable, and it has occurred to me that though I can hardly be so blundering as Lippus, and the rest of those mistaken candidates for favor whom I have seen ruining their chance by a too elaborate personal canvas, I must still come under the common fatality of mankind, and share the liability to be absurd, without knowing that I am absurd. It is in the nature of foolish reasoning to seem good to the foolish reasoner. Hence, with all possible study of myself, with all possible effort to escape from the pitiable illusion, which makes men laugh, shriek, or curl the lip at folly's likeness, in total unconsciousness that it resembles themselves, I am obliged to recognize that while there are secrets in me unguessed by others, these others have certain items of knowledge about the extent of my powers, and the figure I make with them, which in turn are secrets unguessed by me. When I was a lad I danced a hornpipe with arduous scrupulosity, and while suffering pangs of pallid shyness, was yet proud of my superiority, as a dancing pupil imagining for myself a high place in the estimation of beholders. But I can now picture the amusement they had in the incongruity of my solemn face and ridiculous legs. What sort of hornpipe am I dancing now? Thus, if I laugh at you, O fellowmen, if I trace with curious interest your labyrinthine self-delusions, note the inconsistencies in your zealous adhesions, and smile at your helpless endeavors in a rashly chosen part, it is not that I feel myself aloof from you. The more intimately I seem to discern your weaknesses, the stronger to me is the proof that I share them. How otherwise could I get the discernment? For even what we are averse to, what we vow not to entertain, must have shaped or shadowed itself within us as a possibility before we can think of exercising it. No man can know his brother simply as a spectator. Dear blunderers, I am one of you. I wince at the fact, but I am not ignorant of it, that I too am laughable on unsuspected occasions, nay, in the very tempest and whirlwind of my anger. I include myself under my own indignation. If the human race has a bad reputation, I perceive that I cannot escape being compromised, and thus, while I carry in myself the key to other men's experience, it is only by observing others that I can so far correct my self-ignorance as to arrive at the certainty that I am liable to commit myself unawares, and to manifest some incompetency which I know no more of than the blind man knows of his image in the glass. Is it then possible to describe oneself at once faithfully and fully in all autobiography? There is nay ought to be an incompleteness, which may have the effect of falsity. We are each of us bound to reticence by the piety we owe to those who have been nearest to us, and have had a mingled influence over our lives, by the fellow-feeling which should restrain us from turning our volunteered and picked confessions into an active accusation against others, who have no chance of vindicating themselves, and most of all by that reverence for the higher efforts of our common nature, which commands us to bury its lowest fatalities, its invincible remnants of the brute, its most agonizing struggles with temptation, in unbroken silence. But the incompleteness which comes of self-ignorance may be compensated by self-betrayal. A man who is affected to tears in dwelling on the generosity of his own sentiments, makes me aware of several things not included under those terms, who has sinned more against those three duteous reticences than Jean-Jacques, yet half our impressions of his character come not from what he means to convey, but from what he unconsciously enables us to discern. This naive veracity of self-presentation is attainable by the slenderest talent on the most trivial occasions. The least lucid and impressive of orators may be perfectly successful in showing us the weak points of his grammar. Hence, I too may be so far like Jean-Jacques as to communicate more than I am aware of. I am not indeed writing an autobiography or pretending to give an unreserved description of myself, but only offering some slight confessions in an apologetic light to indicate that if in my absence you dealt as freely with my unconscious weaknesses as I have dealt with the unconscious weaknesses of others, I should not feel myself warranted by common sense in regarding your freedom of observation as an exceptional case of evil speaking, or as malignant interpretation of a character, which really offers no handle to just objection, or even as an unfair use for your amusement of disadvantages, which since they are mine should be regarded with more than ordinary tenderness. Let me at least try to feel myself in the ranks with my fellow-men. It is true that I would rather not hear either your well-funded ridicule or your judicious strictures, though not averse to finding fault with myself, and conscious of deserving lashes. I like to keep the scourge in my own discriminating hand. I never felt myself sufficiently meritorious to like being hated as a proof of my superiority, or so thirsty for improvement as to desire that all my acquaintances should give me their candid opinion of me. I really do not want to learn from my enemies. I prefer having none to learn from. Instead of being glad when men use me despitefully, I wish they would behave better and find a more amiable occupation for their intervals of business. In brief, after a close intimacy with myself for a longer period than I choose to mention, I find within me a permanent longing for approbation, sympathy, and love. Yet I am a bachelor, and the person I love best has never loved me or known that I loved her, though continually in society and caring about the joys and sorrows of my neighbors. I feel myself, so far as my personal lot is concerned, uncared for, and alone your own fault. My dear fellow, said Minutius Felix one day, that I had incautiously mentioned this uninteresting fact, and he was right in senses other than he intended. Why should I expect to be admired and have my company doted on? I have done no services to my country beyond those of every peaceable, orderly citizen, and as to intellectual contribution, my only published work was a failure, so that I am spoken of to inquiring beholders as the author of a book you have probably not seen. The work was a humorous romance unique in its kind, and I am told is much tasted in a Cherokee translation, where the jokes are rendered with all the serious eloquence characteristic of the red races. This sort of distinction, as a writer nobody is likely to have read, can hardly counteract an indistinctness in my articulation, which the best intention loudness will not remedy. Then in some quarters my awkward feet are against me the length of my upper lip, and an inveterate way I have of walking with my head foremost, and my chin projecting. One can become only too well aware of such things by looking in the glass or in that other mirror held up to nature in the frank opinions of street boys, or of our free people traveling by excursion train, and no doubt they account for the half-suppressed smile which I have observed on some fair faces when I have first been presented before them. This direct perceptive judgment is not to be argued against, but I am tempted to remonstrate when the physical points I have mentioned are apparently taken to warrant unfavorable inferences concerning my mental quickness. With all the increasing uncertainty which modern progress has thrown over the relations of mind and body, it seems tolerably clear that wit cannot be seated in the upper lip, and that the balance of the haunches in walking has nothing to do with the subtle discrimination of ideas. Yet strangers evidently do not expect me to make a clever observation, and my good things are as unnoticed as if they were anonymous pictures. I have indeed had the mixed satisfaction of finding that when they were appropriated by someone else, they were found remarkable, and even brilliant. It is to be borne in mind that I am not rich, have neither stud nor cellar, and no very high connections, such as give to a look of imbecility a certain prestige of inheritance through a titled line, just as the Austrian lip confers a grandeur of historical associations on a kind of feature which might make us reject an advertising footman. I have now and then done harm to a good cause by speaking for it in public, and have discovered too late that my attitude on the occasion would more suitably have been that of negative beneficence. Is it really to the advantage of an opinion that I should be known to hold it? And as to the force of my arguments, that is a secondary consideration with audiences who have given a new scope to the exped Herculum principle and from awkward feet infer awkward fallacies. Once when zeal lifted me on my legs, I distinctly heard an enlightened artisan remark, "Here's a rum Q10." Doubtless he reasoned in the same way as the elegant Glycera, when she politely puts on an air of listening to me, but elevates her eyebrows and chills her glance in sign of predetermined neutrality. Both have their reasons for judging the quality of my speech beforehand. This sort of reception to a man of affectionate disposition, who has also the innocent vanity of desiring to be agreeable, has naturally a depressing if not embittering tendency, and in early life I began to seek for some consoling point of view, some warrantable method of softening the hard peas. I had to walk on some comfortable fanaticism, which might supply the needed self-satisfaction. At one time I dwelt much on the idea of compensation, trying to believe that I was all the wiser for my bruised vanity, that I had the higher place in the true spiritual scale, and even that a day might come when some visible triumph would place me in the French heaven of having the laughers on my side. But I presently perceived that this was a very odious sort of self-cajolery. Was it in the least true that I was wiser than several of my friends who made an excellent figure, and were perhaps praised a little beyond their merit? Is the ugly unready man in the corner, outside the current of conversation, really likely to have a fairer view of things than the agreeable talker, whose success strikes the unsuccessful as a repulsive example of forwardness and conceit? And as to compensation in future years, would the fact that I myself got it reconcile me to an order of things in which I could see a multitude with as bad a share as mine, who instead of getting their corresponding compensation, were getting beyond the reach of it in old age? What could be more contemptible than the mood of mind which makes a man measure the justice of divine or human law by the agreeableness of his own shadow, and the ample satisfaction of his own desires? I dropped a form of consolation, which seemed to be encouraging me in the persuasion that my discontent was the chief evil in the world, and my benefit the soul of good in that evil. May there not be at least a partial release from the imprisoning verdict that a man's philosophy is the formula of his personality? In certain branches of science, we can ascertain our personal equation, the measure of difference between our own judgments, and an average standard. May there not be some corresponding correction of our personal partialities in moral theorizing? If a squint or other ocular defect disturbs my vision, I can get instructed in the fact, be made aware that my condition is abnormal, and either through spectacles or diligent imagination, I can learn the average appearance of things. Is there no remedy or corrective for that inward squint, which consists in a dissatisfied egoism or other want of mental balance in my conscience? I saw that the bias of personal discontent was just as misleading and odious as the bias of self-satisfaction. Whether we look through the rose-colored glass or the indigo, we are equally far from the hues which the healthy human eye beholds in heaven above and earth below. I began to dread ways of consoling, which were really a flattering of native illusions, a feeding up into monstrosity of an inward growth, already disproportionate, to get an especial scorn for that scorn of mankind, which is a transmuted disappointment of preposterous claims. To watch with peculiar alarm, lest what I called my philosophically estimate of the human lot in general should be a mere prose lyric expressing my own pain and consequent bad temper. The standing ground worth striving after seemed to be some delectable mountain, whence I could see things in proportions as little as possible determined by that self-partiality, which certainly plays a necessary part in our bodily sustenance, but has a starving effect on the mind. Thus I finally gave up any attempt to make out that I preferred cutting a bad figure, and that I liked to be despised, because in this way I was getting more virtuous than my successful rivals, and I have long looked with suspicion on all views which are recommended as peculiarly consolatory to wounded vanity or other personal disappointment. The consolations of egoism are simply a change of attitude, or a resort new kind of diet which soothes and fattens it. Fed in this way, it is apt to become a monstrous spiritual pride, or a chuckling satisfaction that the final balance will not be against us, but against those who now eclipse us. Examining the world in order to find consolation is very much like looking carefully over the pages of a great book, in order to find our own name, if not in the text at least in a laudatory note. Whether we find what we want or not, our preoccupation has hindered us from a true knowledge of the contents, but an attention fixed on the main theme or various matter of the book would deliver us from that slavish subjection to our own self-importance. And I had the mighty volume of the world before me, Nay, I had the struggling action of a myriad lives around me, each single life, as dear to itself as mine to me was there. No escape here from this stupidity of a murmuring self-occupation, clearly enough if anything hindered my thought from rising to the force of passionately interested contemplation, or my poor pent-up pond of sensitiveness from widening into a beneficent river of sympathy, it was my own dullness. And though I could not make myself the reverse of shallow, all at once I had at least learned where I had better turn my attention. Something came of this alteration in my point of view, though I admit that the result is of no striking kind. It is unnecessary for me to utter modest denials, since none have assured me that I have a vast intellectual scope, or what is more surprising considering, I have done so little that I might, if I chose, surpass any distinguished man whom they wish to depreciate. I have not attained any lofty peak of magnanimity, nor would I trust beforehand in my capability of meeting a severe demand for moral heroism, but that I have at least succeeded in establishing a habit of mind, which keeps watch against my self-partiality, and promotes a fair consideration of what touches the feelings or the fortunes of my neighbors, seems to be proved by the ready confidence with which men and women appeal to my interest in their experience. It is gratifying to one who would above all things avoid the insanity of fancying himself a more momentous or touching object than he really is, to find that nobody expects from him the least sign of such mental aberration, and that he is evidently held capable of listening to all kinds of personal outpouring, without the least disposition to become communicative in the same way. This confirmation of the hope that my bearing is not that of the self-littering lunatic is given me in ample measure. My acquaintances tell me unreservedly of their triumphs, and their piques explain their purposes at length, and reassure me with cheerfulness as to their chances of success, insist on their theories, and accept me as a dummy with whom they rehearse their side of future discussions, unwind their coiled-up griefs in relation to their husbands, or recite to me examples of feminine incomprehensibleness, as typified in their wives, mention frequently the fair applause which their merits have wrung from some persons, and the attacks to which certain oblique motives have stimulated others at the time when I was less free from superstition about my own power of charming. I occasionally, in the glow of sympathy, which embraced me and my confiding friend on the subject of his satisfaction or resentment, was urged to hint at a corresponding experience in my own case, but the signs of a rapidly lowering pulse and spreading nervous depression in my previously vivacious interlocutor warned me that I was acting on that dangerous misreading due, as you are done, by recalling the true version of the golden rule. I could not wish that others should lower my spirits, as I was lowering my friends, after several times obtaining the same result from a like experiment, in which all the circumstances were varied, except my own personality. I took it as an established inference that these fitful signs of a lingering belief in my own importance were generally felt to be abnormal, and were something short of that sanity which I aimed to secure. Clearness on this point is not without its gratifications, as I have said, while my desire to explain myself in private ears has been quelled. The habit of getting interested in the experience of others has been continually gathering strength, and I am really at the point of finding that this world would be worth living in without any lot of one's own. Is it not possible for me to enjoy the scenery of the earth without saying to myself, I have a cabbage garden in it? But this sounds like the lunacy of fancying oneself everybody else, and being unable to play one's own part. Decently another form of the disloyal attempt to be independent of the common lot, and to live without a sharing of pain. Perhaps I have made self-betrayals enough already to show that I have not arrived at that non-human independence. My conversational reticences about myself turn into garrulousness. On paper as the sea lion plunges, and swims the more energetically, because his limbs are of a sort to make him shambling on land. The act of writing, in spite of past experience, brings with it the vague, delightful illusion of an audience nearer to my idiom than the Cherokees, and more numerous than the visionary one, for whom many authors have declared themselves willing to go through the pleasing punishment of publication. My illusion is of a more liberal kind, and I imagine a far-off, hazy, multitudinous assemblage, as in a picture of paradise, making an approving chorus to the sentences and paragraphs of which I myself particularly enjoy the writing. The haze is a necessary condition. If any physiognomy becomes distinct in the foreground, it is fatal. The countenance is sure to be one bent on discountenancing my innocent intentions. It is pallid, incapable of being amused when I am amused, or indignant at what makes me indignant. It stares at my presumption, pities my ignorance, or is manifestly preparing to expose the various instances in which I unconsciously disgrace myself, I shudder at this too corporeal auditor and turn towards another point of the compass where the haze is unbroken. Why should I not indulge this remaining illusion, since I do not take my approving choral paradise as a warrant for setting the press to work again, and making some 1,000 sheets of superior paper unsaleable? I leave my manuscripts to a judgment outside my imagination. But I will not ask to hear it, or request my friend to pronounce, before I have been buried decently, what he really thinks of my parts, and to state candidly whether my papers would be most usefully applied in lighting the cheerful domestic fire. It is too probable that he will be exasperated at the trouble I have given him of reading them, but the consequent clearness and vivacity with which he could demonstrate to me that the fault of my manuscripts as of my one published work is simply flatness, and not that surpassing subtlety which is the preferable ground of popular neglect. Verdict, however instructively expressed, is a portion of earthly discipline of which I will not beseech my friend to be the instrument. Other persons, I am aware, have not the same cowardly shrinking from a candid opinion of their performances, and are even importunately eager for it, but I have convinced myself in numerous cases that such exposers of their own back to the smiter were of too hopeful a disposition to believe in the scourge, and really trusted in a pleasant anointing and outpouring of balm, without any previous wounds. I am of a less trusting disposition, and will only ask my friend to use his judgment in insuring me against posthumous mistake. Thus I make myself a charter to write, and keep the pleasing, inspiring illusion of being listened to, though I may sometimes write about myself. What I have already said on this too familiar theme has been meant only as a preface to show that, in noting the weaknesses of my acquaintances, I am conscious of my fellowship with them, that a gratified sense of superiority is at the root of barbarous laughter, may be at least half the truth, but there is a loving laughter in which the only recognized superiority is that of the ideal self, the God within holding the mirror, and the scourge for our own pettiness, as well as our neighbors. Roman 2. Looking backward. Most of us who have had decent parents would shrink from wishing that our father and mother had been somebody else, whom we never knew. Yet it is held no impiety, rather a graceful mark of instruction, for a man to wail that he was not the son of another age, and another nation, of which also he knows nothing, except through the easy process of an imperfect imagination and a flattering fancy. But the period thus looked back on with a purely admiring regret as perfect enough to suit a superior mind is always a long way off. The desirable contemporaries are hardly nearer than Leonardo da Vinci. Most likely, they are the fellow citizens of Pericles, or best of all of the Ialic lyrists whose sparse remains suggest a comfortable contrast with our redundants. No impassioned personage wishes he had been born in the age of Pitt, that his ardent youth might have eaten the dearest bread, dressed itself with the longest coat-tails and the shortest waist, or heard the loudest grumbling at the heaviest war-taxes. And it would be really something original in polished verse if one of our young writers declared he would gladly be turned 85, that he might have known the joy and pride of being an Englishman when there were fewer reforms, and plenty of highwaymen, fewer discoveries, and more faces pitted with the smallpox when laws were made to keep up the price of corn, and the troublesome Irish were more miserable 3/4 of a century ago, is not a distance that lends much enchantment to the view. We are familiar with the average men of that period, and are still consciously encumbered with its bad contrivances and mistaken acts. The lords and gentlemen painted by young Lawrence talked and wrote their nonsense in a tongue we thoroughly understand. Hence their times are not much flattered, not much glorified by the yearnings of that modern sect of flagellants, who make a ritual of lashing not themselves, but all their neighbors. To me, however, that paternal time, the time of my father's youth, never seemed prosaic, for it came to my imagination first through his memories, which made a wondrous perspective to my little daily world of discovery. And for my part, one can call no age absolutely unpoetic. How should it be so, since there are always children to whom the acorns and the swallow's eggs are a wonder, always those human passions and fatalities through which Garrick, as Hamlet in Bobwig and Kneebreeches, moved his audience more than some have since done in Velvet Tunic and Plume. But every age since the golden may be made more or less prosaic by minds that attend only to its vulgar and sordid elements, of which there was always an abundance even in Greece and Italy, the favorite realms of the retrospective optimists. To be quite fair towards the ages, a little ugliness, as well as beauty, must be allowed to each of them. a little implicit poetry, even to those which echoed loudest with servile pompous and trivial prose. Such impartiality is not in vogue at present. If we acknowledge our obligation to the ancients, it is hardly to be done without some flouting of our contemporaries, who with all their faults must be allowed the merit of keeping the world habitable for the refined eulogists of the blameless. Past one wonders whether the remarkable originators who first had the notion of digging wells, or of churning for butter, and who were certainly very useful to their own time, as well as ours, were left quite free from invidious comparison with predecessors who let the water and the milk alone, or whether some rhetorical nomad, as he stretched himself on the grass, with a good appetite for contemporary butter, became loud on the virtue of ancestors who were uncorrupted by the produce of the cow. Nay, whether in a high flight of imaginative self-sacrifice, after swallowing the butter, he even wished himself earlier born, and already eaten for the sustenance of a generation more naive than his own. I have often had the fool's hectic of wishing about the unalterable, but with me, that useless exercise has turned chiefly on the conception of a different self, and not as it usually does in literature, on the advantage of having been born in a different age, and more especially in one where life is imagined to have been altogether majestic and graceful with my present abilities' external proportions, and generally small provision for ecstatic enjoyment. Where is the ground for confidence that I should have had a preferable career in such an epoch of society and age, in which every department has its awkward squad? Seems in my mind's eye to suit me better. I might have wandered by the Strymon under Philip and Alexander, without throwing any new light on method, or organizing the sum of human knowledge. On the other hand, I might have objected to Aristotle as too much of a systematizer, and have preferred the freedom of a little self-contradiction as offering more chances of truth. I gather, too, from the undeniable testimony of his disciple Theophrastus, that there were bores, ill-bred persons and detractors, even in Athens, of species remarkably corresponding to the English, and not yet made endurable by being classic, and altogether, with my present fastidious nostril, I feel that I am the better off for possessing Athenian life, solely as an inodorous fragment of antiquity. As to Sappho's Mytilene, while I am convinced that the Lesbian capital held some plain men of middle stature, and slow conversational powers, the addition of myself to their number, though clad in the majestic folds of the Himatian, and without cravat, would hardly have made a sensation among the accomplished fair ones, who were so precise in adjusting their own drapery about their delicate ankles, whereas by being another sort of person in the present age, I might have given it some needful theoretic clue, or I might have poured forth poetic strains which would have anticipated theory, and seemed a voice from the prophetic soul of the wide world dreaming of things to come, or I might have been one of those benignant, lovely souls, who, without astonishing the public and posterity, make a happy difference in the lives close around them, and, in this way, lift the average of earthly joy in some form or other. I might have been so filled from the store of universal existence, that I should have been freed from that empty wishing, which is like a child's cry, to be inside a golden cloud, its imagination being too ignorant to figure the lining of dimness and damp. On the whole, though there is some rash boasting about enlightenment, and an occasional insistence on an originality, which is that of the present year's corn crop, we seem too much disposed to indulge, and to call by complimentary names a greater charity for other portions of the human race, than for our contemporaries. All reverence and gratitude for the worthy dead, on whose labors we have entered all care for the future generations whose lot we are preparing, but some affection and fairness for those who are doing the actual work of the world. Some attempt to regard them with the same freedom from ill temper, whether on private or public grounds, as we may hope, will be felt by those who will call us ancient. Otherwise, the looking before and after, which is our grand human privilege, is in danger of turning to a sort of otherworldliness, breeding a more illogical indifference or bitterness than was ever bred by the ascetic's contemplation of heaven, except on the ground of a primitive golden age and continuous degeneracy. I see no rational footing for scorning the whole present population of the globe, unless I scorn every previous generation from whom they have inherited their diseases of mind and body, and by consequence scorn my own scorn, which is equally an inheritance of mixed ideas and feelings concocted for me in the boiling cauldron of this universally contemptible life, and so on scorning to infinity. This may represent some actual states of mind, for it is a narrow prejudice of mathematicians to suppose that ways of thinking are to be driven out of the field by being reduced to an absurdity, The absurd is taken as an excellent juicy thistle by many constitutions. Reflections of this sort have gradually determined me not to grumble at the age in which I happen to have been born a natural tendency, certainly older than Hesiod many ancient beautiful things are lost, many ugly modern things have arisen, but invert the proposition. And it is equally true I at least am a modern with some interest in advocating tolerance, and notwithstanding an inborn beguilement, which carries my affection and regret continually into an imagined past, I am aware that I must lose all sense of moral proportion, unless I keep alive a stronger attachment to what is near, and a power of admiring what I best know and understand. Hence, this question of wishing to be rid of one's contemporaries associates itself with my filial feeling, and calls up the thought that I might as justifiably wish that I had had other parents than those whose loving tones are my earliest memory, and whose last parting first taught me the meaning of death. I feel bound to quell such a wish as blasphemy. Besides, there are other reasons why I am contented that my father was a country parson born much about the same time as Scott and Wordsworth. Notwithstanding certain qualms I have felt at the fact that the property on which I am living was saved out of tithe before the period of commutation, and without the provisional transfiguration into a modus, it has sometimes occurred to me, when I have been taking a slice of excellent ham, that from a too tenable point of view I was breakfasting on a small squealing black pig, which more than half a century ago was the unwilling representative of spiritual advantages, not otherwise acknowledged by the grudging farmer or dairyman who parted with him. One enters on a fearful labyrinth in tracing compound interest backward, and such complications of thought have reduced the flavor of the ham. But since I have nevertheless eaten it, the chief effect has been to moderate the severity of my radicalism, which was not part of my paternal inheritance, and to raise the assuaging reflection that if the pig and the parishioner had been intelligent enough to anticipate my historical point of view, they would have seen themselves, and the rector, in a light that would have made tithe voluntary. Notwithstanding such drawbacks, I am rather fond of the mental furniture I got by having a father who was well acquainted with all ranks of his neighbors, and am thankful that he was not one of those aristocratic clergymen who could not have sat down to a meal with any family in the parish, except my lord. Still more, that he was not an earl or a marquis. A chief misfortune of high birth is that it usually shuts a man out from the large sympathetic knowledge of human experience, which comes from contact with various classes on their own level, and in my father's time, that entail of social ignorance had not been disturbed, as we see it now. To look always from overhead at the crowd of one's fellowmen must be in many ways incapacitating, even with the best will and intelligence. The serious blunders it must lead to in the effort to manage them for their good one may see clearly by the mistaken ways people take of flattering and enticing those whose associations are unlike their own. Hence, I have always thought that the most fortunate Britons are those whose experience has given them a practical share in many aspects of the national lot, who have lived long among the mixed commonalty, roughing it with them under difficulties, knowing how their food tastes to them, and getting acquainted with their notions and motives, not by inference from traditional types in literature or from philosophical theories, but from daily fellowship and observation. Of course, such experience is apt to get antiquated, and my father might find himself much at a loss amongst a mixed rural population of the present day. But he knew very well what could be wisely expected from the miners, the weavers, the field laborers and farmers of his own time, and from the aristocracy, for he had been brought up in close contact with them, and had been companion to a young nobleman who was deaf and dumb, a clergyman. Lad, he used to say to me, should feel in himself a bit of every class, and this theory had a felicitous agreement with inclination and practice, which certainly answered in making him beloved by his parishioners. They grumbled at their obligations towards him, but what then? It was natural to grumble at any demand for payment, tithe included, but also natural for a rector to desire his tithe, and look well after the levying. A Christian pastor, who did not mind about his money, was not an ideal prevalent among the rural minds of fat central England, and might have seemed to introduce a dangerous laxity of supposition about Christian laymen who happened to be creditors. My father was none the less beloved because he was understood to be of a saving disposition, and how could he save without getting his tithe? The sight of him was not unwelcome at any door, and he was remarkable among the clergy of his district for having no lasting feud with rich or poor in his parish. I profited by his popularity, and for months after my mother's death, when I was a little fellow of 9, I was taken care of first at one homestead, and then at another a variety, which I enjoyed much more than my stay at the hall where there was a tutor afterwards for several years. I was my father's constant companion in his outdoor business riding by his side on my little pony, and listening to the lengthy dialogues he held with Darby, or Joan the one on the road, or in the fields the other outside, or inside her door in my earliest remembrance of him. His hair was already gray, for I was his youngest as well as his only surviving child, and it seemed to me that advanced age was appropriate to a father, as indeed in all respects. I considered him a parent so much to my honor that the mention of my relationship to him was likely to secure me regard among those to whom I was otherwise a stranger. My father's stories from his life, including so many names of distant persons that my imagination placed no limit to his acquaintanceship. He was a pithy talker, and his sermons bore marks of his own composition. It is true they must have been already old when I began to listen to them, and they were no more than a year's supply, so that they recurred as regularly as the collects. But though this system has been much ridiculed, I am prepared to defend it as equally sound with that of a liturgy. And even if my researches had shown me that some of my father's yearly sermons had been copied out from the works of elder divines, this would only have been another proof of his good judgment. One may prefer fresh eggs though laid by a fowl of the meanest understanding, but why fresh sermons? Nor can I be sorry, though myself given to meditative, if not active innovation, that my father was a Tory who had not exactly a dislike to innovators and dissenters, but a slight opinion of them, as persons of ill-founded self-confidence, whence my young ears gathered many details concerning those who might perhaps have called themselves the more advanced thinkers in our nearest market town, tending to convince me that their characters were quite as mixed as those of the thinkers behind them. This circumstance of my rearing has at least delivered me from certain mistakes of classification, which I observe in many of my superiors, who have apparently no affectionate memories of a goodness, mingled with what they now regard as outworn prejudices. Indeed, my philosophical notions, such as they are, continually carry me back to the time when the fitful gleams of a spring day used to show me my own shadow, as that of a small boy on a small pony, riding by the side of a larger cob-mounted shadow over the breezy uplands, which we used to dignify with the name of hills, or along byroads with broad grassy borders, and hedgerows reckless of utility on our way to outlying hamlets, whose groups of inhabitants were as distinctive to my imagination as if they had belonged to different regions of the globe. From these, we sometimes rode onward to the adjoining parish, where also my father officiated, for he was a pluralist, but I hasten to add on the smallest scale, for his one extra living was a poor vicarage with hardly 50 parishioners, and its church would have made a very shabby barn, the grey, worm-eaten wood of its pews and pulpit, with their doors only half hanging on the hinges, being exactly the color of a lean mouse, which I once observed as an interesting member of the scant congregation, and conjectured to be the identical church mouse I had heard referred to as an example of extreme poverty, for I was a precocious boy, and often reasoned after the fashion of my elders, arguing that Jack and Jill were real personages in our parish, and that if I could identify Jack I should find on him the marks of a broken crown. Sometimes when I am in a crowded London drawing-room, for I am a town-bird now acquainted with smoky eaves and tasting nature in the parks, quick flights of memory take me back among my father's parishioners, while I am still conscious of elbowing men who wear the same evening uniform as myself, and I presently begin to wonder what varieties of history lie hidden under this monotony of aspect. Some of them, perhaps, belong to families with many quarterings, but how many quarterings of diverse contact with their fellow countrymen enter into their qualifications to be parliamentary leaders, professors of social science, or journalistic guides of the popular mind? Not that I feel myself a person made competent by experience. On the contrary, I argue that since an observation of different ranks has still left me practically a poor creature, what must be the condition of those who object even to read about the life of other British classes than their own, but of my elbowing neighbors with their crush hats? I usually imagine that the most distinguished among them have probably had a far more instructive journey into manhood than mine. Here perhaps is a thought-worn physiognomy, seeming at the present moment to be classed as a mere species of white cravat and swallowtail, which may once, like Faraday's, have shown itself in curiously dubious embryonic form, leaning against a cottage lintel in small corduroys, and hungrily eating a bit of brown bread and bacon. There is a pair of eyes now too much wearied by the gaslight of public assemblies, that once perhaps learned to read their native England through the same alphabet, as Minot within the boundaries of an ancestral park, never even being driven through the county town 5 miles off Butte-among the midland villages and markets along by the tree-studded hedgerows, and where the heavy barges seem in the distance to float mysteriously among the rushes, and the feathered grass our vision both real and ideal, has since then been filled with far other scenes among eternal snows and stupendous, sun-scorched monuments of departed empires within the scent of the long orange groves, and where the temple of Neptune looks out over the siren-haunted sea. But my eyes at least have kept their early affectionate joy in our native landscape, which is one deep root of our national life and language. And I often smile at my consciousness that certain conservative prepossessions have mingled themselves for me with the influences of our midland scenery from the tops of the elms down to the buttercups, and the little wayside vetches naturally enough that part of my father's prime to which he oftenest referred had fallen on the days when the great wave of political enthusiasm and belief in a speedy regeneration of all things had ebbed, and the supposed millennial initiative of France was turning into a Napoleonic empire, the sway of an Attila, with a mouth speaking proud things in a jargon. Half revolutionary, half Roman men were beginning to shrink timidly from the memory of their own words, and from the recognition of the fellowships they had formed 10 years before, and even reforming Englishmen for the most part were willing to wait for the perfection of society, if only they could keep their throats perfect and help to drive away the chief enemy of mankind from our coasts. To my father's mind, the noisy teachers of revolutionary doctrine were, to speak mildly, a variable mixture of the fool and the scoundrel. The welfare of the nation lay in a strong government which could maintain order, and I was accustomed to hear him utter the word government in a tone that charged it with awe, and made it part of my effective religion, in contrast with the word rebel, which seemed to carry the stamp of evil in its syllables. And lit by the fact that Satan was the first rebel made an argument dispensing with more detailed inquiry, I gathered that our national troubles in the first 2 decades of this century were not at all due to the mistakes of our administrators, and that England, with its fine church and constitution, would have been exceedingly well off if every British subject had been thankful for what was provided, and had minded his own business. If, for example, numerous Catholics of that period had been aware how very modest they ought to be considering they were Irish. The times I heard had often been bad, but I was constantly hearing of bad times as a name for actual evenings and mornings, when the godfathers who gave them that name appeared to me remarkably comfortable. Altogether, my father's England seemed to me lovable, laudable, full of good men, and having good rulers from Mr. Pitt on to the Duke of Wellington, until he was for emancipating the Catholics, and it was so far from prosaic to me that I looked into it for a more exciting romance than such as I could find in my own adventures, which consisted mainly in fancied crises, calling for the resolute wielding of domestic swords and firearms against unapparent robbers, rioters, and invaders who, it seemed in my father's prime, had more chance of being real. The Morristancers had not then dwindled to a ragged and almost vanished rout, owing the traditional name probably to the historic fancy of our superannuated groom. Also, the good old king was alive and well, which made all the more difference, because I had no notion what he was, and did only understanding in general that if he had been still on the throne he would have hindered everything that wise persons thought undesirable. Certainly, that elder England, with its frankly saleable boroughs, so cheap compared with the seats obtained under the reformed method, and its boroughs kindly presented by noblemen desirous to encourage gratitude, its prisons, with a miscellaneous company of felons and maniacs, and, without any supply of water, its bloated idle charities, its non-resident jovial clergy, its militia balloting, and above all its blank ignorance of what we, its posterity, should be thinking of Ithas, great differences from the England of today, yet we discern a strong family likeness. Is there any country which shows at once as much stability and as much susceptibility to change as ours? Our national life is like that scenery which I early learned to love, not subject to great convulsions, but easily showing more or less delicate, sometimes melancholy, effects from minor changes. Hence our midland plains have never lost their familiar expression and conservative spirit for me, yet at every other mile, since I first looked on them, some sign of worldwide change, some new direction of human labor, has wrought itself into what one may call the speech of the landscapine. Contrast with those grander and vaster regions of the earth, which keep an indifferent aspect in the presence of men's toil and devices. What does it signify that a Lilliputian train passes over a viaduct amidst the abysses of the Apennines, or that a caravan laden with a nation's offerings creeps across the unresting sameness of the desert, or that a petty cloud of steam sweeps for an instant over the face of an Egyptian colossus, immovably submitting to its slow burial beneath the sand. But our woodlands and pastures, our hedge-parted cornfields and meadows, our bits of high common where we used to plant the windmills, our quiet little rivers here, and they're fit to turn a mill-wheel, our villages along the old coke roads, are all easily alterable lineaments that seem to make the face of our motherland sympathetic with the laborious lives of her children. She does not take their plows and wagons contemptuously, but rather makes every hovel, and every sheepfold, every railed bridge or fallen tree trunk, an agreeably noticeable incident, not a mere speck in the midst of unmeasured vastness, but a piece of our social history in pictorial writing. Our rural tracks where no Babel chimney scales the heavens air without mighty objects to fill the soul with the sense of an outer world, unconquerably aloof from our efforts, the wastes are playgrounds, and let us try to keep them such for the children's children, who will inherit no other sort of domain. The grasses and reeds nod to each other over the river, but we have cut a canal close by. The very heights laugh with corn in August or lift the ploughbeam against the sky in September. Then comes a crowd of burly navvies with pickaxes and barrows, and while hardly a wrinkle is made in the fading mother's face, or a new curve of health in the blooming girl's, the hills are cut through, or the breaches between them spanned. We choose our level, and the white steampennon flies along it. But because our land shows this readiness to be changed, all signs of permanence upon it raise a tender attachment. Instead of awe, some of us at least love the scanty relics of our forests, and are thankful if a bush is left of the old hedgerow, a crumbling bit of wall, where the delicate Ivalave toadflax hangs its light branches, or a bit of gray thatch with patches of dark moss on its shoulder, and a troop of grass stems on its ridge, is a thing to visit. And then the tiled roof of cottage and homestead of the long cowshed, where generations of the milky mothers have stood patiently, of the broad-shouldered barns, where the old-fashioned flail once made resonant music while the watchdog barked at the timidly venturesome fowls, making pecking raids on the outflying grain roofs that have looked out from among the elms and walnut trees, or beside the yearly group of hay and corn stacks, or below the square stone steeple, gathering their gray or ochre-tinted lichens, and their olive-green mosses under. Ministress, let us praise the sober harmonies they give to our landscape, helping to unite us pleasantly with the elder generations, who tilled the soil for us before we were born, and paid heavier and heavier taxes with much grumbling, but without that deepest root of corruption, self-indulgent despair, which cuts down and consumes and never plants. But I check myself, perhaps this England of my affections is half visionary, a dream, in which things are connected according to my well-fed lazy mood, and not at all by the multitudinous links of graver, sadder fact, such as belong everywhere to the story of human labor. Well, the illusions that began for us when we were less acquainted with evil have not lost their value. When we discern them to be illusions, they feed the ideal better, and in loving them still, we strengthen the precious habit of loving something not visibly, tangibly existent, but a spiritual product of our visible, tangible selves. I cherish my childish loved memory of that warm little nest where my affections were fledged. Since then, I have learned to care for foreign countries, for literatures foreign and ancient, for the life of continental towns, dozing round old cathedrals, for the life of London, half sleepless with eager thought and strife with indigestion, or with hunger. And now my consciousness is chiefly of the busy, anxious metropolitan sort. My system responds sensitively to the London weather signs, political, social, literary, and my bachelor's hearth is embedded where by much craning of head and neck I can catch sight of a sycamore in the square garden. I belong to the nation of London. Why, there have been many voluntary exiles in the world, and probably in the very first exodus of the patriarchal Ariansfer, I am determined not to fetch my examples from races whose talk is of uncles, and no fathers. Some of those who sallied forth went for the sake of a loved companionship, when they would willingly have kept sight of the familiar plains, and of the hills to which they had first lifted up their eyes. Roman 3. How we encourage research. The serene and beneficent goddess Truth, like other deities, whose disposition has been too hastily inferred from that of the men who have invoked them, can hardly be well pleased with much of the worship paid to her even in this milder age, when the stake and the rack have ceased to form part of her ritual. Some cruelties still pass for service done in her honor. No thumbscrew is used, no iron boot, no scorching of flesh, but plenty of controversial bruising, laceration, and even lifelong maiming, less than formerly. But so long as this sort of truthership has the sanction of a public that can often understand nothing in a controversy, except personal sarcasm or slanderous ridicule, it is likely to continue. The sufferings of its victims are often as little regarded as those of the sacrificial pig, offered in old time, with what we now regard as a sad miscalculation of effects. One such victim is my old acquaintance Merman. 20 years ago Merman was a young man of promise, a conveyancer with a practice which had certainly budded, but like Aaron's rod, seemed not destined to proceed further in that marvelous activity. Meanwhile, he occupied himself in miscellaneous periodical writing, and in a multifarious study of moral and physical science. What chiefly attracted him in all subjects were the vexed questions, which have the advantage of not admitting the decisive proof or disproof that renders many ingenious arguments superannuated. Not that Merman had a wrangling disposition. He put all his doubts, queries, and paradoxes deferentially, contended without unpleasant heat, and only with a sonorous eagerness against the personality of Homer, expressed himself civilly though firmly on the origin of language, and had tact enough to drop at the right moment such subjects as the ultimate reduction of all the so-called elementary substances, his own total skepticism concerning Manetho's chronology, or even the relation between the magnetic condition of the Earth and the outbreak of revolutionary tendencies. Such flexibility was naturally much helped by his amiable feeling towards woman, whose nervous system he was convinced would not bear the continuous strain of difficult topics, and also by his willingness to contribute a song whenever the same desultory charmer proposed music. Indeed, his tastes were domestic enough to beguile him into marriage when his resources were still very moderate, and partly uncertain. His friends wished that so ingenious and agreeable a fellow might have more prosperity than they ventured to hope for him, their chief regret on his account being that he did not concentrate his talent and leave off forming opinions on at least half a dozen of the subjects over which he scattered his attention, especially now that he had married a nice little woman, the generic name for acquaintances, wives, when they are not markedly disagreeable. He could not, they observed, want all his various knowledge and Lapitan ideas for his periodical writing, which brought him most of his bread. And he would do well to use his talents in getting a speciality that would fit him for a post. Perhaps these well-disposed persons were a little rash in presuming that fitness for a post would be the surest ground for getting it, and on the whole, in now looking back on their wishes for Merman, their chief satisfaction must be that those wishes did not contribute to the actual result. For in an evil hour, Merman did concentrate himself. He had for many years taken into his interest the comparative history of the ancient civilizations, but it had not preoccupied him so as to narrow his generous attention to everything else one sleepless night. However, his wife has more than once narrated to me the details of an event memorable to her as the beginning of sorrows. After spending some hours over the epoch-making work of Grampus, a new idea seized him with regard to the possible connection of certain symbolic monuments common to widely scattered races. Merman started up in bed. The night was cold, and the sudden withdrawal of warmth made his wife first dream of a snowball and then cry, "What is the matter, Proteus?" "A great matter, Julia. That fellow Grampus, whose book is cried up as a revelation, is all wrong about the Magicodumbras and the Zuzumazis, and I have got hold of the right clue." "Good gracious, does it matter so much? Don't drag the clothes." "It signifies this, Julia, that if I am right, I shall set the world right, I shall regenerate history, I shall win the mind of Europe to a new view of social origins, I shall bruise the head of many superstitions." "Oh no, dear, don't go too far into things. Lie down again. You have been dreaming. What are the Magicodumbras and Zuzatotsums? I never heard you talk of them before. What use can it be troubling yourself about such things?" "That is the way, Juliathet, is the way wives alienate their husbands, and make any hearth pleasanter to him than his own." "What do you mean, Proteus?" "Why, if a woman will not try to understand her husband's ideas, or at least to believe that they are of more value than she can understand, if she is to join anybody who happens to be against him, and suppose he is a fool because others contradict him, there is an end of our happiness. That is all I have to say." "Oh no, Proteus dear, I do believe what you say is right. That is my only guide. I am sure I never have any opinions in any other way. I mean about subjects, of course. There are many little things that would tease you that you like me to judge of for myself. I know. I said once that I did not want you to sing 'Oh Ruddier Than the Cherry' because it was not in your voice. but I cannot remember ever differing from you about subjects. I never in my life thought anyone cleverer than you. Julia Merman was really a nice little woman, not one of the stately Dianes sometimes spoken of in those terms. Her black silhouette had a very infantine aspect, but she had discernment and wisdom enough to act on the strong hint of that memorable conversation, never again giving her husband the slightest ground for suspecting that she thought treasonably of his ideas in relation to the magicodumbras and zuzumazis, or in the least relaxed her faith in his infallibility, because Europe was not also convinced of it. It was well for her that she did not increase her troubles in this way, but to do her justice, what she was chiefly anxious about was to avoid increasing her husband's troubles. Not that these were great in the beginning in the first development, and writing out of his scheme Merman had a more intense kind of intellectual pleasure than he had ever known before. His face became more radiant, his general view of human prospects more cheerful, foreseeing that truth as presented by himself would win the recognition of his contemporaries. He excused, with much liberality, their rather rough treatment of other theorists, whose basis was less perfect. His own periodical criticisms had never before been so amiable. He was sorry for that unlucky majority, whom the spirit of the age or some other prompting more definite and local compelled to write without any particular ideas. The possession of an original theory, which has not yet been assailed, must certainly sweeten the temper of a man who is not beforehand ill-natured, and Merman was the reverse of ill-natured. But the hour of publication came, and to half a dozen persons described as the learned world of two hemispheres, it became known that Grampus was attacked. This might have been a small matter, for who, or what on earth that is good for anything, is not assailed by ignorant stupidity or malesand, sometimes even by just objection. But on examination it appeared that the attack might possibly be held damaging unless the ignorance of the author were well exposed, and his pretended facts shown to be chimeras of that remarkably hideous kind, begotten by imperfect learning on the more feminine element of original incapacity. Grampus himself did not immediately cut open the volume, which Merman had been careful to send him, not without a very lively and shifting conception of the possible effects which the explosive gift might produce on the two eminent scholar-effects that must certainly have set in on the third day from the dispatch of the parcel. But in point of fact, Grampus knew nothing of the book, until his friend Lord Narwhal sent him an American newspaper containing a spirited article by the well-known Professor Sperm N. Whale, which was rather equivocal in its bearing, the passages quoted from Merman being of rather a telling sort, and the paragraphs which seemed to blow defiance being unaccountably feeble coming from so distinguished a cetacean. Then by another post arrived letters from Butskopf and Dugong, both men whose signatures were familiar to the Teutonic world, in the Seltenerschienend Monotrift or Hayrick, for the insertion of split hairs, asking their master whether he meant to take up the combat, because in the contrary case both were ready. Thus America and Germany were roused, though England was still drowsy, and it seemed time now for Grampus to find Merman's book under the heap, and cut it open for his own part. He was perfectly at ease about his system, but this is a world in which the truth requires defense, and specious falsehood must be met with exposure. Grampus, having once looked through the book, no longer wanted any urging to write the most crushing of replies. This, and nothing less than this, was due from him to the cause of sound inquiry, and the punishment would cost him little pains. In 3 weeks from that time, the palpitating Merman saw his book announced in the program of the leading review. No need for Grampus to put his signature. Who else had his vast yet microscopic knowledge? Who else his power of epithet? This article, in which Merman was pilloried, and as good as mutilate for, he was shown to have neither ear nor nose for the subtleties of philological and archaeological study, was much read and more talked of, not because of any interest in the system of Grampus, or any precise conception of the danger attending lax views of the magicodumbras and zuzumazis, but because the sharp epigrams with which the victim was lacerated, and the soaring fountains of acrid mud which were shot upward and poured over the fresh wounds, were found amusing in recital. A favorite passage was one in which a certain kind of sciolist was described, creature of the walrus kind, having a phantasmal resemblance to higher animals when seen by ignorant minds in the twilight, dabbling or hobbling in first one element, and then the other, without parts or organs suited to either, in fact, one of nature's impostors, who could not be said to have any artful pretenses, since a congenital incompetence to all precision of aim and movement made their every action a pretense, just as a being born in doeskin gloves would necessarily pass a judgment on surfaces, but we all know what his judgment would be worth in drawing-room circles. And for the immediate hour, this ingenious comparison was as damaging as the showing up of Merman's mistakes, and the mere smattering of linguistic and historical knowledge, which he had presumed to be a sufficient basis for theorizing. But the more learned cited his blunders aside to each other, and laughed the laugh of the initiated. In fact, Merman's was a remarkable case of sudden notoriety. In London drums and clubs, he was spoken of abundantly, as one who had written ridiculously about the magicodumbras, and Zuzumazis the leaders of conversation, whether Christians, Jews, infidels, or of any other confession, except the confession of ignorance, pronouncing him shallow, and indiscreet if not presumptuous, and absurd. He was heard of at Warsaw, and even Paris took knowledge of him. Roman 1000 Cachalot had not read either Grampus or Merman, but he heard of their dispute in time to insert a paragraph upon it in his brilliant work L'Orient, au point de vue actuel, in which he was dispassionate enough to speak of Grampus as possessing a coup d'oeil presque franchise in matters of historical interpretation, and of Merman as nevertheless an objector qui merite de tre conu Roman 1000 Porpes, also availing himself of Roman 1000 Cachalots knowledge, reproduced it in an article with certain additions, which it is only fair to distinguish as his own, implying that the vigorous English of Grampus was not always as correct as a Frenchman could desire, while Merman's objections were more sophistical than solid. Presently, indeed, there appeared an able extract of Grampus' article in the valuable Rapporteur Scientifique et Historique, and Merman's mistakes were thus brought under the notice of certain Frenchmen, who are among the masters of those who know on Oriental subjects. In a word, Merman, though not extensively read, was extensively read about. Meanwhile, how did he like it? Perhaps nobody, except his wife, for a moment reflected on that. An amused society considered that he was severely punished, but did not take the trouble to imagine his sensations. Indeed, this would have been a difficulty for persons less sensitive and excitable than Merman himself. Perhaps that popular comparison of the walrus had truth enough to bite and blister on thorough application, even if exultant ignorance had not applauded it. But it is well known that the walrus, though not in the least a malignant animal, if allowed to display its remarkably plain person and blundering performances at ease in any element it chooses, becomes desperately savage, and musters alarming auxiliaries when attacked or hurt. In this characteristic, at least Merman resembled the walrus, and now he concentrated himself with a vengeance that his counter-theory was fundamentally the right one. He had a genuine conviction, whatever collateral mistakes he might have committed, and his bread would not cease to be bitter to him, until he had convinced his contemporaries that Grampus had used his minute learning as a dust cloud to hide sophistical evasions, that, in fact, minute learning was an obstacle to clear-sighted judgment, more especially with regard to the magicodumbras and Zuzumazis, and that the best preparation in this matter was a wide survey of history and a diversified observation of men. Still, Merman was resolved to muster all the learning within his reach, and he wandered day and night through many wildernesses of German print. He tried compendious methods of learning Oriental tongues, and so to speak getting at the marrow of languages, independently of the bones, for the chance of finding details, to corroborate his own views, or possibly even to detect Grampus in some oversight or textual tampering. All other work was neglected. Rare clients were sent away, and amazed editors found this maniac indifferent to his chance of getting book parcels from them. It was many months before Merman had satisfied himself that he was strong enough to face round upon his adversary. But at last, he had prepared 60 condensed pages of eager argument, which seemed to him worthy to rank with the best models of controversial writing. He had acknowledged his mistakes, but had restated his theory so as to show that it was left intact in spite of them, and he had even found cases in which Xiphias Microps Scrag whale, the explorer, and other cetaceans of unanswerable authority were decidedly at issue with Grampus, especially a passage cited by this last from that greatest of fossils, Megalosaurus, was demonstrated by Merman to be capable of 3 different interpretations, all preferable to that chosen by Grampus, who took the words in their most literal sense. For one, the incomparable Saurian, alike unequaled in close observation and far-glancing comprehensiveness, might have meant those words ironically. 2, Motses was probably a false reading for Potses, in which case its bearing was reversed. And 3, it is known that in the age of the Saurians there were conceptions about the Motses which entirely remove it from the category of things comprehensible in an age when Saurians run ridiculously small, all which views were godfathered by names quite fit to be ranked with that of Grampus. In fine, Merman wound up his rejoinder by sincerely thanking the eminent adversary, without whose fierce assault he might not have undertaken a revision, in the course of which he had met with unexpected and striking confirmations of his own fundamental views. Evidently Merman's anger was at white heat. The rejoinder being complete, all that remained was to find a suitable medium for its publication. This was not so easy. Distinguished mediums would not lend themselves to contradictions of Grampus, or if they would, Merman's article was too long and too abstruse, while he would not consent to leave anything out of an article which had no superfluities. For all this happened years ago, when the world was at a different stage. At last, however, he got his rejoinder printed, and not on hard terms, since the medium, in every sense modest, did not ask him to pay for its insertion. But if Merman expected to call out Grampus again, he was mistaken. Everybody felt it too absurd that Merman should undertake to correct Grampus in matters of erudition, and an eminent man has something else to do than to refute a petty objector twice over what was essential had been done. The public had been enabled to form a true judgment of Merman's incapacity. The magicodumbras and zuzumazis were but subsidiary elements in Grampus' system, and Merman might now be dealt with by younger members of the master's school. But he had at least the satisfaction of finding that he had raised a discussion which would not be let die. The followers of Grampus took it up with an ardor and industry of research worthy of their exemplar. Butzkopf made it the subject of an elaborate Einleitung to his important work, Die Bedeutung des Ägyptischen Labyrinths, and Dugong, in a remarkable address which he delivered to a learned society in Central Europe, introduced Merman's theory with so much power of sarcasm that it became a theme of more or less derisive allusion to men of many tongues. Merman, with his magicodumbras and zuzumazis, was on the way to become a proverb being used illustratively by many able journalists who took those names of questionable things to be Merman's own invention, than which, said one of the graver guides, we can recall few more melancholy examples of speculative aberration. Naturally, the subject passed into popular literature and figured very commonly in advertised programs. The fluent Loligo, the formidable shark, and a younger member of his remarkable family known as S. Catullus, made a special reputation by their numerous articles, eloquent, lively, or abusive, all on the same theme under titles ingeniously varied, alliterative, sonorous, or boldly fanciful, such as Moments with Mr. Merman, and the Magicodumbras Greenland, Grampus, and Proteus. Merman, Grampian Heights, and their climbers, or the New Excelsior, they tossed him on short sentences, they swathed him in paragraphs of winding imagery, they found him at once a mere plagiarist, and a theorizer of unexampled perversity, ridiculously wrong about Potsy's, and ignorant of Polly. They hinted indeed at certain things, which to their knowledge he had silently brooded in his boyhood, and seemed tolerably well assured that this preposterous attempt to gainsay an incomparable citation of worldwide fame had its origin in a peculiar mixture of bitterness and eccentricity, which, rightly estimated and seen in its definite proportions, would furnish the best key to his argumentation. All alike were sorry for Merman's lack of sound learning, but how could their readers be sorry? Sound learning would not have been amusing, and as it was, Merman was made to furnish these readers with amusement at no expense of trouble on their part. Even burlesque writers looked into his book to see where it could be made use of, and those who did not know him were desirous of meeting him at dinner, as one likely to feed their comic vein. On the other hand, he made a serious figure in sermons under the name of some or others, who had attempted presumptuously to scale eminences too high and arduous for human ability, and had given an example of ignominious failure edifying to the humble Christian. All this might be very advantageous for able persons whose superfluous fund of expression needed a paying investment, but the effect on Merman himself was unhappily not so transient as the busy writing and speaking of which he had become the occasion. His certainty that he was right naturally got stronger in proportion as the spirit of resistance was stimulated. The scorn and unfairness with which he felt himself to have been treated by those really competent to appreciate his ideas had galled him and made a chronic sore, and the exultant chorus of the incompetent seemed a pouring of vinegar on his wound. His brain became a registry of the foolish and ignorant objections made against him, and of continually amplified answers to these objections. Unable to get his answers printed, he had recourse to that more primitive mode of publication, oral transmission or buttonholding, now generally regarded as a troublesome survival, and the once pleasant flexible merman was on the way to be shunned as a bore. His interest in new acquaintances turned chiefly on the possibility that they would care about the magicodumbras and zuzumazis, that they would listen to his complaints and exposures of unfairness, and not only accept copies of what he had written on the subject, but send him appreciative letters in acknowledgment. Repeated disappointment of such hopes tended to embitter him, and not the less because after a while, the fashion of mentioning him died out. Allusions to his theory were less understood, and people could only pretend to remember it, and all while Merman was perfectly sure that his very opponents, who had knowledge enough to be capable judges, were aware that his book, whatever errors of statement they might detect in it, had served as a sort of divining rod, pointing out hidden sources of historical interpretation. Nay, his jealous examination discerned in a new work by Grampus himself a certain shifting of ground which, so poor Merman declared, was the sign of an intention, gradually, to appropriate the views of the man he had attempted to brand as an ignorant impostor. And Julia and the housekeeping, rent, food, and clothing, which controversy can hardly supply unless it be of the kind that serves as a recommendation to certain posts. Controversial pamphlets have been known to earn large plums, but nothing of the sort could be expected from unpractical heresies about the magicodumbras and zuzumazis. Painfully the contrary, Merman's reputation as a sober thinker, a safe writer, a sound lawyer, was irretrievably injured. The distractions of controversy had caused him to neglect useful editorial connections, and indeed his dwindling care for miscellaneous subjects made his contributions too dull to be desirable. Even if he could now have given a new turn to his concentration, and applied his talents so as to be ready to show himself an exceptionally qualified lawyer, he would only have been like an architect in competition too late with his superior plans. He would not have had an opportunity of showing his qualification. He was thrown out of the course. The small capital which had filled up deficiencies of income was almost exhausted, and Julia, in the effort to make supplies equal to wants, had to use much ingenuity in diminishing the wants. The brave and affectionate woman, whose small outline, so unimpressive against an illuminated background, held within it a good share of feminine heroism, did her best to keep up the charm of home and soothe her husband's excitement, parting with the best jewel among her wedding presents, in order to pay rent, without ever hinting to her husband that this sad result had come of his undertaking to convince people who only laughed at him. She was a resigned little creature, and reflected that some husbands took to drinking and others to forgery. Hers had only taken to the magicodumbras and zuzumazis, and was not unkindly a little more indifferent to her and the two children than she had ever expected. He would be, his mind being eaten up with subjects, and constantly a little angry, not with her, but with everybody else, especially those who were celebrated. This was the sad truth. Merman felt himself illused by the world, and thought very much worse of the world. In consequence, the gall of his adversary's ink had been sucked into his system, and ran in his blood. He was still in the prime of life, but his mind was aged by that eager, monotonous construction which comes of feverish excitement on a single topic, and uses up the intellectual strength. Merman had never been a rich man, but he was now conspicuously poor, and in need of the friends who had power or interest which he believed they could exert on his behalf. Their omitting or declining to give this help could not seem to him, so clearly as to them, an inevitable consequence of his having become impracticable, or at least of his passing for a man whose views were not likely to be safe and sober. Each friend in turn offended him, though unwillingly, and was suspected of wishing to shake him off. It was not altogether so, but poor Merman's society had undeniably ceased to be attractive, and it was difficult to help him at last. The pressure of want urged him to try for a post far beneath his earlier prospects, and he gained it. He holds it still, for he has no vices, and his domestic life has kept up a sweetening current of motive around and within him. Nevertheless, the bitter flavor mingling itself with all topics, the premature weariness and withering, are irrevocably there. It is as if he had gone through a disease, which alters what we call the constitution. He has long ceased to talk eagerly of the ideas which possess him, or to attempt making proselytes. The dial has moved onward, and he himself sees many of his former guesses in a new light. On the other hand, he has seen what he foreboded, that the main idea which was at the root of his too rash theorizing has been adopted by Grampus, and received with general respect, no reference being heard to the ridiculous figure. This important conception, made when ushered in by the incompetent others. Now and then, on rare occasions, when a sympathetic tête-à-tête has restored some of his old expansiveness, he will tell a companion in a railway carriage, or other place of meeting favorable to autobiographical confidences, what has been the course of things in his particular case. As an example of the justice to be expected of the world, the companion usually allows for the bitterness of a disappointed man, and is secretly disinclined to believe that Grampus was to blame. Roman for a man surprised at his originality. Among the many acute sayings of La Rochefoucauld, there is hardly one more acute than this: la plus grande ambition, nen a pas la moindre apparence lorsqu'elle s'y rencontre dans une impossibilite absolue deriver ol aspire. Some of us might do well to use this hint in our treatment of acquaintances and friends from whom we are expecting gratitude because we are so very kind in thinking of them, inviting them, and even listening to what they say, considering how insignificant they must feel themselves to be. We are often fallaciously confident in supposing that our friend's state of mind is appropriate to our moderate estimate of his importance, almost as if we imagine the humble mollusk so useful as an illustration to have a sense of his own exceeding softness and low place in the scale of being. Your mollusk, on the contrary, is inwardly objecting to every other grade of solid rather than to himself, accustomed to observe what we think, an unwarrantable conceit exhibiting itself in ridiculous pretensions and forwardness, to play the lion's part in obvious self-complacency and loud peremptoriness. We are not on the alert to detect the egoistic claims of a more exorbitant kind, often hidden under an apparent neutrality or an acquiescence in being put out of the question. Thoughts of this kind occurred to me yesterday, when I saw the name of Lentulus in the obituary. The majority of his acquaintances, I imagine, have always thought of him as a man justly unpretending, and as nobody's rival. But some of them have perhaps been struck with surprise at his reserve in praising the works of his contemporaries, and have now and then felt themselves in need of a key to his remarks on men of celebrity in various departments. He was a man of fair position, deriving his income from a business in which he did nothing, at leisure to frequent clubs, and at ease in giving dinners, well-looking, polite, and generally acceptable in society, as a part of what we may call its breadcrumb neutral basis needful for the plums and spice. Why then did he speak of the modern Marrow, or the modern Flaccus, with a peculiarity in his tone of assent to other people's praise, which might almost have led you to suppose that the eminent poet had borrowed money of him, and showed an indisposition to repay? He had no criticism, to offer no sign of objection more specific than a slight cough, a scarcely perceptible pause before assenting, and an air of self-control in his utterances, if certain considerations had determined him not to inform against the so-called poet, who to his knowledge was a mere versifier. If you had questioned him closely, he would perhaps have confessed that he did think something better might be done in the way of eclogues and georgics, or of odes and epodes, and that to his mind poetry was something very different from what had hitherto been known under that name. For my own part, being of a superstitious nature, given readily to imagine alarming causes, I immediately, on first getting these mystic hints from Lentulus, concluded that he held a number of entirely original poems, or at the very least, a revolutionary treatise on poetics, in that melancholy manuscript state to which works excelling all that is ever printed are necessarily condemned, and I was long timid in speaking of the poets, when he was present, for what might not Lentulus have done, or be profoundly aware of that, would make my ignorant impressions ridiculous. One cannot well be sure of the negative in such a case, except through certain positives that bear witness to it, and those witnesses are not always to be got hold of. But time wearing on, I perceived that the attitude of Lentulus towards the philosophers was essentially the same as his attitude towards the poets. Nay, there was something so much more decided in his mode of closing his mouth after brief speech on the former. There was such an air of rapt consciousness in his private hints, as to his conviction that all thinking hitherto had been an elaborate mistake, and as to his own power of conceiving a sound basis for a lasting superstructure, that I began to believe less in the poetical stores, and to infer that the line of Lentulus lay rather in the rational criticism of our beliefs, and in systematic construction. In this case, I did not figure to myself the existence of formidable manuscripts ready for the press, for great thinkers are known to carry their theories growing within their minds long before committing them to paper, and the ideas which made a new passion for them, when their locks were jet or auburn, remain perilously unwritten, an inwardly developing condition of their successive selves until the locks are gray or scanty. I only meditated improvingly on the way in which a man of exceptional faculties, and even carrying within him some of that fierce refiner's fire which is to purge away the dross of human error, may move about in society totally unrecognized, regarded as a person whose opinion is superfluous, and only rising into a power in emergencies of threatened blackballing. Imagine a Descartes or a Locke being recognized for nothing more than a good fellow, and a perfect gentleman. What a painful view does such a picture suggest of impenetrable dullness in the society around them. I would at all times rather be reduced to a cheaper estimate of a particular person, if by that means I can get a more cheerful view of my fellowmen generally. And I confess that in a certain curiosity, which led me to cultivate Lentulus' acquaintance, my hope leaned to the discovery that he was a less remarkable man than he had seemed to imply. It would have been a grief to discover that he was bitter or malicious, but by finding him to be neither a mighty poet, nor a revolutionary poetical critic, nor an epoch-making philosopher, my admiration for the poets and thinkers whom he rated so low would recover all its buoyancy, and I should not be left to trust to that very suspicious sort of merit, which constitutes an exception in the history of mankind, and recommends itself as the total abolitionist of all previous claims on our confidence. You are not greatly surprised at the infirm logic of the coachman, who would persuade you to engage him, by insisting that any other would be sure to rob you in the matter of hay and corn, thus demanding a difficult belief in him as the sole exception from the frailties of his calling. But it is rather astonishing that the wholesale decriers of mankind and its performances should be even more unwary in their reasoning than the coachman, since each of them not merely confides in your regarding himself as an exception, but overlooks the almost certain fact that you are wondering whether he inwardly accepts you, now conscious of entertaining some common opinions, which seem to fall under the mildly intimated but sweeping ban of Lentulus. My self-complacency was a little concerned. Hence I deliberately attempted to draw out Lentulus in private dialogue, for it is the reverse of injury to a man to offer him that hearing which he seems to have found nowhere else, and for whatever purposes silence may be equal to gold, it cannot be safely taken as an indication of specific ideas. I sought to know why Lentulus was more than indifferent to the poets, and what was that new poetry which he had either written, or as to its principles distinctly conceived. But I presently found that he knew very little of any particular poet, and had a general notion of poetry as the use of artificial language to express unreal sentiments. He instanced the Giaour Lalla Rook, the pleasures of hope and ruin, seized the ruthless king, adding, and plenty more. On my observing that he probably preferred a larger, simpler style, he emphatically assented, "Have you not said I written something of that order?" "No. But I often compose, as I go along I see how things might be written as fine as Ossian, only with true ideas. The world has no notion what poetry will be." It was impossible to disprove this, and I am always glad to believe that the poverty of our imagination is no measure of the world's resources. Our posterity will no doubt get fuel in ways that we are unable to devise for them. But what this conversation persuaded me of was that the birth with which the mind of Lentulus was pregnant could not be poetry, though I did not question that he composed as he went along, and that the exercise was accompanied with a great sense of power. This is a frequent experience in dreams, and much of our waking experience is but a dream in the daylight. Nay, for what I saw, the compositions might be fairly classed as Ossianic, but I was satisfied that Lentulus could not disturb my grateful admiration for the poets of all ages by eclipsing them, or by putting them under a new electric light of criticism. Still he had himself thrown the chief emphasis of his protest and his consciousness of corrective illumination on the philosophically thinking of our race, and his tone, in assuring me that everything which had been done in that way was wrong, that Plato, Robert Owen, and Dr. Tuffle, who wrote in the Regulator, were all equally mistaken, gave my superstitious nature a thrill of anxiety. After what had passed about the poets, it did not seem likely that Lentulus had all systems by heart, but who could say he had not seized that thread which may somewhere hang out loosely from the web of things, and be the clue of unravelment? We need not go far to learn that a prophet is not made by erudition. Lentulus, at least, had not the bias of a school, and if it turned out that he was in agreement with any celebrated thinker, ancient or modern, the agreement would have the value of an undesigned coincidence, not due to forgotten reading. It was therefore with renewed curiosity that I engaged him on this large subject universal erroneousness of thinking up to the period when Lentulus began that process, and here I found him more copious than on the theme of poetry. He admitted that he did contemplate writing down his thoughts, but his difficulty was their abundance. Apparently, he was like the woodcutter entering the thick forest and saying, "Where shall I begin?" The same obstacle appeared in a minor degree to cling about his verbal exposition, and accounted perhaps for his rather helter-skelter choice of remarks, bearing on the number of unaddressed letters sent to the post office, on what logic really is as tending to support the buoyancy of human mediums and mahogany tables, on the probability of all miracles under all religions, when explained by hidden laws, and my unreasonableness in supposing that their profuse occurrence at half a guinea an hour in recent times was anything more than a coincidence, on the haphazard way in which marriages are determined, showing the baselessness of social and moral schemes, and on his expectation that he should offend the scientific world when he told them what he thought of electricity as an agent. No man's appearance could be graver or more gentlemanlike than that of Lentulus as we walked along the Mall, while he delivered these observations, understood by himself to have a regenerative bearing on human society, his wristbands and black gloves, his hat and nicely clipped hair, his laudable moderation in beard, and his evident discrimination in choosing his tailor, all seemed to excuse the prevalent estimate of him as a man untainted with heterodoxy, and likely to be so unencumbered with opinions that he would always be useful as an assenting and admiring listener. Men of science, seeing him at their lectures, doubtless flattered themselves that he came to learn from them the philosophically ornaments of our time, expounding some of their luminous ideas in the social circle, took the meditative gaze of Lentulus for one of surprise not unmixed with a just reverence at such close reasoning towards so novel a conclusion, and those who are called men of the world considered him a good fellow who might be asked to vote for a friend of their own, and would have no troublesome notions to make him unaccommodating. You perceive how very much they were all mistaken, except in qualifying him as a good fellow. This Lentulus certainly was, in the sense of being free from envy, hatred, and malice, and such freedom was all the more remarkable an indication of native benignity, because of his gaseous, illimitably expansive conceit, yes, conceit, for that his enormous and contentedly ignorant confidence in his own rambling thoughts was usually clad in a decent silence, is no reason why it should be less strictly called by the name, directly implying a complacent self-estimate, unwarranted by performance, nay, the total privacy in which he enjoyed his consciousness of inspiration was the very condition of its undisturbed placid nourishment and gigantic growth. Your audibly arrogant man exposes himself to tests in attempting to make an impression on others. He may possibly not always be made to feel his own lack of definiteness, and the demand for definiteness is to all of us a needful check on vague depreciation of what others do and vague ecstatic trust in our own superior ability. But Lentulus was at once so unreceptive and so little gifted with the power of displaying his miscellaneous deficiency of information that there was really nothing to hinder his astonishment at the spontaneous crop of ideas which his mind secretly yielded, if it occurred to him that there were more meanings than one for the word motive, since it sometimes meant the end aimed at, and sometimes the feeling that prompted the aiming, and that the word cause was also of changeable import. He was naturally struck with the truth of his own perception, and was convinced that if this vein were well followed out, much might be made of it. Men were evidently in the wrong about cause and effect, else why was society in the confused state we behold? And as to motive, Lentulus felt that, when he came to write down his views, he should look deeply into this kind of subject, and show up thereby the anomalies of our social institutions. Meanwhile, the various aspects of motive and cause flitted about among the motley crowd of ideas, which he regarded as original and pregnant with reformative efficacy, for his unaffected goodwill made him regard all his insight as only valuable because it tended towards reform. The respectable man had got into his illusory maze of discoveries by letting go that clue of conformity in his thinking, which he had kept fast hold of in his tailoring and manners. He regarded heterodoxy as a power in itself, and took his inacquaintance with doctrines for a creative dissidence. But his epitaph needs not to be a melancholy one. His benevolent disposition was more effective for good than his silent presumption for harm. He might have been mischievous but for the lack of words. Instead of being astonished at his inspirations in private, He might have clad his addled originality's disjointed commonplaces blind denials, and balloon-like conclusions, in that mighty sort of language which would have made a new Quran for a knot of followers. I mean no disrespect to the ancient Quran, but one would not desire the rock to lay more eggs, and give us a whole wing-flapping brood to soar and make twilight. Peace be with Lentulus, for he has left us in peace. Blessed is the man who, having nothing to say, abstains from giving us wordy evidence of the fact, from calling on us to look through a heap of millet seed, in order to be sure that there is no pearl in it. Roman 5a2. Deferential man. A little unpremeditated insincerity must be indulged under the stress of social intercourse. The talk even of an honest man must often represent merely his wish to be inoffensive or agreeable, rather than his genuine opinion, or feeling on the matter in hand. His thought, if uttered, might be wounding, or he has not the ability to utter it with exactness and snatches at a loose paraphrase, or he has really no genuine thought on the question, and is driven to fill up the vacancy by borrowing the remarks in vogue. These are the winds and currents we have all to steer amongst, and they are often too strong for our truthfulness or our wit. Let us not bear too hardly on each other for this common incidental frailty, or think that we rise superior to it by dropping all considerateness and deference. But there are studious, deliberate forms of insincerity, which it is fair to be impatient with. Hinz's, for example, from his name, you might suppose him to be German. In fact, his family is Alsatian, but has been settled in England for more than one generation. He is the superlatively deferential man, and walks about with murmured wonder at the wisdom and discernment of everybody who talks to him. He cultivates the Loton tete-a-tete, keeping his hat carefully in his hand, and often stroking it while he smiles with downcast eyes, as if to relieve his feelings under the pressure of the remarkable conversation, which it is his honor to enjoy at the present moment. I confess to some rage on hearing him yesterday talking to Felicia, who is certainly a clever woman, and without any unusual desire to show her cleverness, occasionally says something of her own, or makes an allusion which is not quite common. Still, it must happen to her, as to everyone else, to speak of many subjects on which the best things were said long ago, and in conversation with a person who has been newly introduced, those well-worn themes naturally recur as a further development of salutations and preliminary media of understanding, such as pipes, chocolate, or masticooing, which serve to confirm the impression that our new acquaintance is on a civilized footing, and has enough regard for formulas to save us from shocking outbursts of individualism, to which we are always exposed with the tamest bear or baboon. Considered purely as a matter of information, it cannot any longer be important for us to learn that a British subject included in the last census holds Shakespeare to be supreme in the presentation of character. Still, it is as admissible for anyone to make this statement about himself as to rub his hands and tell you that the air is brisk, if only he will let it fall as a matter of course with a parenthetic lightness, and not announce his adhesion to a commonplace with an emphatic insistence, as if it were a proof of singular insight. We mortals should chiefly like to talk to each other out of good will and fellowship, not for the sake of hearing revelations, or being stimulated by witticisms. And I have usually found that it is the rather dull person who appears to be disgusted with his contemporaries, because they are not always strikingly original, and to satisfy whom the party at a country house should have included the prophet Isaiah, Plato, Francis Bacon, and Voltaire. It is always your heaviest bore who is astonished at the tameness of modern celebrities. Naturally, for a little of his company has reduced them to a state of flaccid fatigue, it is right and meet that there should be an abundant utterance of good sound commonplaces. Part of an agreeable talker's charm is that he lets them fall continually, with no more than their due emphasis, giving a pleasant voice to what we are all well assured of, makes a sort of wholesome air for more special and dubious remark to move in. Hence it seemed to me far from unbecoming in Felicia that in her first dialogue with Hinz, previously quite a stranger to her, her observations were those of an ordinarily refined and well-educated woman on standard subjects, and might have been printed in a manual of polite topics and creditable opinions. She had no desire to astonish a man of whom she had heard nothing particular. It was all the more exasperating to see and hear Hinz's reception of her well-bred conformities. Felicia's acquaintances know her as the suitable wife of a distinguished man, a sensible, vivacious, kindly-disposed woman, helping her husband with graceful apologies written and spoken, and making her receptions agreeable to all comers. But you would have imagined that Hinz had been prepared by general report to regard this introduction to her as an opportunity comparable to an audience of the Delphic Sibyl, when she had delivered herself on the changes in Italian travel, on the difficulty of reading Ariosto, in these busy times on the want of equilibrium in French political affairs, and on the preeminence of German music, he would know what to think Felicia was. Evidently embarrassed by his reverent wonder, and in dread lest she should seem to be playing the oracle, became somewhat confused, stumbling on her answers rather than choosing them. But this made no difference to Hinz's rapt attention and subdued eagerness of inquiry. He continued to put large questions, bending his head slightly, that his eyes might be a little lifted in awaiting her reply. "What, may I ask, is your opinion as to the state of art in England?" "Oh," said Felicia with a light deprecatory laugh, "I think it suffers from too bad taste in the patrons, and want of inspiration in the artists." "That is true indeed," said Hinz, in an undertone of deep conviction. "You have put your finger with strict accuracy on the causes of decline to a cultivated taste like yours. This must be particularly painful." "I did not say there was actual decline," said Felicia, with a touch of brusquerie. "I don't set myself up as the great personage whom nothing can please. That would be too severe a misfortune for others," says my complimentary ape. "You approve perhaps of Rosemary's Babes in the Wood, as something fresh and naive in sculpture." "I think it enchanting." "Does he know that, or will you permit me to tell him?" "Heaven forbid, it would be an impertinence in me to praise a work of histo pronounce on its quality, and that I happen to like it can be of no consequence to him." Here was an occasion for Hinz to smile down on his hat, and stroke at Felicia's ignorance that her praise was inestimable, being peculiarly noteworthy to an observer of mankind. Presently, he was quite sure that her favorite author was Shakespeare, and wished to know what she thought of Hamlet's madness, when she had quoted Wilhelm Meister on this point, and had afterwards testified that Lear was beyond adequate presentation, that Julius Caesar was an effective acting play, and that a poet may know a good deal about human nature, while knowing little of geography. Hinz appeared so impressed with the plenitude of these revelations that he recapitulated them, weaving them together with threads of compliment, as "You very justly observed, and it is most true as you say, and it were well if others noted what you have remarked." Some listeners, incautious in their epithets, would have called Hinz an ass. For my part, one would never insult that intelligent and unpretending animal, who no doubt brays with perfect simplicity and substantial meaning to those acquainted with his idiom, and if he feigns more submission than he feels, has weighty reasons for doing so. I would never, I say, insult that historic and ill-appreciated animal, the ass, by giving his name to a man whose continuous pretense is so shallow, in its motive so unexcused by any sharp appetite as this of Hinz's. But perhaps you would say that his adulatory manner was originally adopted under strong promptings of self-interest, and that his absurdly overacted deference to persons from whom he expects no patronage is the unreflecting persistence of habit, just as those who live with the deaf will shout to everybody else. And you might indeed imagine that, in talking to Tulpian, who has considerable interest at his disposal, Hinz had a desired appointment in his mind. Tulpian is appealed to on innumerable subjects, and if he is unwilling to express himself on any one of them, says so with instructive copiousness. He is much listened to, and his utterances are registered and reported with more or less exactitude. But I think he has no other listener who comports himself as Hinz, dose who, figuratively speaking, carries about a small spoon, ready to pick up any dusty crumb of opinion, that the eloquent man may have let drop. Tulpian, with reverence be it said, has some rather absurd notions, such as a mind of large discourse often finds room for. They slip about among his higher conceptions and multitudinous acquirements, like disreputable characters at a national celebration, in some vast cathedral, where to the ardent soul all is glorified by rainbow light and grand associations. Any vulgar detective knows them for what they are, but Hinz is especially fervid in his desire to hear Tulpian dilate on his crotchets, and is rather troublesome to bystanders in asking them whether they have read the various fugitive writings in which these crotchets have been published. If an expert is explaining some matter on which you desire to know the evidence, Hinz teases you with Tulpian's guesses, and asks the expert what he thinks of them. In general, Hinz delights in the citation of opinions, and would hardly remark that the sun shone without an air of respectful appeal or fervid adhesion. The Iliad, one sees, would impress him little if it were not for what Mr. Fugelman has lately said about it, and if you mention an image or sentiment in Chaucer, He seems not to heed the bearing of your reference, but immediately tells you that Mr. Hot, too, regards Chaucer as a poet of the first order, and he is delighted to find that two such judges as you and Hotboy are at one. What is the reason of all this subdued ecstasy, moving about hat in hand, with well-dressed hair and attitudes of unimpeachable correctness? Some persons conscious of sagacity decide at once that Hinz knows what he is about in flattering Tulpian, and has a carefully appraised end to serve, though they may not see it. They are misled by the common mistake of supposing that men's behavior, whether habitual or occasional, is chiefly determined by a distinctly conceived motive, a definite object to be gained, or a definite evil to be avoided. The truth is that the primitive wants of nature, once tolerably satisfied the majority of mankind, even in a civilized life full of solicitations, are with difficulty aroused to the distinct conception of an object towards which they will direct their actions with careful adaptation, and it is yet rarer to find one who can persist in the systematic pursuit of such an end. Few lives are shaped, few characters formed by the contemplation of definite consequences, seen from a distance, and made the goal of continuous effort, or the beacon of a constantly avoided danger. Such control, by foresight, such vivid picturing and practical logic, are the distinction of exceptionally strong natures. But society is chiefly made up of human beings, whose daily acts are all performed either in unreflecting obedience to custom and routine, or from immediate promptings of thought, or feeling to execute an immediate purpose. They pay their poor-rates, give their vote in affairs political or parochial, where a certain amount of starch hinder boys from tormenting the helpless, and spend money on tedious observances called pleasures, without mentally adjusting these practices to their own well-understood interest, or to the general ultimate welfare of the human race. And when they fall into ungraceful compliment, excessive smiling, or other luckless efforts of complacent behavior, these are but the tricks or habits gradually formed under the successive promptings of a wish to be agreeable, stimulated day by day, without any widening resources for gratifying the wish. It does not in the least follow that they are seeking by studied hypocrisy to get something for themselves, and so with Hinz's deferential bearing, complimentary parentheses, and worshipful tones, which seem to some like the overacting of a part in a comedy, he expects no appointment or other appreciable gain through Tulpian's favor. He has no doubleness towards Felicia, there is no sneering or backbiting obverse to his ecstatic admiration. He is very well off in the world, and cherishes no unsatisfied ambition that could feed design and direct flattery. As you perceive, he has had the education and other advantages of a gentleman, without being conscious of marked result, such as a decided preference for any particular ideas or functions. His mind is furnished, as hotels are, with everything for occasional and transient use. But one cannot be an Englishman and gentleman in general. It is in the nature of things that one must have an individuality, though it may be of an often repudiated type, as Hinz, in growing to maturity, had grown into a particular form and expression of persons, so he necessarily gathered a manner and frame of speech, which made him additionally recognizable. His nature is not tuned to the pitch of a genuine direct admiration, only to an attitudinizing deference, which does not fatigue itself with the formation of real judgments. All human achievement must be wrought down to this spoon meet this mixture of other persons' washy opinions, and his own flux of reverence for what is third-hand, before Hinz can find a relish for it. He has no more leading characteristic than the desire to stand well with those who are justly distinguished. He has no base admirations, and you may know by his entire presentation of himself, from the management of his hat to the angle at which he keeps his right foot, that he aspires to correctness, desiring to behave becomingly, and also to make a figure in dialogue. He is only like the bad artist whose picture is a failure. We may pity these ill-gifted strivers, but not pretend that their works are pleasant to behold. A man is bound to know something of his own weight and muscular dexterity, and the puny athlete is called foolish before he is seen to be thrown. Hinz has not the stuff in him to be at once agreeably conversational and sincere, and he has got himself up to be at all events agreeably conversational. Notwithstanding this deliberateness of intention in his talk, he is unconscious of falsity, for he has not enough of deep and lasting impression to find a contrast or diversity between his words and his thoughts. He is not fairly to be called a hypocrite, but I have already confessed to the more exasperation at his make-believe reverence, because it has no deep hunger to excuse it. Romans 6. Only temper. What is temper? Its primary meaning, the proportion and mode in which qualities are mingled, is much neglected in popular speech, yet even here the word often carries a reference to an habitual state or general tendency of the organism, in distinction from what are held to be specific virtues and vices, as people confess to bad memory, without expecting to sink in mental reputation. So we hear a man declared to have a bad temper, and yet glorified as the possessor of every high quality. When he errs or in any way commits himself, his temper is accused, not his character. And it is understood that, but for a brutal bearish mood, he is kindness itself, if he kicks small animals, swears violently at a servant who mistakes orders, or is grossly rude to his wife. It is remarked apologetically that these things mean nothing, they are all temper. Certainly there is a limit to this form of apology, and the forgery of a bill, or the ordering of goods without any prospect of paying for them, has never been set down to an unfortunate habit of sulkiness, or of irascibility. But on the whole there is a peculiar exercise of indulgence towards the manifestations of bad temper, which tends to encourage them, so that we are in danger of having among us a number of virtuous persons who conduct themselves detestably, just as we have hysterical patients, who with sound organs are apparently laboring under many sorts of organic disease. Let it be admitted, however, that a man may be a good fellow, and yet have a bad temper so bad that we recognize his merits with reluctance, and are inclined to resent his occasionally amiable behavior as an unfair demand on our admiration. Touchwood is that kind of good fellow. He is by turns insolent, quarrelsome, repulsively haughty to innocent people who approach him, with respect neglectful of his friends, angry in face of legitimate demands, procrastinating in the fulfillment of such demands, prompted to rude words and harsh looks by a moody disgust with his fellowmen in general, and yet, as everybody will assure you, the soul of honor, a steadfast friend, a defender of the oppressed, an affectionate-hearted creature. Pity that after a certain experience of his moods, his intimacy becomes insupportable. A man who uses his balmorals to tread on your toes with much frequency and an unmistakable emphasis may prove a fast friend in adversity, but meanwhile your adversity has not arrived, and your toes are tender. The daily sneer or growl at your remarks is not to be made amends for by a possible eulogy or defense of your understanding against depredators who may not present themselves, and on an occasion which may never arise. I cannot submit to a chronic state of blue and green bruise as a form of insurance against an accident. Touchwood's bad temper is of the contradicting, pugnacious sort. He is the honorable gentleman in opposition, whatever proposal or proposition may be broached, and when others join him, he secretly damns their superfluous agreement, quickly discovering that his way of stating the case is not exactly theirs. An invitation, or any sign of expectation, throws him into an attitude of refusal. Ask his concurrence in a benevolent measure, he will not decline to give it, because he has a real sympathy with good aims. But he complies resentfully, though where he is let alone, he will do much more than anyone would have thought of asking for. No man would shrink with greater sensitiveness from the imputation of not paying his debts, yet, when a bill is sent in with any promptitude, he is inclined to make the tradesman wait for the money. He is in such a hurry to get. One sees that this antagonistic temper must be much relieved by finding a particular object, and that its worst moments must be those where the mood is that of vague resistance, there being nothing specific to oppose. Touchwood is never so little engaging as when he comes down to breakfast with a cloud on his brow, after parting from you the night before with an affectionate effusiveness, at the end of a confidential conversation which has assured you of mutual understanding. Impossible that you can have committed any offense. If mice have disturbed him, that is not your fault, but nevertheless your cheerful greeting had better not convey any reference to the weather, else it will be met by a sneer, which, taking you unawares, may give you a crushing sense that you make a poor figure with your cheerfulness, which was not asked for. Some daring person, perhaps, introduces another topic, and uses the delicate flattery of appealing to Touchwood for his opinion, the topic being included in his favorite studies. An indistinct muttering with a look at the carving knife, in reply, teaches that daring person how ill he has chosen a market for his deference. If Touchwood's behavior affects you very closely, you had better break your leg. In the course of the day his bad temper will then vanish at once. He will take a painful journey on your behalf. He will sit up with you night after night. He will do all the work of your department, so as to save you from any loss in consequence of your accident. He will be even uniformly tender to you till you are well on your legs again, when he will some fine morning insult you without provocation, and make you wish that his generous goodness to you had not closed your lips against retort. It is not always necessary that a friend should break his leg for touchwood to feel compunction, and endeavor to make amends for his bearishness or insolence. He becomes spontaneously conscious that he has misbehaved, and he is not only ashamed of himself, but has the better prompting to try and heal any wound he has inflicted. Unhappily, the habit of being offensive without meaning, it leads usually to a way of making amends, which the injured person cannot, but regard as a being amiable without meaning it. The kindnesses, the complimentary indications or assurances are apt to appear in the light of a penance, adjusted to the foregoing lapses, and by the very contrast, they often call up a keener memory of the wrong they atone for. They are not a spontaneous prompting of goodwill, but an elaborate compensation. And in fact, Dion's atoning friendliness has a ring of artificiality, because he formerly disguised his good feeling towards you. He now expresses more than he quite feels. It is in vain, having made you extremely uncomfortable last week. He has absolutely diminished his power of making you happy today. He struggles against this result by excessive effort, but he has taught you to observe his fitfulness, rather than to be warmed by his episodic show of regard. I suspect that many persons who have an uncertain, incalculable temper flatter themselves that it enhances their fascination, but perhaps they are under the prior mistake of exaggerating the charm, which they suppose to be thus strengthened. In any case, they will do well not to trust in the attractions of caprice and moodiness for a long continuance, or for close intercourse. A pretty woman may fan the flame of distant adorers by harassing them, but if she lets one of them make her his wife, the point of view from which he will look at her poutings and tossings and mysterious inability to be pleased will be seriously altered. And if slavery to a pretty woman, which seems among the least conditional forms of abject service, will not bear too great a strain from her bad temper, even though her beauty remain the same, it is clear that a man whose claims lie in his high character or high performances had need impress us very constantly with his peculiar value and indispensableness, if he is to test our patience by an uncertainty of temper, which leaves us absolutely without grounds for guessing how he will receive our persons or humbly advanced opinions, or what line he will take on any but the most momentous occasions. For it is among the repulsive effects of this bad temper, which is supposed to be compatible with shining virtues, that it is apt to determine a man's sudden adhesion to an opinion, whether on a personal or impersonal matter, without leaving him time to consider his grounds. The adhesion is sudden and momentary, but it either forms a precedent for line of thought and action, or it is presently seen to have been inconsistent with his true mind. This determination of partisanship by temper has its worst effects in the career of the public man, who is always in danger of getting so enthralled by his own words that he looks into facts and questions not to get rectifying knowledge, but to get evidence that will justify his actual attitude, which was assumed under an impulse dependent on something else than knowledge. There has been plenty of insistence on the evil of swearing by the words of a master, and having the judgment uniformly controlled by a he said it, but a much worse woe to befall a man is to have every judgment controlled by an I said it. Make a divinity of his own short-sightedness or passionate aberration, and explain the world in its honor. There is hardly a more pitiable degradation than this, for a man of high gifts. Hence, I cannot join with those who wish that Touchwood, being young enough to enter on public life, should get elected for Parliament, and use his excellent abilities to serve his country in that conspicuous manner. For hitherto, in the less momentous incidents of private life, his capricious temper has only produced the minor evil of inconsistency, and he is even greatly at ease in contradicting himself, provided he can contradict you and disappoint any smiling expectation you may have shown that the impressions you are uttering are likely to meet with his sympathy. Considering that the day before he himself gave you the example which your mind is following, he is at least free from those fetters of self-justification, which are the curse of parliamentary speaking, and what I rather desire for him is that he should produce the great book which he is generally pronounced capable of writing, and put his best self imperturbably on record for the advantage of society, because I should then have steady ground for bearing with his diurnal incalculableness, and could fix my gratitude, as by a strong staple, to that unvarying monumental service. Unhappily, Touchwood's great powers have been only so far manifested as to be believed in, not demonstrated. Everybody rates them highly, and thinks that whatever he chose to do would be done in a first-rate manner. Is it his love of disappointing complacent expectancy, which has gone so far as to keep up this lamentable negation, and made him resolve not to write the comprehensive work which he would have written if nobody had expected it of him? One can see that if Touchwood were to become a public man, and take to frequent speaking on platforms, or from his seat in the House, it would hardly be possible for him to maintain much integrity of opinion, or to avoid courses of partisanship, which a healthy public sentiment would stamp with discredit. Say that he were endowed with the purest honesty, it would inevitably be dragged captive by this mysterious protean bad temper. There would be the fatal public necessity of justifying oratorical temper, which had got on its legs in its bitter mood, and made insulting imputations, or of keeping up some decent show of consistency, with opinions vented out of temper's contradictoriness, and words would have to be followed up by acts of adhesion. Certainly, if a bad-tempered man can be admirably virtuous, he must be so under extreme difficulties. I doubt the possibility that a high order of character can coexist with a temper like Touchwood's, for it is of the nature of such temper to interrupt the formation of healthy mental habits, which depend on a growing harmony between perception, conviction, and impulse. There may be good feelings, good deeds, for a human nature may pack endless varieties and blessed inconsistencies in its windings, but it is essential to what is worthy to be called high character that it may be safely calculated on, and that its qualities shall have taken the form of principles or laws habitually, if not perfectly, obeyed. If a man frequently passes unjust judgments, takes up false attitudes, intermits his acts of kindness with rude behavior or cruel words, and falls into the consequent vulgar error of supposing that he can make amends by labored agreeableness, I cannot consider such courses any the less ugly, because they are ascribed to temper especially. I object to the assumption that his having a fundamentally good disposition is either an apology or a compensation for his bad behavior. If his temper yesterday made him lash the horses, upset the curricle, and cause a breakage in my rib, I feel it no compensation that today he vows he will drive me anywhere in the gentlest manner any day as long as he lives. Yesterday was what it was. My rib is paining me. It is not a main object of my life to be driven by Touchwood, and I have no confidence in his lifelong gentleness. The utmost form of placability I am capable of is to try and remember his better deeds already performed, and mindful of my own offenses, to bear him no malice. But I cannot accept his amends. If the bad-tempered man wants to apologize, he had need to do it on a large public scale, make some beneficent discovery, produce some stimulating work of genius, invent some powerful process, prove himself such a good to contemporary multitudes and future generations as to make the discomfort he causes his friends and acquaintances of vanishing quality a trifle even in their own estimate. Romans 7, a political molecule. The most arrant denier must admit that a man often furthers larger ends than he is conscious of, and that while he is transacting his particular affairs with the narrow pertinacity of a respectable ant, he subserves an economy larger than any purpose of his own society, is happily not dependent for the growth of fellowship on the small minority, already endowed with comprehensive sympathy. Any molecule of the body politic working towards his own interest in an orderly way gets his understanding more or less penetrated with the fact that his interest is included in that of a large number. I have watched several political molecules being educated in this way by the nature of things into a faint feeling of fraternity. But at this moment, I am thinking of Spike, an elector who voted on the side of progress, though he was not inwardly attached to it under that name, for abstractions are deities having many specific names, local habitations, and forms of activity, and so get a multitude of devout servants who care no more for them under their highest titles than the celebrated person who, putting with forcible brevity a view of human motives, now much insisted on, asked what posterity had done for him that he should care for posterity. To many minds, even among the ancients thought by some to have been invariably poetical, the goddess of wisdom was doubtless worshipped simply as the patroness of spinning and weaving. Now spinning and weaving from a manufacturing wholesale point of view was the chief form under which Spike from early years had unconsciously been a devotee of progress. He was a political molecule of the most gentlemanlike appearance, not less than 6 feet high, and showing the utmost nicety in the care of his person and equipment. His umbrella was especially remarkable for its neatness, though perhaps he swung it unduly. In walking, his complexion was fresh, his eyes small, bright, and twinkling. He was seen to great advantage in a hat and greatcoat garments, frequently fatal to the impressiveness of shorter figures. But when he was uncovered in the drawing-room, it was impossible not to observe that his head shelved off too rapidly from the eyebrows towards the crown, and that his length of limb seemed to have used up his mind, so as to cause an air of abstraction from conversational topics. He appeared indeed to be preoccupied with a sense of his exquisite cleanliness, clapped his hands together, and rubbed them, frequently straightened his back, and even opened his mouth, and closed it again with a slight snap, apparently for no other purpose than the confirmation to himself of his own powers in that line. These are innocent exercises, but they are not such as give weight to a man's personality. Sometimes Spike's mind, emerging from its preoccupation, burst forth in a remark delivered with smiling zest, as that he did like to see gravel walks well rolled, or that a lady should always wear the best jewelry, or that a bride was a most interesting object. But finding these ideas received rather coldly, he would relapse into abstraction, draw up his back, wrinkle his brows longitudinally, and seem to regard society, even including gravel walks, jewelry, and brides, as essentially a poor affair. Indeed, his habit of mind was desponding, and he took melancholy views as to the possible extent of human pleasure, and the value of existence, especially after he had made his fortune in the cotton manufacture, and had thus attained the chief object of his ambition, the object which had engaged his talent for order and persevering application for his easy leisure, caused him much ennui. He was abstemious, and had none of those temptations to sensual excess which fill up a man's time, first with indulgence, and then with the process of getting well from its effects. He had not indeed exhausted the sources of knowledge, but here again his notions of human pleasure were narrowed by his want of appetite, for though he seemed rather surprised at the consideration that Alfred the Great was a Catholic, or that apart from the 10 Commandments, any conception of moral conduct had occurred to mankind, he was not stimulated to further inquiries on these remote matters. Yet he aspired to what he regarded as intellectual society, willingly entertained beneficed clergymen, and bought the books he heard spoken of, arranging them carefully on the shelves of what he called his library, and occasionally sitting alone in the same room with them. But some minds seem well glazed by nature against the admission of knowledge, and Spike's was one of them. It was not, however, entirely so with regard to politics. He had had a strong opinion about the Reform Bill, and saw clearly that the large trading towns ought to send members portraits of the Reform heroes hung framed and glazed in his library. He prided himself on being a liberal in this last particular, as well as in not giving benefactions, and not making loans without interest. He showed unquestionable firmness on the repeal of the Corn Laws. Again, he was thoroughly convinced his mind was expansive towards foreign markets, and his imagination could see that the people from whom we took corn might be able to take the cotton goods which they had hitherto dispensed with. On his conduct in these political concerns, his wife, otherwise influential as a woman who belonged to a family with a title in it, and who had condescended in marrying him, could gain no hold. She had to blush a little at what was called her husband's radicalism epithet, which was a very unfair impeachment of Spike, who never went to the root of anything but he understood his own trading affairs, and in this way became a genuine constant political element. If he had been born a little later, he could have been accepted as an eligible member of Parliament. And if he had belonged to a high family, he might have done for a member of the government. Perhaps his indifference to views would have passed for administrative judiciousness, and he would have been so generally silent that he must often have been silent in the right place. But this is empty speculation. There is no warrant for saying what Spike would have been, and known, so as to have made a calculable political element, if he had not been educated by having to manage his trade. A small mind, trained to useful occupation for the satisfying of private need, becomes a representative of genuine class needs. Spike objected to certain items of legislation because they hampered his own trade, but his neighbor's trade was hampered by the same causes, and though he would have been simply selfish in a question of light or water between himself and a fellow townsman, his need for a change in legislation being shared by all his neighbors in trade ceased to be simply selfish, and raised him to a sense of common injury and common benefit. True, if the law could have been changed for the benefit of his particular business, leaving the cotton trade in general in a sorry condition, while he prospered, Spike might not have thought that result intolerably unjust. But the nature of things did not allow of such a result being contemplated as possible. It allowed of an enlarged market for Spike only through the enlargement of his neighbor's market, and the possible is always the ultimate master of our efforts and desires, Spike was obliged to contemplate a general benefit, and thus became public-spirited in spite of himself, or rather the nature of things transmuted his active egoism into a demand for a public benefit. Certainly, if Spike had been born a marquis, he could not have had the same chance of being useful as a political element, but he might have had the same appearance have been equally null in conversation, skeptical as to the reality of pleasure and destitute of historical knowledge, perhaps even dimly disliking Jesuitism as a quality in Catholic minds, or regarding Bacon as the inventor of physical science. The depths of middle-aged gentlemen's ignorance will never be known for want of public examinations in this branch. Roman 8. The watchdog of knowledge. Mordax is an admirable man, ardent in intellectual work, public-spirited, affectionate, and able to find the right words in conveying ingenious ideas or elevated feeling pity, that to all these graces he cannot add what would give them the utmost finish, the occasional admission that he has been in the wrong, the occasional frank welcome of a new idea, as something not before present to his mind, but no Mordax's self-respect seems to be of that fiery quality which demands that none but the monarchs of thought shall have an advantage over him, and in the presence of contradiction, or the threat of having his notions corrected, he becomes astonishingly unscrupulous, and cruel for so kindly and conscientious a man. You are fond of attributing those fine qualities to Mordax, said Acer the other day, but I have not much belief in virtues that are always requiring to be asserted, in spite of appearances against them. True fairness and goodwill show themselves precisely where his are conspicuously absent, I mean in recognizing claims, which the rest of the world are not likely to stand up, for it does not need much love of truth and justice in me to say that Aldebaran is a bright star or Isaac Newton the greatest of discoverers, nor much kindliness in me to want my notes to be heard above the rest, in a chorus of hallelujahs. To one already crowned it is my way to apply tests. Does the man who has the ear of the public use his advantage tenderly towards poor fellows who may be hindered of their due, if he treats their pretensions with scorn? That is my test of his justice and benevolence. My answer was that his system of moral tests might be as delusive as what ignorant people take to be tests of intellect and learning. If the scholar or savant cannot answer their haphazard questions on the shortest notice, their belief in his capacity is shaken, but the better informed have given up the Johnsonian theory of mind as a pair of legs able to walk east or west, according to choice. Intellect is no longer taken to be a ready-made dose of ability to attain eminence or mediocrity in all departments. It is even admitted that application in one line of study or practice has often a laming effect in other directions, and that an intellectual quality or special facility which is a furtherance in one medium of effort is a drag in another. We have convinced ourselves, by this time, that a man may be a sage in celestial physics, and a poor creature in the purchase of seed corn, or even in theorizing about the affections, that he may be a mere fumbler in physiology, and yet show a keen insight into human motives, that he may seem the poor Pole of the company in conversation, and yet write with some humorous vigor. It is not true that a man's intellectual power is like the strength of a timber beam to be measured by its weakest point. Why should we any more apply that fallacious standard of what is called consistency to a man's moral nature and argue against the existence of fine impulses or habits of feeling in relation to his actions? Generally, because those better movements are absent in a class of cases, which act peculiarly on an irritable form of his egoism. The mistake might be corrected by our taking notice that the ungenerous words or acts, which seem to us the most utterly incompatible with good dispositions in the offender, are those which offend ourselves. All other persons are able to draw a milder conclusion. Lanager, who has a temper but no talent for repartee, having been run down in a fierce way by Mordax, is inwardly persuaded that the highly-lauded man is a wolf at heart. He is much tried by perceiving that his own friends seem to think no worse of the reckless assailant than they did before, and Corvus, who has lately been flattered by some kindness from Mordax, is unmindful enough of Lanager's feeling to dwell on this instance of good nature with admiring gratitude. There is a fable that, when the badger had been stung all over by bees, a bear consoled him by a rhapsodic account of how he himself had just breakfasted on their honey. The badger replied peevishly, "The stings are in my flesh, and the sweetness is on your muzzle." The bear, it is said, was surprised at the badger's want of altruism. But this difference of sensibility between Lanager and his friends only mirrors in a faint way the difference between his own point of view and that of the man who has injured him, if those neutral, perhaps even affectionate persons form no lively conception of what Laniger suffers. How should Mordax have any such sympathetic imagination to check him in what he persuades himself is a scourging administered by the qualified man to the unqualified? Depend upon it, his conscience, though active enough in some relations, has never given him a twinge. Because of his polemical rudeness and even brutality, he would go from the room where he has been tiring himself through the watches of the night, in lifting and turning a sick friend, and straightway write a reply or rejoinder, which he mercilessly pilloried a Laniger, who had supposed that he could tell the world something else or more than had been sanctioned by the eminent Mordax, and, what was worse, had sometimes really done. So does this nullify the genuineness of motive, which made him tender to his suffering friend? Not at all. It only proves that his arrogant egoism, set on fire, sends up smoke and flame where, just before, there had been the dews of fellowship and pity. He is angry and equips himself accordingly with a penknife to give the offender a comprachicot countenance, a mirror to show him the effect, and a pair of nailed boots to give him his dismissal. All this to teach him who the Romans really were, and to purge inquiry of incompetent intrusion, so rendering an important service to mankind. When a man is in a rage, and wants to hurt another in consequence, he can always regard himself as the civil arm of a spiritual power, and all the more easily because there is real need to assert the righteous efficacy of indignation. I for my part feel with the Lanigers, and should object all the more to their or my being lacerated and dressed with salt if the administrator of such torture alleged as a motive his care for truth and posterity, and got himself pictured with a halo. In consequence, in transactions between fellowmen, it is well to consider a little, in the first place, what is fair and kind towards the person immediately concerned before we spit and roast him on behalf of the next century, but one wide-reaching motives, blessed and glorious as they are, and of the highest sacramental virtue, have their dangers like all else that touches the mixed life of the earth. They are archangels with awful brow and flaming sword, summoning and encouraging us to do the right and the divinely heroic, and we feel a beneficent tremor in their presence. But to learn what it is they thus summon us to do, we have to consider the mortals we are elbowing, who are of our own stature and our own appetites. I cannot feel sure how my voting will affect the condition of Central Asia in the coming ages, but I have good reason to believe that the future populations there will be none the worse off, because I abstain from conjectural vilification of my opponents during the present parliamentary session, and I am very sure that I shall be less injurious to my contemporaries on the whole, and in the vast majority of instances, the action by which we can do the best for future ages is of the sort which has a certain beneficence and grace for contemporaries. A sour father may reform prisons, but considered in his sourness, he does harm. The deed of Judas has been attributed to far-reaching views and the wish to hasten his master's declaration of himself as the Messiah. Perhaps I will not maintain the contrary. Judas represented his motive in this way, and felt justified in his traitorous kiss, but my belief that he deserved, metaphorically speaking, to be where Dante saw him at the bottom of the Maelbald would not be the less strong because he was not convinced that his action was detestable. I refuse to accept a man who has the stomach for such treachery as a hero impatient for the redemption of mankind, and for the beginning of a reign when the kisses shall be those of peace and righteousness. All this is, by the way, to show that my apology for Mordax was not founded on his persuasion of superiority in his own motives, but on the compatibility of unfair, equivocal, and even cruel actions with a nature which, apart from special temptations, is kindly and generous, and also to enforce the need of checks from a fellow-feeling with those whom our acts immediately not distantly concern. Will anyone be so hardy as to maintain that an otherwise worthy man cannot be vain and arrogant? I think most of us have some interest in arguing the contrary, and it is of the nature of vanity and arrogance, if unchecked, to become cruel and self-justifying. There are fierce beasts within. Chain them, and let them learn to cower before the creature with wider reason. This is what one wishes for Mordax, that his heart and brain should restrain the outleap of roar and talons. As to his unwillingness to admit that an idea which he has not discovered is novel to him, one is surprised that quick intellect and shrewd observation do not early gather reasons for being ashamed of a mental trick, which makes one among the comic parts of that various actor conceited ignorance. I have a sort of valet and factotum, an excellent respectable servant, whose spelling is so unvitiated by non-phonetic superfluities that he writes night as nit one day looking over his accounts. I said to him jocosely, "You are in the latest fashion with your spelling, Pummel. Most people spell night with a GH between the I and the T, but the greatest scholars now spell it. As you do so, I suppose, sir," says Pummel. "I've see it with a GH, but I've no ways give into that myself." You would never catch Pummel in an interjection of surprise. I have sometimes laid traps for his astonishment, but he has escaped them all either by a respectful neutrality, as of one who would not appear to notice that his master had been taking too much wine, or else by that strong persuasion of his all-knowingness, which makes it simply impossible for him to feel himself newly informed. If I tell him that the world is spinning round and along like a top, and that he is spinning with it, he says, "Yes, I've heard a deal of that in my time, sir," and lifts the horizontal lines of his brow a little higher, balancing his head from side to side, as if it were too painfully full. Whether I tell him that they cook puppies in China, that there are ducks with fur coats in Australia, or that in some parts of the world it is the pink of politeness to put your tongue out on introduction to a respectable stranger, Pummel replies, "So I suppose, sir," with an air of resignation, to hearing my poor version of well-known things, such as elders use in listening to lively boys, lately presented with an anecdote book. His utmost concession is that what you state is what he would have supplied if you had given him carte blanche, instead of your needless instruction, and in this sense, his favorite answer is, "I should say." Pummel, I observed, a little irritated at not getting my coffee, "if you were to carry your kettle and spirits of wine up a mountain of a morning, your water would boil there sooner." "I should say, sir," or "There are boiling springs in Iceland. Better go to Iceland." "That's what I've been thinking, sir." I have taken to asking him hard questions, and as I expected, he never admits his own inability to answer them without representing it as common to the human race. "What is the cause of the tides, Pummel?" "Well, sir, nobody rightly knows. Many gives their opinion, but if I was to give mine, it 'ud be different." But while he has never surprised himself, he is constantly imagining situations of surprise for others. His own consciousness is that of one so thoroughly soaked in knowledge that further absorption is impossible. But his neighbors appear to him to be in the state of thirsty sponges, which it is a charity to besprinkle. His great interest in thinking of foreigners is that they must be surprised at what they see in England, and especially at the beef. He is often occupied with the surprise Adam must have felt at the sight of the assembled animals, for he was not like us, sir, used from a bye to Wombwell's shows. He is fond of discoursing to the lad who acts as shoeblack and general subaltern, and I have overheard him saying to that small upstart with some severity, "Now, don't you pretend to know, because the more you pretend the more I see your ignorancia." Lucidity on his part, which has confirmed my impression that the thoroughly self-satisfied person is the only one fully to appreciate the charm of humility in others. Your diffident, self-suspecting mortal is not very angry that others should feel more comfortable about themselves, provided they are not otherwise offensive. He is rather like the chilly person glad to sit next a warmer neighbor, or the timid glad to have a courageous fellow-traveler. It cheers him to observe the store of small comforts that his fellow creatures may find in their self-complacency, just as one is pleased to see poor old souls soothed by the tobacco and snuff, for which one has neither nose nor stomach oneself. But your arrogant man will not tolerate a presumption which he sees to be ill-founded. The service he regards society as most in need of is to put down the conceit which is so particularly rife around him, that he is inclined to believe it the growing characteristic of the present age. In the schools of Magna Graecia, or in the 6th century of our era, or even under Kublai Khan, he finds a comparative freedom from that presumption by which his contemporaries are stirring his able gall. The way people will now flaunt notions which are not his without appearing to mind that they are not his strikes him as especially disgusting. It might seem surprising to us that one strongly convinced of his own value should prefer to exalt an age in which he did not flourish, if it were not for the reflection that the present age is the only one in which anybody has appeared to undervalue him. Roman 9. A half-breed. An early deep-seated love to which we become faithless has its unfailing nemesis, if only in that division of soul which narrows all newer joys by the intrusion of regret and the established presentiment of change. I refer not merely to the love of a person, but to the love of ideas, practical beliefs, and social habits. And faithlessness here means not a gradual conversion dependent on enlarged knowledge, but a yielding to seductive circumstance, not a conviction that the original choice was a mistake, but a subjection to incidents that flatter a growing desire in this sort of love. It is the forsaker, who has the melancholy lot for an abandoned belief, may be more effectively vengeful than Dido, the child of a wandering tribe caught young and trained to polite life. If he feels an hereditary yearning, can run away to the old wilds and get his nature into tune. But there is no such recovery possible to the man who remembers what he once believed without being convinced that he was in error, who feels within him unsatisfied stirrings towards old beloved habits and intimacies from which he has far receded without conscious justification or unwavering sense of superior attractiveness. In the new, this involuntary renegade has his character hopelessly jangled and out of tune. He is like an organ with its stops, in the lawless condition of obtruding themselves without method, so that hearers are amazed by the most unexpected transitions, trumpet breaking in on the flute, and the oboe confounding both. Hence the lot of Mixtus affects me pathetically, notwithstanding that he spends his growing wealth with liberality and manifest enjoyment. To most observers, he appears to be simply one of the fortunate and also sharp commercial men who began with meaning to be rich, and have become what they meant to be, a man never taken to be well-born, but surprisingly better informed than the well-born usually are, and distinguished among ordinary commercial magnates by a personal kindness, which prompts him not only to help the suffering in a material way through his wealth, but also by direct ministration of his own, yet with all this diffusing, as it were, the odor of a man delightedly conscious of his wealth as an equivalent for the other social distinctions of rank and intellect, which he can thus admire without envying. Hardly one among those superficial observers can suspect that he aims, or has ever aimed at being a writer. Still less can they imagine that his mind is often moved by strong currents of regret and of the most unworldly sympathies from the memories of a youthful time, when his chosen associates were men and women whose only distinction was a religious, a philanthropic, or an intellectual enthusiasm, when the lady on whose words his attention most hung was a writer of minor religious literature, when he was a visitor and exhorter of the poor in the alleys of a great provincial town, and when he attended the lectures given specially to young men by Mr. Apollos, the eloquent congregational preacher, who had studied in Germany and had liberal advanced views, then far beyond the ordinary teaching of his sect at that time. Mixtus thought himself a young man of socially reforming ideas of religious principles and religious yearnings. It was within his prospects also to be rich, but he looked forward to a use of his riches chiefly for reforming and religious purposes. His opinions were of a strongly democratic stamp, except that even then, belonging to the class of employers, he was opposed to all demands in the employed that would restrict the expansiveness of trade. He was the most democratic in relation to the unreasonable privileges of the aristocracy and landed interest, and he had also a religious sense of brotherhood with the poor altogether. He was a sincerely benevolent young man, interested in ideas, and renouncing personal ease for the sake of study, religious communion, and good works. If you had known him, then you would have expected him to marry a highly serious and perhaps literary woman, sharing his benevolent and religious habits, and likely to encourage his studiessa woman, who, along with himself, would play a distinguished part in one of the most enlightened religious circles of a great provincial capital. How is it that Mixtus finds himself in a London mansion, and in society totally unlike that which made the ideal of his younger years? And whom did he marry? Why, he married Scintilla, who fascinated him, as she had fascinated others by her prettiness, her liveliness, and her music. It is a common enough case, that of a man being suddenly captivated by a woman, nearly the opposite of his ideal, or if not wholly captivated, at least effectively captured, by a combination of circumstances, along with an unwarily manifested inclination, which might otherwise have been transient. Mixtus was captivated, and then captured on the worldly side of his disposition, which had been always growing and flourishing side by side with his philanthropic and religious tastes. He had ability in business, and he had early meant to be rich. Also, he was getting rich, and the taste for such success was naturally growing with the pleasure of rewarded exertion. It was during a business sojourn in London that he met Scintilla, who, though without fortune, associated with families of Greek merchants, living in a style of splendor, and with artists patronized by such wealthy entertainers. Mixtus, on this occasion, became familiar with a world in which wealth seemed the key to a more brilliant sort of dominance than that of a religious patron in the provincial circles of Roman 10, Would it not be possible to unite the two kinds of sway? A man bent on the most useful ends might with a fortune large enough make morality magnificent and recommend religious principle, by showing it in combination with the best kind of house, and the most liberal of tables, also with a wife, whose graces, wit, and accomplishments gave a finish sometimes lacking even to establishments got up with that unhesitating worldliness, to which high cost is a sufficient reason enough. Mixtus married Scintilla. Now this lively lady knew nothing of nonconformists, except that they were unfashionable. She did not distinguish one conventicle from another, and Mr. Apollos, with his enlightened interpretations, seemed to her as heavy a bore, if not quite so ridiculous, as Mr. Johns could have been with his solemn twang at the Baptist chapel in the lowest suburbs, or as a local preacher among the Methodists in general people, who appeared seriously to believe in any sort of doctrine, whether religious, social, or philosophical, seemed rather absurd to Scintilla 10-1. These theoretic people, pronounced oddly, had some reason or other for saying that the most agreeable things were wrong, wore objectionable clothes, and wanted you to subscribe to something. They were probably ignorant of art and music, did not understand badinage, and in fact could talk of nothing amusing. In Scintilla's eyes the majority of persons were ridiculous and deplorably wanting in that keen perception of what was good taste, with which she herself was blessed by nature and education. But the people understood to be religious, or otherwise theoretic, were the most ridiculous of all, without being proportionately amusing and invitable. Did Mixtus not discover this view of Scintilla's before their marriage, or did he allow her to remain in ignorance of habits and opinions, which had made half the occupation of his youth? When a man is inclined to marry a particular woman, and has made any committal of himself, this woman's opinions, however different from his own, are readily regarded as part of her pretty ways, especially if they are merely negative, as for example, that she does not insist on the Trinity, or on the rightfulness or expediency of church rates, but simply regards her lover's troubling himself in disputation on these heads as stuff and nonsense. The man feels his own superior strength, and is sure that marriage will make no difference to him on the subjects about which he is in earnest, and to laugh at men's affairs is a woman's privilege tending to enliven the domestic hearth. If Scintilla had no liking for the best sort of nonconformity, she was without any troublesome bias towards episcopacy, Anglicanism, and early sacraments, and was quite contented not to go to church. As to Scintilla's acquaintance with her lover's tastes on these subjects, she was equally convinced on her side that a husband's queer ways, while he was a bachelor, would be easily laughed out of him. When he had married an adroit woman, Mixtus, she felt, was an excellent creature, quite likable, who was getting rich, and Scintilla meant to have all the advantages of a rich man's wife. She was not in the least a wicked woman. She was simply a pretty animal of the ape kind, with an aptitude for certain accomplishments, which education had made the most of. But we have seen what has been the result to poor Mixtus. He has become richer even than he dreamed of being, has a little palace in London, and entertains with splendor the half-aristocratic professional and artistic society, which he is proud to think select. This society regards him as a clever fellow in his particular branch, seeing that he has become a considerable capitalist, and as a man desirable to have on the list of one's acquaintance. But from every other point of view, Mixtus finds himself personally submerged. What he happens to think is not felt by his esteemed guests to be of any consequence, and what he used to think with the ardor of conviction, he now hardly ever expresses. He is transplanted, and the sap within him has long been diverted into other than the old lines of vigorous growth. How could he speak to the artist Crespi, or to Sir Hong Kong Bantam, about the enlarged doctrine of Mr. Apollos? How could he mention to them his former efforts towards evangelizing the inhabitants of the Roman 10 alleys, and his references to his historical and geographical studies towards a survey of possible markets for English products, are received with an air of ironical suspicion by many of his political friends, who take his pretension to give advice concerning the Amazon, the Euphrates, and the Niger as equivalent to the courier's wide views on the applicability of leather. He can only make a figure through his genial hospitality. It is in vain that he buys the best pictures and statues of the best artists. Nobody will call him a judge in art if his pictures and statues are well chosen. It is generally thought that Scintilla told him what to buy, and yet Scintilla in other connections is spoken of as having only a superficial and often questionable taste. Mixtus, it is decided, is a good fellow, not ignorantno, really having a good deal of knowledge as well as sense, but not easy to classify otherwise, then as a rich man, he has consequently become a little uncertain as to his own point of view, and in his most unreserved moments of friendly intercourse, even when speaking to listeners, whom he thinks likely to sympathize with the earlier part of his career, he presents himself in all his various aspects, and feels himself in turn what he has been, what he is, and what others take him to be. For this last status is what we must all more or less, except he will recover with some glow of enthusiasm, the vision of his old associates, the particular limit he was once accustomed to trace of freedom in religious speculation, and his old ideal of a worthy life. But he will presently pass to the argument that money is the only means by which you can get what is best worth having in the world, and will arrive at the exclamation, "Give me money," with the tone and gesture of a man who both feels and knows. Then, if one of his audience not having money remarks that a man may have made up his mind to do without money because he prefers something else, Mixtus is with him, immediately cordially concurring in the supreme value of mind and genius, which indeed make his own chief delight, in that he is able to entertain the admirable possessors of these attributes at his own table, though not himself reckoned among them. Yet he will proceed to observe there was a time when he sacrificed his sleep to study, and even now, amid the press of business, he from time to time thinks of taking up the manuscripts which he hopes some day to complete, and is always increasing his collection of valuable works bearing on his favorite topics. And it is true that he has read much in certain directions, and can remember what he has read. He knows the history and theories of colonization, and the social condition of countries that do not at present consume a sufficiently large share of our products and manufactures. He continues his early habit of regarding the spread of Christianity as a great result of our commercial intercourse with black, brown, and yellow populations. But this is an idea not spoken of in the sort of fashionable society that Scintilla collects round her husband's table, and Mixtus, now philosophically, reflects that the cause must come before the effect, and that the thing to be directly striven for is the commercial intercourse, not excluding a little war if that also should prove needful. As a pioneer of Christianity, he has long been wont to feel bashful about his former religion, as if it were an old attachment having consequences which he did not abandon, but kept in decent privacy, his avowed objects and actual position being incompatible with their public acknowledgement. There is the same kind of fluctuation in his aspect towards social questions and duties. He has not lost the kindness that used to make him a benefactor and succorer of the needy, and he is still liberal in helping forward the clever and industrious. But in his active superintendence of commercial undertakings, he has contracted more and more of the bitterness which capitalists and employers often feel to be a reasonable mood towards obstructive proletaries. Hence many who have occasionally met him when trade questions were being discussed conclude him to be indistinguishable from the ordinary run of moneyed and money-getting men. Indeed, hardly any of his acquaintances know what Mixtus really is considered, as a whole, nor does Mixtus himself know it. Roman 10. Debasing the moral currency. Il ne faut pas mettre un ridicule au il, ny en point cest, si gater legaut cest corrompre son jugement, et celui des autres, mais le ridicule qui est quelque part, il faut l'ivoir l'entirer avec grâce, et d'une manière qui plaise et qui instruise. I am fond of quoting this passage from La Brière, because the subject is one where I like to show a Frenchman on my side, to save my sentiments from being set down to my peculiar dullness and deficient sense of the ludicrous, and also that they may profit by that enhancement of ideas, when presented in a foreign tongue, that glamour of unfamiliarity, conferring a dignity on the foreign names of very common things, of which even a philosopher like Dugald Stewart confesses the influence. I remember hearing a fervid woman attempt to recite in English the narrative of a begging Frenchman, who described the violent death of his father in the July days. The narrative had impressed her through the mists of her flushed anxiety to understand it as something quite grandly pathetic, but finding the facts turn out meager, and her audience cold, she broke off saying it sounded so much finer in French. I vous le sang de mon père, and so on. I wish I could repeat it in French. This was a pardonable allusion in an old-fashioned lady who had not received the polyglot education of the present day. But I observe that even now much nonsense and bad taste win admiring acceptance solely by virtue of the French language, and one may fairly desire that what seems a just discrimination should profit by the fashionable prejudice in favor of La Brière's idiom. but I wish he had added that the habit of dragging the ludicrous into topics, where the chief interest is of a different or even opposite kind, is a sign not of endowment, but of deficiency. The art of spoiling is within reach of the dullest faculty. The coarsest clown with a hammer in his hand might chip the nose off every statue and bust in the Vatican, and stand grinning at the effect of his work. Because wit is an exquisite product of high powers, we're not therefore forced to admit the sadly confused inference of the monotonous jester that he is, establishing his superiority over every less facetious person, and over every topic on which he is ignorant or insensible by being uneasy, until he has distorted it in the small cracked mirror, which he carries about with him as a joking apparatus. Some high authority is needed to give many worthy and timid persons the freedom of muscular repose under the growing demand on them to laugh when they have no other reason than the peril of being taken for dullards, still more, to inspire them with the courage to say that they object to the theatrical spoiling for themselves and their children of all affecting themes, all the grander deeds and aims of men, by burlesque associations, adapted to the taste of rich fishmongers in the stalls, and their assistants in the gallery. The English people in the present generation are falsely reputed to know Shakespeare, as by some innocent persons the Florentine mule-drivers are believed to have known the Divina Commedia, not perhaps excluding all the subtle discourses in the Purgatorio and Paradiso, but there seems a clear prospect that in the coming generation he will be known to them through burlesques, and that his plays will find a new life as pantomimes. A bottle-nosed Lear will come on with a monstrous corpulence, from which he will frantically dance himself free during the midnight storm. Rosalind and Celia will join in a grotesque ballet with shepherds and shepherdesses. Ophelia in Fleshings and a voluminous brevity of Grenadine will dance through the mad scene, finishing with the famous attitude of the scissors in the arms of Laertes. And all the speeches in Hamlet will be so ingeniously parodied that the originals will be reduced to a mere memoria technica of the improver's pun's premonitory signs of a hideous millennium, in which the lion will have to lie down with the lascivious monkeys, whom, if we may trust Pliny, his soul naturally abhors. I have been amazed to find that some artists whose own works have the ideal stamp are quite insensible to the damaging tendency of the burlesquing spirit, which ranges to and fro, and up and down on the earth, seeing no reason, except a precarious censorship, why it should not appropriate every sacred, heroic, and pathetic theme, which serves to make up the treasure of human admiration, hope, and love. One would have thought that their own half-despairing efforts to invest in worthy outward shape the vague, inward impressions of sublimity, and the consciousness of an implicit ideal in the commonest scenes might have made them susceptible of some disgust or alarm at a species of burlesque, which is likely to render their compositions no better than a dissolving view where every noble form is seen melting into its preposterous caricature. It used to be imagined of the unhappy medieval Jews that they parodied Calvary by crucifying dogs. If they had been guilty, they would at least have had the excuse of the hatred and rage begotten by persecution. Are we on the way to a parody which shall have no other excuse than the reckless search after fodder for degraded appetites, after the pay to be earned by pasturing Circe's herd, where they may defile every monument of that growing life, which should have kept them human? The world seems to me well supplied with what is genuinely ridiculous. Wit and humor may play as harmlessly or beneficently round the changing facets of egoism, absurdity, and vice, as the sunshine over the rippling sea or the dewy meadows. Why should we make our delicious sense of the ludicrous with its invigorating shocks of laughter and its irrepressible smiles, which are the outglow of an inward radiation as gentle and cheering as the warmth of morning, flourish like a brigand on the robbery of our mental welfare? Let it take its exercise as a madman might if allowed a free nightly promenade by drawing the populace with bonfires which leave some venerable structure a blackened ruin, or send a scorching smoke across the portraits of the past, at which we once looked with a loving recognition of fellowship, and disfigure them into butts of mockery. Worse, use it to degrade the healthy appetites and affections of our nature, as they are seen to be degraded in insane patients, whose system all out of joint finds matter for screaming laughter in mere topsy-turvy, makes every passion preposterous or obscene, and turns the hard-won order of life into a second chaos, hideous enough to make one wail that the first was ever thrilled with light. This is what I call debasing the moral currency, lowering the value of every inspiring fact and tradition, so that it will command less and less of the spiritual products, the generous motives, which sustain the charm and elevation of our social existence. something besides bread by which man saves his soul, alive the breadwinner of the family, may demand more and more coppery shillings, or assignats or greenbacks for his day's work, and so get the needful quantum of food. But let that moral currency be emptied of its value, let a greedy buffoonery debase all historic beauty, majesty, and pathos, and the more you heap up the desecrated symbols, the greater will be the lack of the ennobling emotions which subdue the tyranny of suffering, and make ambition one with social virtue. And yet it seems parents will put into the hands of their children ridiculous parodies, perhaps, with more ridiculous illustrations of the poems, which stirred their own tenderness or filial piety, and carry them to make their first acquaintance with great men, great works, or solemn crises, through the medium of some miscellaneous burlesque, which with its idiotic puns and farcical attitudes will remain among their primary associations, and reduce them throughout their time of studious preparation for life to the moral imbecility of an inward giggle at what might have stimulated their high emulation, or fed the fountains of compassion, trust, and constancy. One wonders where these parents have deposited that stock of morally educating stimuli, which is to be independent of poetic tradition, and to subsist in spite of the finest images being degraded, and the finest words of genius being poisoned, as with some befooling drug. Will fine wit, will exquisite humor prosper the more through this turning of all things indiscriminately into food for a gluttonous laughter, an idle craving, without sense of flavors, on the contrary, that delightful power which La Brière points toll ridicule, qui est quelque part il faut la voir l'entirer avec grace, et d'une manière, qui plaise et qui instruise depends on a discrimination only compatible with the varied sensibilities, which give sympathetic insight, and with the justice of perception, which is another name for grave knowledge. Such a result is no more to be expected from faculties on the strain to find some small hook, by which they may attach the lowest incongruity to the most momentous subject, than it is to be expected of a sharper watching for gulls in a great political assemblage, that he will notice the blundering logic of partisan speakers, or season his observation with the salt of historical parallels. But after all our psychological teaching, and in the midst of our zeal for education, we are still most of us at the stage of believing that mental powers and habits have somehow, not perhaps in the general statement, but in any particular case, a kind of spiritual glaze against conditions, which we are continually applying to them. We soak our children in habits of contempt and exultant jibing. And yet our confident thought is, Clarissa, one day, said to me, we can always teach them to be reverent in the right place, and doubtless, if she were to take her boys to see a burlesque Socrates with swollen legs dying in the utterance of cockney puns, and were to hang up a sketch of this comic scene among their bedroom prints, she would think this preparation not at all to the prejudice of their emotions, on hearing their tutor read that narrative of the Apology which has been consecrated by the reverent gratitude of ages. This is the impoverishment that threatens our posterity. A new famine, a meager fiend with lewd grin and clumsy hoof, is breathing a moral mildew over the harvest of our human sentiments. These are the most delicate elements of our too easily perishable civilization. And here again, I like to quote a French testimony. Saint Beuve, referring to a time of insurrectionary disturbance, says rien de plus prompt à bâtir quella civilisation dans des crises, comme celle-ci, en perdant trois semaines, le résultat de plusieurs siècles. La civilisation, la vie est une chose apprise, et inventée quand la sache bien inventes, out qui videm excalera per arts les hommes après. Quelques ans de paix oubliant trop, set verait ils arrivent à croire que la culture est chose in ni quelle est la même chose, que la nature la sauvagerie est toujours, la du pas et des quan lâche pied elle recommence. We have been severely enough taught, if we were willing to learn, that our civilization, considered as a splendid material fabric, is helplessly in peril without the spiritual police of sentiments or ideal feelings, and it is this invisible police which we had need as a community strive to maintain in efficient force. How if a dangerous swing were sometimes disguised in a versatile entertainer, devoted to the amusement of mixed audiences. And I confess that sometimes when I see a certain style of young lady, who checks our tender admiration with rouge and henna, and all the blazonry of an extravagant expenditure with slang and bold brusquerie, intended to signify her emancipated view of things, and with cynical mockery, which she mistakes for penetration, I am sorely tempted to hiss out, Petrolius, it is a small matter to have our palaces set aflame compared with the misery of having our sense of a noble womanhood, which is the inspiration of a purifying shame, the promise of life-penetrating affection, stained and blotted out by images of repulsiveness, These things commennot of higher education bued off dull ignorance, fostered into pertness by the greedy vulgarity which reverses Peter's visionary lesson, and learns to call all things common and unclean, it comes of debasing the moral currency. The Corinthians, according to an ancient story, reported by Athenaeus becoming conscious that their trick of laughter at everything, and nothing was making them unfit for the conduct of serious affairs, appealed to the Delphic oracle for some means of cure. The god prescribed a peculiar form of sacrifice, which would be effective if they could carry it through without laughing. They did their best, but the flimsy joke of a boy upset their unaccustomed gravity. And in this way, the oracle taught them that even the gods could not prescribe a quick cure for a long vitiation, or give power and dignity to a people who, in a crisis of the public well-being, were at the mercy of a poor jest. Roman 11, the wasp credited with the honeycomb. No man, I imagine, would object more strongly than Euphorion to communistic principles in relation to material property. But with regard to property and ideas, he entertains such principles willingly, and is disposed to treat the distinction between mine and thine in original authorship as egoistic narrowing. And lo, I have known him indeed insist, at some expense of erudition, on the prior right of an ancient, a medieval, or an 18th-century writer, to be credited with a view or statement lately advanced with some show of originality, and this championship seems to imply a nicety of conscience towards the dead. He is evidently unwilling that his neighbors should get more credit than is due to them, and in this way he appears to recognize a certain proprietorship even in spiritual production. But perhaps it is no real inconsistency that with regard to many instances of modern origination, it is his habit to talk with a Gallic largeness and refer to the universe. He expatiates on the diffusive nature of intellectual products free and all-embracing, as the liberal air on the infinitesimal smallness of individual origination, compared with the massive inheritance of thought, on which every new generation enters on that growing preparation for every epoch, through which certain ideas or modes of view are said to be in the air, and still more metaphorically speaking to be inevitably absorbed, so that everyone may be excused for not knowing how he got them. Above all, he insists on the proper subordination of the irritable self, the mere vehicle of an idea or combination, which being produced by the sum total of the human race, must belong to that multiple entity from the accomplished lecturer or popularizer, who transmits it to the remotest generation of fugians or Hottentots, however indifferent these may be to the superiority of their right above that of the eminently perishable dyspeptic author. One may admit that such considerations carry a profound truth to be even religiously contemplated, and yet object all the more to the mode in which Euphorion seems to apply them. I protest against the use of these majestic conceptions to do the dirty work of unscrupulosity and justify the non-payment of conscious debts, which cannot be defined or enforced by the law, especially since it is observable that the large views as to intellectual property which can apparently reconcile an able person to the use of lately borrowed ideas as if they were his own, when this spoliation is favored by the public darkness, never hinder him from joining in the zealous tribute of recognition and applause to those warriors of truth, whose triumphal arches are seen in the public ways, those conquerors, whose battles and annexations even the carpenters and bricklayers know by name. Surely the acknowledgement of a mental debt, which will not be immediately detected, and may never be asserted, is a case to which the traditional susceptibility to debts of honor would be suitably transferred. There is no massive public opinion that can be expected to tell on these relations of thinkers and investigators, relations to be thoroughly understood and felt only by those who are interested in the life of ideas, and acquainted with their history, to lay false claim to an invention or discovery which has an immediate market value, to vamp up a professedly new book of reference by stealing from the pages of one already produced at the cost of much labor and material, to copy somebody else's poem and send the manuscript to a magazine, or hand it about among friends as an original effusion, to deliver an elegant extract from a known writer as a piece of improvised eloquence. These are the limits within which the dishonest pretense of originality is likely to get hissed or hooted and bring more or less shame on the culprit. It is not necessary to understand the merit of a performance, or even to spell with any comfortable confidence, in order to perceive at once that such pretenses are not respectable. But the difference between these vulgar frauds, these devices of ridiculous jays, whose ill-secured plumes are seen falling off them as they run, and the quiet appropriation of other people's philosophically or scientific ideas, can hardly be held to lie in their moral quality, unless we take impunity as our criterion. The pitiable jays had no presumption in their favor, and foolishly fronted an alert incredulity, but Euphorion, the accomplished theorist, has an audience who expect much of him, and take it as the most natural thing in the world that every unusual view which he presents anonymously should be due solely to his ingenuity. His borrowings are no incongruous feathers awkwardly stuck on. They have an appropriateness which makes them seem an answer to anticipation, like the return phrases of a melody. Certainly one cannot help the ignorant conclusions of polite society, and there are perhaps fashionable persons who, if a speaker has occasion to explain what the occiput is, will consider that he has lately discovered that curiously named portion of the animal frame. One cannot give a genealogical introduction to every long-stirred item of fact or conjecture that may happen to be a revelation for the large class of persons who are understood to judge soundly on a small basis of knowledge. But Euphorion would be very sorry to have it supposed that he is unacquainted with the history of ideas, and sometimes carries even into minutiae the evidence of his exact registration of names in connection with quotable phrases or suggestions. I can therefore only explain the apparent infirmity of his memory in cases of larger conveyance, by supposing that he is accustomed by the very association of largeness to range them at once under those grand laws of the universe, in the light of which mine and thine disappear, and are resolved into everybody's or nobody's, and one man's particular obligations to another melt untraceably into the obligations of the earth to the solar system in general. Euphorion himself, if a particular omission of acknowledgement were brought home to him, would probably take a narrower ground of explanation. It was a lapse of memory, or it did not occur to him as necessary in this case to mention a name, the source being well knowner, since this seems usually to act as a strong reason for mention. He rather abstained from adducing the name, because it might injure the excellent matter advanced, just as an obscure trademark casts discredit on a good commodity, and even on the retailer who has furnished himself from a quarter not likely to be esteemed first-rate. No doubt this last is a genuine and frequent reason for the non-acknowledgement of indebtedness to what one may call impersonal as well as personal sources. Even an American editor of school classics, whose own English could not pass for more than a syntactical shoddy of the cheapest sort, felt it unfavorable to his reputation for sound learning that he should be obliged to the penny cyclopedia, and disguised his references to it under contractions in which us Knoll took the place of the low word penny. Works of this convenient stamp, easily obtained and well nourished with matter, are felt to be like rich but unfashionable relations who are visited and received in privacy, and whose capital is used or inherited without any ostentatious insistence on their names and places of abode. As to memory, it is known that this frail faculty naturally lets drop the facts which are less flattering to our self-levuhin. It does not retain them carefully as subjects not to be approached marshy spots with a warning flag over them, but it is always interesting to bring forward eminent names such as Patricius or Scaliger Euler or Lagrange Bopp or Humboldt to know exactly what has been drawn from them. Is erudition and heightens our own influence, which seems advantageous to mankind, whereas to cite an author whose ideas may pass as higher currency under our own signature can have no object except the contradictory one of throwing the illumination over his figure when it is important to be seen oneself. All these reasons must weigh considerably with those speculative persons who have to ask themselves whether or not universal utilitarianism requires that in the particular instance before them they should injure a man who has been of service to them and rob a fellow workman of the credit which is due to him. After all, however, it must be admitted that hardly any accusation is more difficult to prove and more liable to be false than that of a plagiarism, which is the conscious theft of ideas and deliberate reproduction of them. As original, the arguments on the side of acquittal are obvious and strong, the inevitable coincidences of contemporary thinking and our continual experience of finding notions turning up in our minds without any label on them to tell us whence they came, so that if we are in the habit of expecting much from our own capacity, we accept them at once as a new inspiration. Then, in relation to the elder authors, there is the difficulty first of learning, and then of remembering exactly what has been wrought into the backward tapestry of the world's history, together with the fact that ideas acquired long ago reappear as the sequence of an awakened interest, or a line of inquiry, which is really new in us, whence it is conceivable that if we were ancients, some of us might be offering grateful hecatombs by mistake and proving our honesty in a ruinously expensive manner. On the other hand, the evidence on which plagiarism is concluded is often of a kind which, though much trusted in questions of erudition and historical criticism, is apt to lead us injuriously astray in our daily judgments, especially of the resentful condemnatory sort. How Pythagoras came by his ideas, whether St. Paul was acquainted with all the Greek poets, what Tacitus must have known by hearsay and systematically ignored, are points on which a false persuasion of knowledge is less damaging to justice and charity than an erroneous confidence supported by reasoning fundamentally similar of my neighbor's blameworthy behavior. In a case where I am personally concerned, no premises require closer scrutiny than those which lead to the constantly echoed conclusion, he must have known, or he must have read. I marvel that this facility of belief on the side of knowledge can subsist under the daily demonstration that the easiest of all things to the human mind is not to know, and not to read, to praise, to blame, to shout, grin, or hiss, where others shout, grin, or hiss. These are native tendencies. But to know and to read are artificial hard accomplishments, concerning which the only safe supposition is that as little of them has been done, as the case admits. An author keenly conscious of having written can hardly help imagining his condition of lively interest to be shared by others, just as we are all apt to suppose that the chill or heat we are conscious of must be general, or even to think that our sons and daughters are pet schemes, and our quarreling correspondence are themes to which intelligent persons will listen long without weariness. But if the ardent author happen to be alive to practical teaching, he will soon learn to divide the larger part of the enlightened public into those who have not read him, and think it necessary to tell him so when they meet him in polite society, and those who have equally abstained from reading him, but wish to conceal this negation and speak of his incomparable works, with that trust in testimony which always has its cheering side. Hence it is worse than foolish to entertain silent suspicions of plagiarism, still more to give them voice, when they are founded on a construction of probabilities, which a little more attention to everyday occurrences as a guide in reasoning would show us to be really worthless, considered as proof the length to which one man's memory can go in letting drop associations that are vital to another can hardly find a limit. It is not to be supposed that a person desirous to make an agreeable impression on you would deliberately choose to insist to you with some rhetorical sharpness on an argument which you were the first to elaborate in public. Yet anyone who listens may overhear such instances of obliviousness. You naturally remember your peculiar connection with your acquaintance's judicious views. But why should he? Your fatherhood, which is an intense feeling to you, is only an additional fact of meager interest for him to remember, and a sense of obligation to the particular living fellow-struggler who has helped us in our thinking is not yet a form of memory, the want of which is felt to be disgraceful or derogatory, unless it is taken to be a want of polite instruction, or causes the missing of a cockade on a day of celebration. In our suspicions of plagiarism, we must recognize as the first weighty probability that what we who feel injured remember best is precisely what is least likely to enter lastingly into the memory of our neighbors. But it is fair to maintain that the neighbor who borrows your property loses it for a while, and when it turns up again forgets your connection with it, and counts it his own, shows himself so much the feebler in grasp and rectitude of mind. Some absent persons cannot remember the state of wear in their own hats and umbrellas, and have no mental check to tell them that they have carried home a fellow visitor's more recent purchase. They may be excellent householders, far removed from the suspicion of low devices, but one wishes them a more correct perception, and a more wary sense that a neighbor's umbrella may be newer than their own. True, some persons are so constituted that the very excellence of an idea seems to them a convincing reason that it must be, if not solely yet especially theirs. It fits in so beautifully with their general wisdom, it lies implicitly in so many of their manifested opinions, that if they have not yet expressed it, because of preoccupation, it is clearly a part of their indigenous produce, and is proved by their immediate eloquent promulgation of it to belong more naturally and appropriately to them than to the person who seemed first to have alighted on it, and who sinks in their all-originating consciousness to that low kind of entity. A second cause: this is not lunacy nor pretense, but a genuine state of mind, very effective in practice, and often carrying the public with it, so that the poor Columbus is found to be a very faulty adventurer, and the continent is named. After Amerigo, lighter examples of this instinctive appropriation are constantly met with among brilliant talkers. Aquila is too agreeable and amusing for anyone who is not himself bent on display to be angry at his conversational rapine, his habit of darting down on every morsel of booty that other birds may hold in their beaks, with an innocent air as if it were all intended for his use, and honestly counted on by him as a tribute in kind. Hardly any man, I imagine, can have had less trouble in gathering a showy stock of information than Aquila. On close inquiry, you would probably find that he had not read one epoch-making book of modern times, for he has a career which obliges him to much correspondence and other official work, and he is too fond of being in company to spend his leisure moments in study, but to his quick eye, ear, and tongue a few predatory excursions in conversation where there are instructed persons gradually furnish surprisingly clever modes of statement and allusion on the dominant topic. When he first adopts a subject, he necessarily falls into mistakes, and it is interesting to watch his gradual progress into fuller information and better nourished irony without his ever needing to admit that he has made a blunder or to appear conscious of correction. Suppose, for example, he had incautiously founded some ingenious remarks on a hasty reckoning that 9/13 made 102, and the insignificant bantam, hitherto silent, seemed to spoil the flow of ideas by stating that the product could not be taken as less than 117. Aquila would glide on in the most graceful manner from a repetition of his previous remark to the continuation. All this is on the supposition that 102 were all that could be got out of 9/13, but as all the world knows that 9/13 will yield Roman 100, proceeding straightway into a new train of ingenious consequences, and causing bantam to be regarded by all present as one of those slow persons who take irony for ignorance, and who would warn the weasel to keep awake, how should a smallid, feebly crowing mortal like him be quicker in arithmetic than the keen-faced, forcible Aquila, in whom universal knowledge is easily credible? Looked into closely, the conclusion from a man's profile, voice, and fluency to his certainty in multiplication beyond the 12s seems to show a confused notion of the way in which very common things are connected. But it is on such false correlations that men found half their inferences about each other, and high places of trust may sometimes be held on no better foundation. It is a commonplace that words, writings, measures, and performances in general have qualities assigned them, not by a direct judgment on the performances themselves, but by a presumption of what they are likely to be considering. Who is the performer? We all notice in our neighbors this reference to names as guides in criticism, and all furnish illustrations of it in our own practice for check ourselves. As we will, the first impression from any sort of work must depend on a previous attitude of mind, and this will constantly be determined by the influences of a name, but that our prior confidence or want of confidence in given names is made up of judgments just as hollow as the consequent praise or blame they are taken to warrant, is less commonly perceived, though there is a conspicuous indication of it in the surprise or disappointment, often manifested in the disclosure of an authorship about which everybody has been making wrong guesses. No doubt, if it had been discovered who wrote the vestiges, many an ingenious structure of probabilities would have been spoiled, and some disgust might have been felt for a real author who made comparatively so shabby an appearance of likelihood. It is this foolish trust in prepossessions founded on spurious evidence which makes a medium of encouragement for those who, happening to have the ear of the public, give other people's ideas the advantage of appearing under their own well-received name, while any remonstrance from the real producer becomes an unwelcome disturbance of complacency with each person who has paid complimentary tributes in the wrong place. Hardly any kind of false reasoning is more ludicrous than this on the probabilities of origination. It would be amusing to catechize the guessers as to their exact reasons for thinking their guess likely. Why Hoopoe of John's has fixed on Toucan of Magdalen. Why Shrike attributes its peculiar style to Buzzard, who has not hitherto been known as a writer. Why the fair Columba thinks it must belong to the Reverend Marula, and why they are all alike disturbed in their previous judgment of its value by finding that it really came from Skunk, whom they had either not thought of at all or thought of as belonging to a species excluded by the nature of the case. Clearly, they were all wrong in their notion of the specific conditions, which lay unexpectedly in the small skunk, and in him alone, in spite of his education nobody knows, or in spite of somebody's knowing his uncles and cousins, and in spite of nobody's knowing that he was cleverer than they thought him. Such guesses remind one of a fabulist's imaginary council of animals, assembled to consider what sort of creature had constructed a honeycomb found, and much tasted by Bruin, and other epicures. The speakers all started from the probability that the maker was a bird, because this was the quarter from which a wondrous nest might be expected, for the animals at that time, knowing little of their own history, would have rejected as inconceivable the notion that a nest could be made by a fish. And as to the insects, they were not willingly received in society, and their ways were little known. Several complimentary presumptions were expressed that the honeycomb was due to one or the other admired and popular bird, and there was much fluttering on the part of the nightingale and swallow, neither of whom gave a positive denial, their confusion perhaps extending to their sense of identity. But the owl hissed at this folly, arguing from his particular knowledge that the animal which produced honey must be the muskrat, the wondrous nature of whose secretions required no proof, and in the powerful logical procedure of the owl from musk to honey was but a step. Some disturbance arose hereupon, for the muskrat began to make himself obtrusive, believing in the owl's opinion of his powers, and feeling that he could have produced the honey if he had thought of it, until an experimental butcher bird proposed to anatomize him as a help to decision. The hubbub increased the opponents of the muskrat, inquiring who his ancestors were, until a diversion was created by an able discourse of the macaw on structures generally, which he classified so as to include the honeycomb, entering into so much admirable exposition that there was a prevalent sense of the honeycomb having probably been produced by one who understood it so well. But Bruin, who had probably eaten too much to listen with edification, grumbled in his low kind of language that fine words butter no parsnips, by which he meant to say that there was no new honey forthcoming. Perhaps the audience generally was beginning to tire when the fox entered with his snout dreadfully swollen, and reported that the beneficent originator in question was the wasp, which he had found much smeared with undoubted honey, having applied his nose to it once. Indeed, the able insect, perhaps justifiably irritated at what might seem a sign of skepticism, had stung him with some severity, an infliction Reynard could hardly regret, since the swelling of a snout normally so delicate would corroborate his statement and satisfy the assembly that he had really found the honey-creating genius. Fox's admitted acuteness combined with the visible swelling were taken as undeniable evidence, and the revelation undoubtedly met a general desire for information on a point of interest. Nevertheless, there was a murmur the reverse of delighted, and the feelings of some eminent animals were too strong for them. The orang-outan's jaw dropped so as seriously to impair the vigor of his expression. The edifying pelican screamed and flapped her wings. The owl hissed again. The macaw became loudly incoherent, and the gibbon gave his hysterical laugh, while the hyena, after indulging in a more splenetic guffaw, agitated the question whether it would not be better to hush up the whole affair, instead of giving public recognition to an insect whose produce it was now plain had been much overestimated. But this narrow-spirited motion was negatived by the sweet-toothed majority. A complimentary deputation to the wasp was resolved on, and there was a confident hope that this diplomatic measure would tell on the production of honey. Roman 12. So young. Ganymede was once a girlishly handsome, precocious youth, that one cannot, for any considerable number of years, go on being youthful, girlishly handsome, and precocious seems, on consideration, to be a statement as worthy of credit as the famous syllogistic conclusion. Socrates was mortal, but many circumstances have conspired to keep up in Ganymede the illusion that he is surprisingly young. He was the last born of his family, and from his earliest memory was accustomed to be commended as such to the care of his elder brothers and sisters. He heard his mother speak of him as her youngest darling with a loving pathos in her tone, which naturally suffused his own view of himself, and gave him the habitual consciousness of being at once very young and very interesting. Then the disclosure of his tender years was a constant matter of astonishment to strangers who had had proof of his precocious talents, and the astonishment extended to what is called the world at large, when he produced a comparative estimate of European nations. Before he was well out of his teens, all comers on a first interview told him that he was marvelously young, and some repeated the statement each time they saw him. All critics who wrote about him called attention to the same ground, for wonder his deficiencies and excesses were alike to be accounted for by the flattering fact of his youth, and his youth was the golden background which set off his manihued endowments. Here was already enough to establish a strong association between his sense of identity and his sense of being unusually young. But after this, He devised and founded an ingenious organization for consolidating the literary interests of all the four continents, subsequently including Australasia and Polynesia, he himself presiding in the central office, which thus became a new theater for the constantly repeated situation of an astonished stranger, in the presence of a boldly scheming administrator, found to be remarkably young. If we imagine with due charity the effect on Ganymede, we shall think it greatly to his credit that he continued to feel the necessity of being something more than young, and did not sink by rapid degrees into a parallel of that melancholy. Object a superannuated youthful phenomenon, happily, he had enough of valid active faculty to save him from that tragic fate. He had not exhausted his fountain of eloquent opinion, in his comparative estimate, so as to feel himself like some other juvenile celebrities, the sad survivor of his own manifest destiny, or like one who has risen too early in the morning and finds all the solid day turned into a fatigued afternoon. He has continued to be productive both of schemes and writings, being perhaps helped by the fact that his comparative estimate did not greatly affect the currents of European thought, and left him with the stimulating hope that he had not done his best, but might yet produce what would make his youth more surprising than ever. I saw something of him through his antenews, period, the time of rich chestnut locks parted not by a visible white line, but by a shadowed furrow from which they fell in massive ripples to right, and left in these slim days. He looked the younger for being rather below the middle size, and though at last one perceived him contracting an indefinable air of self-consciousness, a slight exaggeration of the facial movements, the attitudes, the little tricks, and the romance in shirt collars, which must be expected from one who, in spite of his knowledge, was so exceedingly young, it was impossible to say that he was making any great mistake about himself. He was only undergoing one form of a common moral disease, being strongly mirrored for himself, in the remark of others. He was getting to see his real characteristics, as a dramatic part, a type, too, which his doings were always in correspondence owing to my absence on travel, and to other causes. I had lost sight of him for several years. But such a separation between two who have not missed each other seems in this busy century only a pleasant reason when they happen to meet again in some old accustomed haunt, for the one who has stayed at home to be more communicative about himself than he can well be to those who have all along been in his neighborhood. He had married in the interval, and as if to keep up his surprising youthfulness in all relations, he had taken a wife considerably older than himself. It would probably have seemed to him a disturbing inversion of the natural order that anyone very near to him should have been younger than he, except his own children, who, however young, would not necessarily hinder the normal surprise at the youthfulness of their father, and if my glance had revealed my impression on first seeing him again, he might have received a rather disagreeable shock, which was far from my intention. My mind, having retained a very exact image of his former appearance, took note of unmistakable changes, such as a painter would certainly not have made by way of flattering his subject. He had lost his slimness, and that curved solidity which might have adorned a taller man was a rather sarcastic threat to his short figure. The English branch of the Teutonic race does not produce many fat youths, and I have even heard an American lady say that she was much disappointed at the moderate number and size of our fat men, considering their reputation in the United States. Hence a stranger would now have been apt to remark that Ganymede was unusually plump for a distinguished writer, rather than unusually young. But how was he to know this? Many long-standing prepossessions are as hard to be corrected as a long-standing mispronunciation, against which the direct experience of eye and ear is often powerless. And I could perceive that Ganymede's inwrought sense of his surprising youthfulness had been stronger than the superficial reckoning of his years, and the merely optical phenomena of the looking-glass. He now held a post under government, and not only saw, like most subordinate functionaries, how ill everything was managed, but also what were the changes that a high constructive ability would dictate, and in mentioning to me his own speeches and other efforts towards propagating reformatory views in his department, he concluded by changing his tone to a sentimental head voice and saying, "But I am so young, people object to any prominence on my part. I can only get myself heard anonymously, and when some attention has been drawn, the name is sure to creep out. The writer is known to be young, and things are none the forwarder." Well said. Youth seems the only drawback that is sure to diminish you, and I have 7 years less of it than when we last met. Ah, returned Ganymede as lightly as possible, at the same time casting an observant glance over me, as if he were marking the effect of 7 years on a person who had probably begun life with an old look, and even as an infant had given his countenance to that significant doctrine, the transmigration of ancient souls into modern bodies. I left him on that occasion without any melancholy forecast that his illusion would be suddenly or painfully broken up. I saw that he was well victualled and defended against a 10-year siege from ruthless facts, and in the course of time, observation convinced me that his resistance received considerable aid from without. Each of his written productions, as it came out, was still commented on as the work of a very young man, one critic finding that he wanted solidity charitably referred to his youth. As an excuse, another, dazzled by his brilliancy, seemed to regard his youth as so wondrous that all other authors appeared decrepit by comparison, and their style such as might be looked for from gentlemen of the old school. Able pens, according to a familiar metaphor, appeared to shake their heads good-humoredly, implying that Ganymede's crudities were pardonable in one so exceedingly young. Such unanimity amid diversity, which a distant posterity might take for evidence that on the point of age at least there could have been no mistake, was not really more difficult to account for than the prevalence of cotton in our fabrics. Ganymede had been first introduced into the writing world as remarkably young, and it was no exceptional consequence that the first deposit of information about him held its ground against facts, which, however open to observation, were not necessarily thought of. It is not so easy with our rates and taxes, and need for economy in all directions, to cast away an epithet or remark that turns up cheaply, and to go in expensive search after more genuine substitutes. There is high Homeric precedent for keeping fast hold of an epithet under all changes of circumstance, and so the precocious author of the Comparative Estimate heard the echoes repeating young Ganymede, when an illiterate beholder at a railway station would have given him 40 years at least. Besides important elders, sachems of the clubs and public meetings had a genuine opinion of him as young enough to be checked for speech on subjects which they had spoken mistakenly about when he was in his cradle, and then the midway parting of his crisp hair, not common among English committeemen, formed a presumption against the ripeness of his judgment, which nothing but a speedy baldness could have removed. It is but fair to mention all these outward confirmations of Ganymede's illusion, which shows no signs of leaving him. It is true that he no longer hears expressions of surprise at his youthfulness on a first introduction to an admiring reader, but this sort of external evidence has become an unnecessary crutch to his habitual inward persuasion. His manners, his costume, his suppositions of the impression he makes on others have all their former correspondence with the dramatic part of the young genius. As to the incongruity of his contour and other little accidents of physique, he is probably no more aware that they will affect others as incongruities than Armida is conscious how much her rouge provokes our notice of her wrinkles, and causes us to mention sarcastically that motherly age which we should otherwise regard with affectionate reverence. But let us be just enough to admit that there may be old young coxcombs as well as old young coquettes. Roman 13. How we come to give ourselves false testimonials and believe in them. It is my way, when I observe any instance of folly, any queer habit, any absurd illusion, straightway to look for something of the same type in myself, feeling sure that amid all differences there will be a certain correspondence, just as there is more or less correspondence in the natural history, even of continents widely apart, and of islands in opposite zones. No doubt men's minds differ in what we may call their climate or share of solar energy, and a feeling or tendency, which is comparable to a panther, in one, may have no more imposing aspect than that of a weasel in another. Some are like a tropical habitat, in which the very ferns cast a mighty shadow, and the grasses are a dry ocean, in which a hunter may be submerged. Others, like the chilly latitudes, in which your forestry fit elsewhere to prop a mine, is a pretty miniature, suitable for fancy potting. The eccentric man might be typified by the Australian fauna, refuting half our judicious assumptions of what nature allows. Still, whether fate commanded us to thatch our persons among the Eskimos, or to choose the latest thing in tattooing among the Polynesian Isles, our precious guide comparison would teach us in the first place by likeness, and our clue to further knowledge would be resemblance to what we already know. Hence, having a keen interest in the natural history of my inward self, I pursue this plan I have mentioned of using my observation as a clue or lantern, by which I detect small herbage or lurking life, or I take my neighbor in his least becoming tricks or efforts as an opportunity for luminous deduction concerning the figure the human genus makes in the specimen which I myself furnish. Introspection, which starts with the purpose of finding out one's own absurdities, is not likely to be very mischievous, yet of course, it is not free from dangers any more than breathing is, or the other functions that keep us alive and active. To judge of others by oneself is in its most innocent meaning the briefest expression for our only method of knowing mankind, yet we perceive it has come to mean in many cases either the vulgar mistake which reduces every man's value to the very low figure at which the valuer himself happens to stand, or else the amiable illusion of the higher nature, misled by a too generous construction of the lower one, cannot give a recipe for wise judgment. It resembles appropriate muscular action, which is attained by the myriad lessons in nicety of balance and of aim that only practice can give the danger of. The inverse procedure, judging of self by what one observes in others, if it is carried on with much impartiality and keenness of discernment, is that it has a laming effect, enfeebling the energies of indignation and scorn, which are the proper scourges of wrongdoing and meanness, and which should continually feed the wholesome restraining power of public opinion. I respect the horsewhip when applied to the back of cruelty, and think that he who applies it is a more perfect human being, because his outleap of indignation is not checked by a too curious reflection on the nature of guilt. A more perfect human being, because he more completely incorporates the best social life of the race, which can never be constituted by ideas that nullify action. This is the essence of Dante's sentiment. It is painful to think that he applies it very cruelly. E cortesia fu lui esser villano 1. And it is undeniable that a too intense consciousness of one's kinship with all frailties and vices undermines the active heroism which battles against wrong. But certainly nature has taken care that this danger should not at present be very threatening. One could not fairly describe the generality of one's neighbors as too lucidly aware of manifesting in their own persons the weaknesses which they observe in the rest of Her Majesty's subjects. On the contrary, a hasty conclusion as to schemes of providence might lead to the supposition that one man was intended to correct another, by being most intolerant of the ugly quality or trick which he himself possesses. Doubtless philosophers will be able to explain how it must necessarily be so, but pending the full extension of their priori method, which will show that only blockheads could expect anything to be otherwise, it does seem surprising that Heloisa should be disgusted at Laura's attempts to disguise her age, attempts which she recognizes so thoroughly, because they enter into her own practice, that Semper, who often responds at public dinners and proposes resolutions on platforms, though he has a trying gestation of every speech and a bad time for himself and others at every delivery, should yet remark pitilessly on the folly of precisely the same course of action in Ubique, that Aliquis, who lets no attack on himself pass unnoticed, and for every handful of gravel against his windows sends a stone in reply, should deplore the ill-advised retorts of Quispium, who does not perceive that to show oneself angry with an adversary is to gratify him. To be unaware of our own little tricks of manner, or our own mental blemishes and excesses, is a comprehensible unconsciousness. The puzzling fact is that people should apparently take no account of their deliberate actions, and should expect them to be equally ignored by others. It is an inversion of the accepted order there. It is the phrases that are official, and the conduct or privately manifested sentiment that is taken to be real. Here, it seems that the practice is taken to be official and entirely nullified by the verbal representation, which contradicts it. The thief making a vow to heaven of full restitution, and whispering some reservations expecting to cheat omniscience by an aside, is hardly more ludicrous than the many ladies and gentlemen who have more belief and expect others to have it in their own statement about their habitual doings than in the contradictory fact, which is patent in the daylight. One reason of the absurdity is that we are led by a tradition about ourselves, so that long after a man has practically departed from a rule or principle, he continues innocently to state it as a true description of his practice, just as he has a long tradition that he is not an old gentleman, and is startled when he is 70 at overhearing himself called by an epithet which he has only applied to others. 1 Inferno Roman 32. A person with your tendency of constitution should take as little sugar as possible, said Pilulus to Bovis somewhere in the darker decades of this century. It has made a great difference to Aves, since he took my advice in that matter. He used to consume half a pound a day. God bless me, cries Bovis, I take very little sugar myself. 26. Large lumps every day of your life, Mr. Bovis, says his wife. No such thing, exclaims Bovis. You drop them into your tea coffee, and whiskey yourself, my dear, and I count them. Nonsense, laughs Bovis, turning to Pilulus, that they may exchange a glance of mutual amusement at a woman's inaccuracy. But she happened to be right. Bovis had never said inwardly that he would take a large allowance of sugar, and he had the tradition about himself that he was a man of the most moderate habits. Hence, with this conviction, he was naturally disgusted at the saccharine excesses of avies. I have sometimes thought that this facility of men, in believing that they are still what they once meant to Bethai's undisturbed appropriation of a traditional character, which is often but a melancholy relic of early resolutions, like the worn and soiled testimonial to soberness and honesty, carried in the pocket of a tippler, whom the need of a dram has driven into peculation, may sometimes diminish the turpitude of what seems a flat, barefaced falsehood. It is notorious that a man may go on uttering false assertions about his own acts, till he at last believes in them. Is it not possible that sometimes in the very first utterance there may be a shade of creed-reciting belief, a reproduction of a traditional self, which is clung to against all evidence? There is no knowing all the disguises of the lying serpent. When we come to examine in detail what is the sane mind in the sane body, the final test of completeness seems to be a security of distinction between what we have professed, and what we have done, what we have aimed at, and what we have achieved, what we have invented, and what we have witnessed or had evidence to us, what we think and feel in the present, and what we thought and felt in the past. I know that there is a common prejudice which regards the habitual confusion of now and then of it was, and it is of it seemed so, and I should like it to be so, as a mark of high imaginative endowment, while the power of precise statement and description is rated lower as the attitude of an everyday prosaic mind. High imagination is often assigned or claimed as if it were a ready activity in fabricating extravagances, such as are presented by fevered dreams, or as if its possessors were in that state of inability to give credible testimony which would warrant their exclusion from the class of acceptable witnesses in a court of justice, so that a creative genius might fairly be subjected to the disability which some laws have stamped on dicer slaves and other classes whose position was held perverting to their sense of social responsibility. This endowment of mental confusion is often boasted of by persons whose imaginativeness would not otherwise be known, unless it were by the slow process of detecting that their descriptions and narratives were not to be trusted. Callista is always ready to testify of herself that she is an imaginative person, and sometimes adds in illustration that if she had taken a walk and seen an old heap of stones on her way, the account she would give on returning would include many pleasing particulars of her own invention, transforming the simple heap into an interesting castellated ruin. This creative freedom is all very well in the right place, but before I can grant it to be a sign of unusual mental power, I must inquire whether, on being requested to give a precise description of what she saw, she would be able to cast aside her arbitrary combinations and recover the objects she really perceived, so as to make them recognizable by another person who passed the same way. Otherwise, her glorifying imagination is not an addition to the fundamental power of strong discerning perception, but a cheaper substitute. And in fact, I find on listening to Callista's conversation that she has a very lax conception even of common objects, and an equally lax memory of events. It seems of no consequence to her whether she shall say that a stone is overgrown with moss, or with lichen, that a building is of sandstone, or of granite, that Meliboeus once forgot to put on his cravat, or that he always appears without it, that everybody says so, or that one stockbroker's wife said so yesterday, that Philemon praised Euphemia up to the skies, or that he denied knowing any particular evil of her. She is one of those respectable witnesses who would testify to the exact moment of an apparition, because any desirable moment will be as exact as another to her remembrance, or who would be the most worthy to witness the action of spirits on slates and tables, because the action of limbs would not probably arrest her attention. She would describe the surprising phenomena exhibited by the powerful medium with the same freedom that she vaunted in relation to the old heap of stones. Her supposed imaginativeness is simply a very usual lack of discriminating perception, accompanied with a less usual activity of misrepresentation, which, if it had been a little more intense, or had been stimulated by circumstance, might have made her a profuse writer unchecked by the troublesome need of veracity. These characteristics are the very opposite of such as yield a fine imagination, which is always based on a keen vision, a keen consciousness of what is, and carries the store of definite knowledge, as material for the construction of its inward visions. Witness Dante, who is at once the most precise and homely in his reproduction of actual objects, and the most soaringly at large in his imaginative combinations. On a much lower level, we distinguish the hyperbole and rapid development in descriptions of persons and events, which are lit up by humorous intention in the speaker. We distinguish this charming play of intelligence, which resembles musical improvisation on a given motive, where the farthest sweep of curve is looped into relevancy by an instinctive method from the florid inaccuracy or helpless exaggeration, which is really something commoner than the correct simplicity, often depreciated as prosaic. Even if high imagination were to be identified with illusion, there would be the same sort of difference between the imperial wealth of illusion, which is informed by industrious submissive observation, and the trumpery stage-property illusion, which depends on the ill-defined impressions gathered by capricious inclination, as there is between a good and a bad picture of the Last Judgment. In both these the subject is a combination never actually witnessed, and in the good picture the general combination may be of surpassing boldness, but on examination it is seen that the separate elements have been closely studied from real objects, and even where we find the charm of ideal elevation with wrong drawing and fantastic color, the charm is dependent on the selective sensibility of the painter to certain real delicacies of form, which confer the expression he longed to render for a part. From this basis of an effect perceived in common, there could be no conveyance of aesthetic meaning by the painter to the beholder. In this sense, it is as true to say of Fra Angelico's coronation of the Virgin that it has a strain of reality, as to say so of a portrait by Rembrandt, which also has its strain of ideal elevation, due to Rembrandt's virile selective sensibility. To correct such self-litterers as Callista, it is worth repeating that powerful imagination is not false outward vision, but intense inward representation, and a creative energy constantly fed by susceptibility to the veriest minutiae of experience, which it reproduces and constructs in fresh holes. Not the habitual confusion of provable fact with the fictions of fancy and transient inclination, but a breadth of ideal association, which informs every material object, every incidental fact with far-reaching memories and stored residues of passion, bringing into new light the less obvious relations of human existence. The illusion to which it is liable is not that of habitually taking duckponds for lilied pools, but of being more or less transiently, and in varying degrees, so absorbed in ideal vision as to lose the consciousness of surrounding objects or occurrences. And when that rapt condition is past, the sane genius discriminates clearly between what has been given in this parenthetic state of excitement and what he has known and may count on in the ordinary world of experience. Dante seems to have expressed these conditions perfectly in that passage of the Purgatorio, where after a triple vision, which has made him forget his surroundings, he says, Quando l'anima mia torna di fuori, alecos ci son fior di le vir. Io riconabi I mia non falsi erroric. Roman 15. He distinguishes the ideal truth of his entranced vision from the series of external facts to which his consciousness had returned. Isaiah gives us the date of his vision in the 10th year, that King Uzziah died, and if afterwards the mighty-winged seraphim were present with him, as he trod the street he doubtless knew them for images of memory, and did not cry look to the passers-by. Certainly the seer, whether prophet, philosopher, scientific discoverer, or poet, may happen to be rather mad. His powers may have been used up like Don Quixote's in their visionary or theoretic constructions, so that the reports of common sense fail to affect him, or the continuous strain of excitement may have robbed his mind of its elasticity. It is hard for our frail mortality to carry the burthen of greatness with steady gait and full alacrity of perception, but he is the strongest seer who can support the stress of creative energy, and yet keep that sanity of expectation, which consists in distinguishing, as Dante does, between the cos ci son vir outside the individual mind, and the non falsi errori, which are the revelations of true imaginative power. Roman 14. The too ready writer. One who talks too much, hindering the rest of the company from taking their turn, and apparently seeing no reason why they should not rather desire to know his opinion or experience in relation to all subjects, or at least to renounce the discussion of any topic where he can make no figure, has never been praised for this industrious monopoly of work, which others would willingly have shared in. However various and brilliant his talk, maybe we suspect him of impoverishing us by excluding the contributions of other minds, which attract our curiosity the more, because he has shut them up in silence. Besides, we get tired of a manner in conversation, as in painting when one theme after another is treated with the same lines and touches. I begin with a liking for an estimable master, but by the time he has stretched his interpretation of the world unbrokenly along a palatial gallery, I have had what the cautious Scotch mind would call enough of him. There is monotony and narrowness already to spare in my own identity. What comes to me from without should be larger and more impartial than the judgment of any single interpreter on this ground. Even a modest person, without power or will to shine in the conversation, may easily find the predominating talker a nuisance, while those who are full of matter on special topics are continually detecting miserably thin places in the web of that information, which he will not desist from imparting. Nobody that I know of ever proposed a testimonial to a man for thus volunteering the whole expense of the conversation. Why is there a different standard of judgment with regard to a writer who plays much the same part in literature as the excessive talker plays in what is traditionally called conversation? The busy adrastus, whose professional engagements might seem more than enough for the nervous energy of one man, and who yet finds time to print essays on the chief current subjects, from the trilingual inscriptions or the idea of the infinite among the prehistoric lapse to the Colorado beetle and the grape disease in the south of France, is generally praised if not admired for the breadth of his mental range and his gigantic powers of work. Poor Thuron, who has some original ideas on subject to which he has given years of research and meditation, has been waiting anxiously from month to month to see whether his condensed exposition will find a place in the next advertised program, but sees it on the contrary regularly excluded, and twice the space he asked for filled with the copious brew of adrastus, whose name carries custom like a celebrated trademark. Why should the eager haste to tell what he thinks on the shortest notice, as if his opinion were a needed preliminary to discussion, get a man the reputation of being a conceited bore in conversation, when nobody blames the same tendency? If it shows itself in print, the excessive talker can only be in one gathering at a time, and there is the comfort of thinking that everywhere else other fellow citizens who have something to say may get a chance of delivering themselves. But the exorbitant writer can occupy space and spread over it the more or less agreeable flavor of his mind in 4 mediums at once, and on subjects taken from the 4 winds. Such restless and versatile occupants of literary space and time should have lived earlier, when the world wanted summaries of all extant knowledge, and this knowledge being small, there was the more room for commentary and conjecture. They might have played the part of an Isidore of Seville or a Vincent of Beauvais brilliantly, and the willingness to write everything themselves would have been strictly in place in the present day. The busy retailer of other people's knowledge, which he has spoiled in the handling, the restless guesser and commentator, the importunate hawker of undesirable superfluities, the everlasting word compiler, who rises early in the morning to praise what the world has already glorified, or makes himself haggard at night in writing out his dissent from what nobody ever believed, is not simply gratis anhilans multa, agendo nihil agench, is an obstruction like an incompetent architect with too much interest at his back. He obtrudes his ill-considered work where place ought to have been left to better men. Is it out of the question that we should entertain some scruple about mixing our own flavor, as of the too cheap and insistent nutmeg, with that of every great writer, and every great subject especially, when our flavor is all we have to give the matter or knowledge, having been already given by somebody else? What if we were only like the Spanish wineskins, which impress the innocent stranger with the notion that the Spanish grape has naturally a taste of leather? One could wish that even the greatest minds should leave some themes unhandled, or at least leave us no more than a paragraph or 2 on them, to show how well they did in not being more lengthy. Such entertainment of scruple can hardly be expected from the young, but happily their readiness to mirror the universe anew for the rest of mankind is not encouraged by easy publicity in the vivacious Pepin. I have often seen the image of my early youth when it seemed to me astonishing that the philosophers had left so many difficulties unsolved, and that so many great themes had raised no great poet to treat them. I had an elated sense that I should find my brain full of theoretic clues when I looked for them, and that wherever a poet had not done what I expected, it was for want of my insight, not knowing what had been said about the play of Romeo and Juliet. I felt myself capable of writing something original on its blemishes and beauties. In relation to all subjects, I had a joyous consciousness of that ability, which is prior to knowledge, and of only needing to apply myself in order to master any task to conciliate philosophers whose systems were at present, but dimly known to me, to estimate foreign poets whom I had not yet read, to show up mistakes in an historical monograph that roused my interest in an epoch which I had been hitherto ignorant of, when I should once have had time to verify my views of probability by looking into an encyclopedia. So Pepin, save only that he is industrious, while I was idle like the astronomer in Rasselas, I swayed the universe in my consciousness, without making any difference outside me, whereas Pepin, while feeling himself powerful with the stars in their courses, really raises some dust here below. He is no longer in his springtide, but having been always busy, he has been obliged to use his first impressions as if they were deliberate opinions, and to range himself on the corresponding side in ignorance of much that he commits himself to, so that he retains some characteristics of a comparatively tender age, and, among them, a certain surprise that there have not been more persons equal to himself. Perhaps it is unfortunate for him that he early gained a hearing, or at least a place in print, and was thus encouraged in acquiring a fixed habit of writing to the exclusion of any other breadwinning pursuit. He is already to be classed as a general writer, corresponding to the comprehensive wants of the general reader. And with this industry on his hands, it is not enough for him to keep up the ingenuous self-reliance of youth. He finds himself under an obligation to be skilled in various methods of seeming to know, and having habitually expressed himself, before he was convinced his interest in all subjects is chiefly to ascertain that he has not made a mistake, and to feel his infallibility confirmed, that impulse to decide, that vague sense of being able to achieve the unattempted, that dream of aerial unlimited movement, at will, without feet or wings, which were once but the joyous mounting of young sap, are already taking shape as unalterable woody fiber. The impulse has hardened into style and into a pattern of peremptory sentences. The sense of ability in the presence of other men's failures is turning into the official arrogance of one who habitually issues directions, which he has never himself been called on to execute. The dreamy buoyancy of the stripling has taken on a fatal sort of reality in written pretensions, which carry consequences. He is on the way to become like the loud-buzzing, bouncing bombus, who combines conceited illusions enough to supply several patients in a lunatic asylum with the freedom to show himself at large in various forms of print. If one who takes himself for the telegraphic center of all American wires is to be confined as unfit to transact affairs, what shall we say to the man who believes himself in possession of the unexpressed motives and designs dwelling in the breasts of all sovereigns and all politicians? And I grieve to think that poor Pepin, though less political, may by and be manifest a persuasion hardly more sane, for he is beginning to explain people's writing by what he does not know about them yet. He was once at the comparatively innocent stage, which I have confessed to be that of my own early astonishment at my powerful originality, and copying the just humility of the old Puritan, I may say, but for the grace of discouragement, this coxcombry might have been mine. Pepin made for himself a necessity of writing and getting printed before he had considered whether he had the knowledge or belief that would furnish eligible matter. At first perhaps the necessity galled him a little, but it is now as easily borne, nay, is as irrepressible a habit as the outpouring of inconsiderate talk. He is gradually being condemned to have no genuine impressions, no direct consciousness of enjoyment, or the reverse from the quality of what is before him. His perceptions are continually arranging themselves in form suitable to a printed judgment, and hence they will often turn out to be as much to the purpose if they are written without any direct contemplation of the object, and are guided by a few external conditions, which serve to classify it for him. In this way, he is irrevocably losing the faculty of accurate mental vision, having bound himself to express judgments, which will satisfy some other demands than that of veracity. He has blunted his perceptions by continual preoccupation. We cannot command veracity at will. The power of seeing and reporting truly is a form of health that has to be delicately guarded. And as an ancient rabbi has solemnly said, the penalty of untruth is untruth. But Pepin is only a mild example of the fact that incessant writing with a view to printing carries internal consequences, which have often the nature of disease, and however unpractical it may be held to consider whether we have anything to print which it is good for the world to read, or which has not been better said, before it will perhaps be allowed to be worth considering what effect the printing may have on ourselves. Clearly, there is a sort of writing which helps to keep the writer in a ridiculously contented ignorance, raising in him, continually, the sense of having delivered himself effectively, so that the acquirement of more thorough knowledge seems as superfluous as the purchase of costume for a past occasion. He has invested his vanity, perhaps his hope of income, in his own shallownesses and mistakes, and must desire their prosperity like the professional prophet. He learns to be glad of the harm that keeps up his credit, and to be sorry for the good that contradicts him. It is hard enough for any of us, amid the changing winds of fortune and the hurly-burly of events, to keep quite clear of a gladness which is another's calamity, but one may choose not to enter on a course which will turn such gladness into a fixed habit of mind, committing ourselves to be continually pleased that others should appear to be wrong in order that we may have the air of being right. In some cases, perhaps it might be urged that Pepin has remained the more self-contented, because he has not written everything he believed himself capable of. He once asked me to read a sort of program of the species of romance, which he should think it worthwhile to write, a species which he contrasted in strong terms with the productions of illustrious but overrated authors in this branch. Pepin's romance was to present the splendors of the Roman Empire at the culmination of its grandeur, when decadence was spiritually, but not visibly imminent. It was to show the workings of human passion in the most pregnant and exalted of human circumstances, the designs of statesmen, the interfusion of philosophies, the rural relaxation and converse of immortal poets, the majestic triumphs of warriors, the mingling of the quaint and sublime in religious ceremony, the gorgeous delirium of gladiatorial shows, and under all the secretly working leaven of Christianity. Such a romance would not call the attention of society to the dialect of stable-boys, the low habits of rustics, the vulgarity of small schoolmasters, the manners of men in livery, or to any other form of uneducated talk and sentiments. Its characters would have virtues and vices alike on the grand scale, and would express themselves in an English representing the discourse of the most powerful minds in the best Latin, or possibly Greek, when there occurred a scene with a Greek philosopher on a visit to Rome, or resident there. As a teacher in this way, Pepin would do in fiction what had never been done before, something not at all like Rienzi or Notre Dame de Paris, or any other attempt of that kind, but something at once more penetrating, and more magnificent, more passionate, and more philosophical, more panoramic, yet more select, something that would present a conception of a gigantic period, in short, something truly Roman and world historical. When Pepin gave me this program to read, he was much younger than at present. Some slight success in another vein diverted him from the production of panoramic and select romance, and the experience of not having tried to carry out his program has naturally made him more biting and sarcastic on the failures of those who have actually written romances without apparently having had a glimpse of a conception equal to his. Indeed, I am often comparing his rather touchingly inflated naivete as of a small young person walking on tiptoe, while he is talking of elevated things at the time when he felt himself the author of that unwritten romance, with his present epigrammatic curtness and affectation of power kept strictly in reserve. His paragraphs now seem to have a bitter smile in them, from the consciousness of a mind too penetrating to accept any other man's ideas, and too equally competent in all directions to seclude his power in any one form of creation, but rather fitted to hang over them all as a lamp of guidance to the stumblers below. You perceive how proud he is of not being indebted to any writer. Even with the dead, he is on the creditor's side, for he is doing them the service of letting the world know what they meant better than those poor pre-Pepinians themselves had any means of doing, and he treats the mighty shades very cavalierly. Is this fellow citizen of ours, considered simply in the light of a baptized Christian and tax-paying Englishman, really as madly conceited, as empty of reverential feeling, as unveracious and careless of justice, as full of catchpenny devices and stagey attitudinizing, as on examination his writing shows itself to be? By no means. He has arrived at his present pass in the literary calling through the self-imposed obligation to give himself a manner which would convey the impression of superior knowledge and ability. He is much worthier and more admirable than his written productions, because the moral aspects exhibited in his writing are felt to be ridiculous or disgraceful in the personal relations of life. In blaming Pepin's writing, we are accusing the public conscience, which is so lax and ill-informed on the momentous bearings of authorship, that it sanctions the total absence of scruple in undertaking and prosecuting what should be the best warranted of vocations. Hence I still accept friendly relations with Pepin, for he has much private amiability, and though he probably thinks of me as a man of slender talents without rapidity of coup d'oeil, and with no compensatory penetration, he meets me very cordially, and would not, I am sure, willingly pain me in conversation, by crudely declaring his low estimate of my capacity, yet I have often known him to insult my betters and contribute, perhaps unreflectingly, to encourage injurious conceptions of them, but that was done in the course of his professional writing. And the public conscience still leaves such writing nearly on the level of the Merry Andrew's dress, which permits an impudent deportment and extraordinary gambols to one who in his ordinary clothing shows himself the decent father of a family. Roman 15 diseases of small authorship. Particular callings, it is known, encourage particular diseases. There is a painter's colic, the Sheffield grinder falls a victim to the inhalation of steel dust. Clergymen so often have a certain kind of sore throat, that this otherwise secular ailment gets named after them. And perhaps if we were to inquire, we should find a similar relation between certain moral ailments and these various occupations, though here, in the case of clergymen, there would be specific differences. The poor curate, equally with the rector, is liable to clergyman's sore throat, but he would probably be found free from the chronic moral ailments encouraged by the possession of glebe, and those higher chances of preferment, which follow on having a good position already. On the other hand, the poor curate might have severe attacks of calculating expectancy concerning parishioners' turkeys, cheeses, and fat geese, or of uneasy rivalry for the donations of clerical charities. Authors are so miscellaneous a class that their personified diseases, physical and moral, might include the whole procession of human disorders led by dyspepsia and ending in madness. Awful dumb show of a world historic tragedy take a large enough area of human life, and all comedy melts into tragedy like the fool's part by the side of Lear. The chief scenes get filled with erring heroes, guileful usurpers, persecuted discoverers, dying deliverers. Everywhere the protagonist has a part pregnant with doom, the comedy sinks to an accessory, and if there are loud laughs, they seem a convulsive transition from sobs, or if the comedy is touched with a gentle lovingness, the panoramic scene is one where sadness is a kind of mirth, so mingled as if mirth did make us sad, and sadness merry too. Two noble kinsmen. But I did not set out on the wide survey that would carry me into tragedy, and in fact had nothing more serious in my mind than certain small chronic ailments that come of small authorship. I was thinking principally of Vorticella, who flourished in my youth not only as a portly lady walking in silk attire but also as the authoress of a book entitled The Channel Islands with Notes, and an appendix. I would by no means make it a reproach to her that she wrote no more than one book. On the contrary, her stopping there seems to me a laudable example. What one would have wished after experience was that she had refrained from producing even that single volume, and thus from giving her self-importance a troublesome kind of double incorporation, which became oppressive to her acquaintances, and set up in herself one of those slight chronic forms of disease to which I have just referred. She lived in the considerable provincial town of Pumpiter, which had its own newspaper press with the usual divisions of political partisanship and the usual varieties of literary criticism, the florid and elusive, the staccato and peremptory, the clairvoyant and prophetic, the safe and pattern-phrased, or what one might call the Manialonde style. Vorticella, being the wife of an important townsman, had naturally the satisfaction of seeing the Channel Islands reviewed by all the organs of Pumpiter opinion, and their articles or paragraphs held as naturally the opening pages in the elegantly bound album prepared by her for the reception of critical opinions. This ornamental volume lay on a special table in her drawing-room close to the still more gorgeously bound work of which it was the significant effect, and every guest was allowed the privilege of reading what had been said of the authoress and her work in the Pumpiter Gazette and Literary Watchman, the Pumpshire Post, the Church Clock, the Independent Monitor, and the lively but judicious publication known as the Medley Pie, to be followed up, if he chose, by the instructive perusal of the strikingly confirmatory judgments, sometimes concurrent in the very phrases of journals from the most distant counties, as the Latchgate Argus, the Penley Universe, the Cockaliki Advertiser, the Goodwin Sands Opinion, and the Land's End Times. I had friends in Pumpiter, and occasionally paid a long visit there when I called on Vorticella, who had a cousinship with my hosts. She had to excuse herself, because a message claimed her attention for 8 or 10 minutes, and handing me the album of critical opinions, said with a certain emphasis, which considering my youth was highly complimentary, that she would really like me to read what I should find there. This seemed a permissive politeness, which I could not feel to be an oppression, and I ran my eyes over the dozen pages each with a strip or eyelet of newspaper, in the center with that freedom of mind in my case, meaning freedom to forget, which would be a perilous way of preparing for examination. This ad libitum perusal had its interest for me, the private truth being that I had not read the Channel Islands. I was amazed at the variety of matter which the volume must contain to have impressed these different judges, with the writer's surpassing capacity to handle almost all branches of inquiry and all forms of presentation in Jersey. She had shown herself an historian in Guernsey, a poetess in Alderney, a political economist, and in Sark, a humorist. There were sketches of character scattered through the pages which might put our fictionists to the blush. The style was eloquent and racy, studded with gems of felicitous remark, and the moral spirit throughout was so superior that, said one, the recording angel, who is not supposed to take account of literature, as such would assuredly set down the work as a deed of religion. The force of this eulogy on the part of several reviewers was much heightened by the incidental evidence of their fastidious and severe taste, which seemed to suffer considerably from the imperfections of our chief writers. Even the dead and canonized one afflicted them with the smell of oil, another lacked erudition, and attempted, though vainly, to dazzle them with trivial conceits. One wanted to be more philosophical than nature had made him, another, in attempting to be comic, produced the melancholy effect of a half-starved Merry Andrew, while one and all, from the author of the Areopagitica downwards, had faults of style, which must have made an able hand in the Latchgate Argus shake the maniglanced head belonging thereto, with a smile of compassionate disapproval. Not so the authoress of the Channel Islands. Vorticella and Shaxper were allowed to be faultless. I gathered that no blemishes were observable in the work of this accomplished writer, and the repeated information that she was second to none seemed, after the superfluous, her thick octavanus appendix, and all was unflagging from beginning to end. And the Land's End Times, using a rather dangerous rhetorical figure, recommended you not to take up the volume unless you had leisure to finish it at a sitting. It had given one writer more pleasure than he had had for many a long day, a sentence which had a melancholy resonance, suggesting a life of studious languor, such as all previous achievements of the human mind failed to stimulate into enjoyment. I think the collection of critical opinions wound up with this sentence, and I had turned back to look at the lithographed sketch of the authoress, which fronted the first page of the album, when the fair original re-entered, and I laid down the volume on its appropriate table. "Well, what do you think of them?" said Vorticella, with an emphasis which had some significance unperceived by me. "I know. You are a great student. Give me your opinion of these opinions." "They must be very gratifying to you," I answered with a little confusion, for I perceived that I might easily mistake my footing, and I began to have a presentiment of an examination for which I was by no means crammed. "On the whole," I said Vorticella in a tone of concession, "a few of the notices are written with some pains, but not one of them has really grappled with the chief idea in the appendix. I don't know whether you have studied political economy, but you saw what I said on page 398 about the Jersey fisheries. I confess it with the mean hope that this movement in the nape of my neck would be taken as sufficient proof that I had read, marked, and learned. I do not forgive myself for this pantomimic falsehood, but I was young and morally timorous, and Vorticella's personality had an effect on me something like that of a powerful mesmerizer, when he directs all his 10 fingers towards your eyes as unpleasantly visible ducts for the invisible stream. I felt a great power of contempt in her, if I did not come up to her expectations. "Well," she resumed, "you observe that not one of them has taken up that argument, but I hope I convinced you about the dragnets." Here was a judgment on me. Orientally speaking, I had lifted up my foot on the steep descent of falsity, and was compelled to set it down on a lower level. "I should think you must be right," said I, inwardly resolving that on the next topic I would tell the truth. "I know that I am right," said Vorticella. "The fact is that no critic in this town is fit to meddle with such subjects, unless it be Volvox, and he, with all his command of language, is very superficial. It is Volvox who writes in the Monitor. I hope you noticed how he contradicts himself." My resolution, helped by the equivalence of dangers, stoutly prevailed, and I said no. "No, I am surprised he is the only one who finds fault with me. He is a dissenter. You know the Monitor is the dissenter's organ. but my husband has been so useful to them in municipal affairs that they would not venture to run my book down. They feel obliged to tell the truth about me. Still Volvox betrays himself after praising me for my penetration and accuracy. He presently says, I have allowed myself to be imposed upon, and have let my active imagination run away with me. That is like his dissenting impertinence. Active my imagination, maybe, but I have it under control. Little Vibrio, who writes the playful notice in the Medley Pie, has a clever hit at Volvox in that passage about the steeplechase of imagination, where the loser wants to make it appear that the winner was only run away with. But if you did not notice Volvox's self-contradiction, you would not see the point, added Vorticella, with rather a chilling intonation. Or perhaps you did not read the Medley Pie notice. That is a pity. Do take up the book again. Vibrio is a poor little tippling creature, but as Mr. Carlyle would say, he has an eye, and he is always lively. I did take up the book again, and read as demanded. It is very ingenious, said I, really appreciating the difficulty of being lively in this connection. It seemed even more wonderful than that a Vibrio should have an eye. You are probably surprised to see no notices from the London press, said Vorticella. I have one, a very remarkable one, but I reserve it until the others have spoken, and then I shall introduce it to wind up. I shall have them reprinted, of course, and inserted in future copies. This from the Candelabrum is only 8 lines in length, but full of venom. It calls my style dull and pompous. I think that will tell its own tale placed after the other critiques. People's impressions are so different, said Roman. 1. Some persons find Don Quixote dull. Yes, said Vorticella in emphatic chest tones. Dullness is a matter of opinion, but pompous that I never was and never could be. Perhaps he means that my matter is too important for his taste, and I have no objection to that. I did not intend to be trivial. I should just like to read you that passage about the dragnets, because I could make it clearer to you. A second less ornamental copy was at her elbow, and was already opened, when to my great relief another guest was announced, and I was able to take my leave, without seeming to run away from the Channel Islands, though not without being compelled to carry with me the loan of the marked copy, which I was to find advantageous in a reperusal of the appendix, and was only requested to return before my departure from Pumpiter. Looking into the volume now with some curiosity, I found it a very ordinary combination of the commonplace and ambitious, one of those books which one might imagine to have been written under the old Grub Street coercion of hunger and thirst, if they were not known beforehand to be the gratuitous productions of ladies and gentlemen whose circumstances might be called altogether easy, but for an uneasy vanity that happened to have been directed towards authorship. Its importance was that of a polypus tumor fungus or other erratic outgrowth, noxious and disfiguring in its effect on the individual organism, which nourishes it. Poor Vorticella might not have been more wearisome on a visit than the majority of her neighbors, but for this disease of magnified self-importance belonging to small authorship. I understand that the chronic complaint of the Channel Islands never left her as the years went on, and the publication tended to vanish in the distance for her neighbor's memory. She was still bent on dragging it to the foreground, and her chief interest in new acquaintances was the possibility of lending them her book, entering into all details concerning it, and requesting them to read her album of critical opinions. This really made her more tiresome than Gregarina, whose distinction was that she had had cholera, and who did not feel herself in her true position with strangers until they knew it. My experience with Vorticella led me for a time into the false supposition that this sort of fungus disfiguration, which makes self disagreeably larger, was most common to the female sex. But I presently found that here too the male could assert his superiority, and show a more vigorous boredom. I have known a man with a single pamphlet, containing an assurance that somebody else was wrong, together with a few approved quotations, produce a more powerful effect of shuddering at his approach than ever Vorticella did with her varied octavo volume, including notes and appendix. Males of more than one nation recur to my memory, who produced from their pocket on the slightest encouragement a small pink or buff duodecimo pamphlet wrapped in silver paper as a present held ready for an intelligent reader. A mode of propagandism, you remark in excuse. They wished to spread some useful corrective doctrine, not necessarily. The indoctrination aimed at was perhaps to convince you of their own talents, by the sample of an ode on Shakespeare's birthday, or a translation from Horace. Vorticella may pair off with Moniz, who had also written his one book here and there, or a trip from Truro to Transylvania, and not only carried it in his portmanteau, when he went on visits, but took the earliest opportunity of depositing it in the drawing-room and afterwards would enter to look for it as if under pressure of a need for reference, begging the lady of the house to tell him whether she had seen a small volume bound in red. One hostess, at last, ordered it to be carried into his bedroom to save his time, but it presently reappeared in his hands, and was again left with inserted slips of paper on the drawing-room table. Depend upon it, vanity is human, native alike to men and women, only in the male it is of denser texture, less volatile, so that it less immediately informs you of its presence, but is more massive and capable of knocking you down if you come into collision with it, while in women vanity lays by its small revenges, as in a needle case always at hand. The difference is in muscle and fingertips, in traditional habits and mental perspective, rather than in the original appetite of vanity. It is an approved method now to explain ourselves by a reference to the races as little like us as possible, which leads me to observe that in Fiji, the men use the most elaborate hairdressing, and that wherever tattooing is in vogue, the male expects to carry off the prize of admiration for pattern and workmanship. Arguing analogically, and looking for this tendency of the Fijian or Hawaiian male in the eminent European, we must suppose that it exhibits itself under the forms of civilized apparel, and it would be a great mistake to estimate passionate effort by the effect it produces on our perception or understanding. It is conceivable that a man may have concentrated no less will and expectation on his wristbands, gaiters, and the shape of his hat brim, or an appearance which impresses you as that of the modern swell than the Ojibwe on an ornamentation which seems to us much more elaborate. In what concerns the search for admiration, at least, it is not true that the effect is equal to the cause, and resembles it, the cause of a flat curl on the masculine forehead, such as might be seen when George IV was king, must have been widely different in quality and intensity from the impression made by that small scroll of hair on the organ of the beholder, merely to maintain an attitude and gait which I notice in certain clubmen, and especially an inflation of the chest, accompanying very small remarks. There goes, I am convinced, an expenditure of psychical energy, little appreciated by the multitudia mental vision of self and deeply impressed beholders, which is quite without antitype in what we call the effect produced by that hidden process. No, there is no need to admit that women would carry away the prize of vanity in a competition where differences of custom were fairly considered. A man cannot show his vanity in a tight skirt, which forces him to walk sideways down the staircase, but let the match be between the respective vanities of largest beard and tightest skirt, and here too the battle would be to the strong. Romans 16. Moral swindlers. It is a familiar example of irony in the degradation of words that what a man is worth has come to mean how much money he possesses, but there seems a deeper and more melancholy irony in the shrunken meaning that popular or polite speech assigns to morality and morals. The poor part these words are made to play recalls the fate of those pagan divinities, who, after being understood to rule the powers of the air and the destinies of men, came down to the level of insignificant demons, or were even made a farcical show for the amusement of the multitude. Talking to Melissa in a time of commercial trouble, I found her disposed to speak pathetically of the disgrace which had fallen on Sir Gabriel Mantrap, because of his conduct in relation to the Eocene mines, and to other companies ingeniously devised by him, for the punishment of ignorance in people of small means, a disgrace by which the poor titled gentleman was actually reduced to live in comparative obscurity on his wife's settlement of 100,000 or 200,000 in the Consols. Surely your pity is misapplied, said I rather dubiously, for I like the comfort of trusting that a correct moral judgment is the strong point in woman, seeing that she has a majority of about 1,000,000 in our islands, and I imagined that Melissa might have some unexpressed grounds for her opinion. I should have thought you would rather be sorry for Mantrap's victims, widows, spinsters, and hardworking fathers whom his unscrupulous haste to make himself rich has cheated of all their savings, while he is eating well, lying softly, and after impudently justifying himself before the public is perhaps joining in the general confession, with a sense that he is an acceptable object in the sight of God, though decent men refuse to meet him. Oh, all that about the companies I know was most unfortunate. In commerce people are led to do so many things, and he might not know exactly how everything would turn out, but Sir Gabriel made a good use of his money, and he is a thoroughly moral man. What do you mean by a thoroughly moral man? Said Roman. Oh, I suppose every one means the same by that, said Melissa with a slight air of rebuke. Sir Gabriel, is an excellent family man quite blameless there, and so charitable round his place at tip-top very different from Mr. Barabbas, whose life my husband tells me is most objectionable with actresses, and that sort of thing. I think a man's morals should make a difference to us. I am not sorry for Mr. Barabbas, but I am sorry for Sir Gavial Mantrap. I will not repeat my answer to Melissa, for I fear it was offensively brusque, my opinion being that Sir Gavial was the more pernicious scoundrel of the two, since his name for virtue served as an effective part of a swindling apparatus. And perhaps I hinted that to call such a man moral showed rather a silly notion of human affairs. In fact, I had an angry wish to be instructive, and Melissa, as will sometimes happen, noticed my anger, without appropriating my instruction, for I have since heard that she speaks of me as rather violent-tempered, and not over-strict in my views of morality. I wish that this narrow use of words, which are wanted in their full meaning, were confined to women like Melissa, seeing that morality and morals under their alias of ethics are the subject of voluminous discussion, and their true basis a pressing matter of dispute, seeing that the most famous book ever written on ethics, and forming a chief study in our colleges, allies ethical with political science, or that which treats of the constitution and prosperity of states, one might expect that educated men would find reason to avoid a perversion of language, which lends itself to no wider view of life than that of village gossips. Yet I find even respectable historians of our own and of foreign countries, after showing that a king was treacherous, rapacious, and ready to sanction gross breaches in the administration of justice, end by praising him for his pure moral character, by which one must suppose them to mean that he was not lewd nor debauched, not the European twin of the typical Indian potentate, whom Macaulay describes as passing his life in chewing bang and fondling dancing girls. And since we are sometimes told of such maleficent kings that they were religious, we arrive at the curious result that the most serious, wide-reaching duties of man lie quite outside both morality and religion, one of these consisting in not keeping mistresses, and perhaps not drinking too much, and the other in certain ritual and spiritual transactions with God, which can be carried on equally well side by side with the basest conduct towards men. With such a classification as this, it is no wonder, considering the strong reaction of language on thought, that many minds dizzy with indigestion of recent science and philosophy are far to seek for the grounds of social duty, and without entertaining any private intention of committing a perjury which would ruin an innocent man, or seeking gain by supplying bad preserved meats to our navy, feel themselves speculatively obliged to inquire why they should not do so, and are inclined to measure their intellectual subtlety by their dissatisfaction with all answers to this, why it is of little use to theorize in ethics, while our habitual phraseology stamps the larger part of our social duties as something that lies aloof from the deepest needs and affections of our nature. The informal definitions of popular language are the only medium through which theory really affects the mass of minds, even among the nominally educated. And when a man whose business hours, the solid part of every day, are spent in an unscrupulous course of public or private action, which has every calculable chance of causing widespread injury and misery, can be called moral, because he comes home to dine with his wife and children, and cherishes the happiness of his own hearth, the augury is not good for the use of high ethical and theological disputation. Not for one moment would one willingly lose sight of the truth that the relation of the sexes and the primary ties of kinship are the deepest roots of human well-being. But to make them by themselves the equivalent of morality is verbally to cut off the channels of feeling through which they are the feeders of that well-being. They are the original fountains of a sensibility to the claims of others, which is the bond of societies, but being necessarily in the first instance a private good, there is always the danger that individual selfishness will see in them only the best part of its own gain, just as knowledge, navigation, commerce, and all the conditions which are of a nature to awaken men's consciousness of their mutual dependence, and to make the world one great society, are the occasions of selfish, unfair action of war and oppression, so long as the public conscience or chief force of feeling and opinion is not uniform and strong enough in its insistence on what is demanded by the general welfare. And among the influences that must retard a right public judgment, the degradation of words which involve praise and blame will be reckoned worth protesting against by every mature observer. To rob words of half their meaning while they retain their dignity as qualifications is like allowing to men who have lost half their faculties the same high and perilous command which they won in their time of vigor, or like selling food and seeds, after fraudulently abstracting their best virtues in each case, what ought to be beneficently strong is fatally enfeebled if not empoisoned, until we have altered our dictionaries, and have found some other word than morality to stand in popular use for the duties of man to man. Let us refuse to accept as moral the contractor who enriches himself by using large machinery to make pasteboard soles pass as leather for the feet of unhappy conscripts fighting at miserable odds against invaders. Let us rather call him a miscreant, though he were the tenderest, most faithful of husbands, and contend that his own experience of home happiness makes his reckless infliction of suffering on others all the more atrocious. Let us refuse to accept as moral any political leader who should allow his conduct in relation to great issues to be determined by egoistic passion, and boldly say that he would be less immoral even though he were as lax in his personal habits as Sir Robert Walpole, if at the same time his sense of the public welfare were supreme in his mind, quelling all pettier impulses beneath a magnanimous impartiality. And though we were to find among that class of journalists who live by recklessly reporting injurious rumors, insinuating the blackest motives in opponents descanting at large, and with an air of infallibility on dreams, which they both find and interpret, and stimulating bad feeling between nations by abusive writing, which is as empty of real conviction as the rage of a pantomime king, and would be ludicrous if its effects did not make it appear diabolical. Though we were to find among these a man who was benignancy itself in his own circle, a healer of private differences, a soother in private calamities, let us pronounce him, nevertheless flagrantly, immoral, a root of hideous cancer in the Commonwealth, turning the channels of instruction into feeders of social and political disease. In opposite ways, one sees bad effects likely to be encouraged by this narrow use of the word morals, shutting out from its meaning half those actions of a man's life, which tell momentously on the well-being of his fellow citizens, and on the preparation of a future for the children growing up around him. Thoroughness of workmanship, care in the execution of every task undertaken, as if it were the acceptance of a trust, which it would be a breach of faith not to discharge well, is a form of duty so momentous, that if it were to die out from the feeling and practice of a people, all reforms of institutions would be helpless to create national prosperity and national happiness. Do we desire to see public spirit penetrating all classes of the community and affecting every man's conduct, so that he shall make neither the saving of his soul, nor any other private saving an excuse for indifference to the general welfare well and good, but the sort of public spirit that scamps its breadwinning work, whether with the trowel the pen, or the overseeing brain that it may hurry to scenes of political or social agitation, would be as baleful a gift to our people as any malignant demon could devise. One best part of educational training is that which comes through special knowledge and manipulative or other skill with its usual accompaniment of delight, in relation to work which is the daily breadwinning occupation, which is a man's contribution to the effective wealth of society in return for what he takes as his own share. But this duty of doing one's proper work well, and taking care that every product of one's labor shall be genuinely what it pretends to be, is not only left out of morals in popular speech, it is very little insisted on by public teachers, at least, in the only effective way be tracing the continuous effects of ill-done work. Some of them seem to be still hopeful that it will follow as a necessary consequence from weekday services, ecclesiastical decoration, and improved hymn books. Others apparently trust to descanting on self-culture in general, or to raising a general sense of faulty circumstances, and meanwhile lax makeshift work, from the high conspicuous kind to the average, and obscure is allowed to pass unstamped with the disgrace of immorality, though there is not a member of society who is not daily suffering from it materially and spiritually, and though it is the fatal cause that must degrade our national rank and our commerce in spite of all open markets and discovery of available coal seams. I suppose one may take the popular misuse of the words morality and morals as some excuse for certain absurdities, which are occasional fashions in speech and ridding certain old lay figures, as ugly as the queerest Asiatic idol, which at different periods get propped into loftiness, and attired in magnificent Venetian drapery, so that whether they have a human face or not is of little consequence. One is the notion that there is a radical, irreconcilable opposition between intellect and morality. I do not mean the simple statement of fact, which everybody knows that remarkably able men have had very faulty morals, and have outraged public feeling even at its ordinary standard, but the supposition that the ablest intellect, the highest genius, will see through morality as a sort of twaddle for bibs, and Tucker's a doctrine of dullness, a mere incident in human stupidity, we begin to understand the acceptance of this foolishness, by considering that we live in a society where we may hear a treacherous monarch, or a malignant and lying politician, or a man who uses either official or literary power as an instrument of his private partiality or hatred, or a manufacturer who devises the falsification of wares, or a trader who deals in virtueless seedgrains praised or compassionated because of his excellent morals. Clearly, if morality meant no more than such decencies as are practiced by these poisonous members of society, it would be possible to say without suspicion of lightheadedness that morality lay aloof from the grand stream of human affairs as a small channel fed by the stream, and not missed from it. While this form of nonsense is conveyed in the popular use of words, there must be plenty of well-dressed ignorance at leisure to run through a box of books, which will feel itself initiated in the Freemasonry of intellect by a view of life which might take for a Shakespearean motto: fair is foul and foul is fair. Hover through the fog and filthy air, and will find itself easily provided with striking conversation by the rule of reversing all the judgments on good and evil, which have come to be the calendar and clockwork of society. But let our habitual talk give morals their full meaning, as the conduct which in every human relation would follow from the fullest knowledge and the fullest sympathy, a meaning, perpetually corrected and enriched by a more thorough appreciation of dependence in things and a finer sensibility to both physical and spiritual fact. And this ridiculous ascription of superlative power to minds which have no effective awe-inspiring vision of the human lot, no response of understanding to the connection between duty and the material processes by which the world is kept habitable for cultivated man, will be tacitly discredited, without any need to cite the immortal names that all are obliged to take as the measure of intellectual rank and highly charged genius. Suppose a Frenchman. I mean no disrespect to the great French nation, for all nations are afflicted with their peculiar parasitic growths, which are lazy, hungry forms, usually characterized by a disproportionate swallowing apparatus. Suppose a Parisian who should shuffle down the boulevard with a soul ignorant of the gravest cares and the deepest tenderness of manhood, and a frame more or less fevered by debauchery, mentally polishing into utmost refinement of phrase and rhythm verses, which were an enlargement on that Shakespearean motto, and worthy of the most expensive title to be furnished by the vendors of such antithetic ware as Les Marguerites de l'Enfer, or Les Délices de Beelzebub. This supposed personage might probably enough regard his negation of those moral sensibilities, which make half the warp and woof of human history, his indifference to the hard thinking and hard handiwork of life, to which he owed even his own gauzy mental garments with their spangles of poor paradox, as the royalty of genius, for we are used to witness such self-crowning in many forms of mental alienation. But he would not, I think, be taken even by his own generation as a living proof that there can exist such a combination as that of moral stupidity and trivial emphasis of personal indulgence, with the large yet finely discriminating vision, which marks the intellectual masters of our kind. Doubtless there are many sorts of transfiguration, and a man who has come to be worthy of all gratitude and reverence may have had his swinish period wallowing in ugly places. But suppose it had been handed down to us that Sophocles or Virgil had at one time made himself scandalous in this way, the works which have consecrated their memory for our admiration and gratitude are not a glorifying of swinishness, but an artistic incorporation of the highest sentiment known to their age. All these may seem to be wide reasons for objecting to Melissa's pity for Sir Gavial Mantrap on the ground of his good morals, but their connection will not be obscure to anyone who has taken pains to observe the links uniting the scattered signs of our social development. Roman 17 Shadows of the Coming Race. My friend Trost, who is no optimist as to the state of the universe hitherto, but is confident that at some future period within the duration of the solar system ours will be the best of all possible worlds, a hope, which I always honor as a sign of beneficent qualities. Me friend Trost always tries to keep up my spirits under the sight of the extremely unpleasant and disfiguring work by which many of our fellow creatures have to get their bread, with the assurance that all this will soon be done by machinery, but he sometimes neutralizes the consolation by extending it over so large an area of human labor, and insisting so impressively on the quantity of energy which will thus be set free for loftier purposes, that I am tempted to desire an occasional famine of invention in the coming ages, lest the humbler kinds of work should be entirely nullified, while there are still left some men and women who are not fit for the highest. Especially when one considers the perfunctory way in which some of the most exalted tasks are already executed by those who are understood to be educated for them, there rises a fearful vision of the human race evolving machinery, which will by and by throw itself fatally out of work, when in the Bank of England I see a wondrously delicate machine for testing sovereigns, a shrewd, implacable little steel rhadamanthus, that once the coins are delivered up to it, lifts and balances each in turn for the fraction of an instant, finds it wanting or sufficient, and dismisses it to right or left with rigorous justice, when I am told of micrometers and thermopiles and tasimeters which deal physically with the invisible, the impalpable, and the unimaginable, of cunning wires and wheels and pointing needles, which will register your and my quickness, so as to exclude flattering opinion of a machine for drawing the right conclusion, which will doubtless by and by be improved into an automaton for finding true premises of a microphone, which detects the cadence of the fly's foot on the ceiling, and may be expected presently to discriminate the noises of our various follies as they soliloquize or converse in our brains. Mind, seeming too small for these things, I get a little out of it like an unfortunate savage, too suddenly brought face to face with civilization, and I exclaim, am I already in the shadow of the coming race, and will the creatures who are to transcend, and finally supersede us, be steely organisms giving out the effluvia of the laboratory, and performing with infallible exactness more than everything that we have performed with a slovenly approximativeness and self-defeating inaccuracy? But says Trost, treating me with cautious mildness on hearing me vent this raving notion, you forget that these wonderworkers are the slaves of our race, need our tendance and regulation, obey the mandates of our consciousness, and are only deaf and dumb bringers of reports, which we decipher and make use of. They are simply extensions of the human organism, so to speak, limbs immeasurably more powerful, ever more subtle fingertips, ever more mastery over the invisibly great, and the invisibly small. Each new machine needs a new appliance of human skill to construct it, new devices to feed it with material, and often keener-edged faculties to note its registrations or performances. How then can machines supersede us? They depend upon us. When we cease, they cease. I am not so sure of that, said I, getting back into my mind, and becoming rather willful in consequence, if, as I have heard you contend, machines, as they are more and more perfected, will require less and less of tendance. How do I know that they may not be ultimately made to carry, or may not in themselves, evolve conditions of self-supply, self-repair and reproduction, and not only do all the mighty and subtle work possible on this planet better than we could do it, but with the immense advantage of banishing from the Earth's atmosphere screaming consciousnesses, which in our comparatively clumsy race make an intolerable noise and fuss to each other about every petty ant-like performance, looking on at all work only as it were to spring a rattle here or blow a trumpet there, with a ridiculous sense of being effective. I, for my part, cannot see any reason why a sufficiently penetrating thinker, who can see his way through 1,000 years or so, should not conceive a parliament of machines in which the manners were excellent, and the motions infallible in logic. One honorable instrument, a remote descendant of the Voltaic family, might discharge a powerful current entirely without animosity on an honorable instrument opposite of more upstart origin, but belonging to the ancient Edgetool race, which we already at Sheffield see paring thick iron, as if it were mellow cheeseby, this unerringly directed discharge operating on movements corresponding to what we call estimates, and by necessary mechanical consequence, on movements corresponding to what we call the funds, which with a vain analogy we sometimes speak of as sensitive, for every machine would be perfectly educated, that is to say, would have the suitable molecular adjustments, which would act not the less infallibly, for being free from the fussy accompaniment of that consciousness, to which our prejudice gives a supreme governing rank, when in truth it is an idle parasite on the grand sequence of things. Nothing of the sort, returned Trost, getting angry and judging it kind to treat me with some severity. What you have heard me say is that our race will and must act as a nervous center to the utmost development of mechanical processes. The subtly refined powers of machines will react in producing more subtly refined thinking processes, which will occupy the mind set free from grosser labor. Say, for example, that all the scavengers' work of London were done so far as human attention, is concerned by the occasional pressure of a brass button. As in the ringing of an electric bell, you will then have a multitude of brains set free for the exquisite enjoyment of dealing with the exact sequences and high speculations supplied and prompted by the delicate machines, which yield a response to the fixed stars and give readings of the spiral vortices fundamentally concerned in the production of epic poems or great judicial harangues. So far from mankind being thrown out of work according to your notion, concluded Trost with a peculiar nasal note of scorn, if it were not for your incurable dilettantism in science, as in all other things, if you had once understood the action of any delicate machine, you would perceive that the sequences it carries throughout the realm of phenomena would require many generations, perhaps eons of understandings, considerably stronger than yours, to exhaust the store of work it lays open. Precisely, said I, with a meekness which I felt was praiseworthy. It is the feebleness of my capacity, bringing me nearer than you to the human average, that perhaps enables me to imagine certain results better than you can. Doubtless the very fishes of our rivers, gullible as they look and slow as they are to be rightly convinced, in another order of facts, form fewer false expectations about each other than we should form about them, if we were in a position of somewhat fuller intercourse with their species, for even as it is we have continually to be surprised that they do not rise to our carefully selected bait. Take me then as a sort of reflective and experienced carp, but do not estimate the justice of my ideas by my facial expression. Pooh, says Trost, we are on very intimate terms. Naturally, I persisted, it is less easy to you than to me to imagine our race transcended and superseded, since the more energy a being is possessed of the harder it must be for him to conceive his own death. But I, from the point of view of a reflective carp, can easily imagine myself and my congeners dispensed within the frame of things, and giving way not only to a superior, but a vastly different kind of entity. What I would ask you is to show me why, since each new invention casts a new light along the pathway of discovery, and each new combination or structure brings into play more conditions than its inventor foresaw, there should not at length be a machine of such high mechanical and chemical powers that it would find and assimilate the material to supply its own waste, and then by a further evolution of internal molecular movements, reproduce itself by some process of fission or budding, this last stage having been reached either by man's contrivance or as an unforeseen result. One sees that the process of natural selection must drive men altogether out of the field, for they will long before have begun to sink into the miserable condition of those unhappy characters in fable who, having demons or jinns at their beck, and being obliged to supply them with work, found too much of everything done in too short a time, what demons so potent as molecular movements, none the less tremendously potent, for not carrying the futile cargo of a consciousness screeching, irrelevantly like a foul-tied head, downmost to the saddle of a swift horseman. Under such uncomfortable circumstances, our race will have diminished with the diminishing call on their energies, and by the time that the self-repairing and reproducing machines arise, all but a few of the rare inventors, calculators, and speculators will have become pale, pulpy, and cretinous from fatty or other degeneration. And behold around them a scanty hydrocephalous offspring. As to the breed of the ingenious and intellectual, their nervous systems will at last have been overwrought in following the molecular revelations of the immensely more powerful unconscious race, and they will naturally, as the less energetic combinations of movement subside like the flame of a candle in the sunlight. Thus the feebler race, whose corporeal adjustments happen to be accompanied with a maniacal consciousness, which imagined itself moving its mover, will have vanished as all less adapted existences do before the Phytostromen 1e, the existence composed of the most persistent groups of movements, and the most capable of incorporating new groups in harmonious relation. Woif, our consciousness is, as I have been given to understand, a mere stumbling of our organisms on their way to unconscious perfection. Who shall say that those fittest existences will not be found along the track of what we call inorganic combinations, which will carry on the most elaborate processes as mutely and painlessly as we are now told that the minerals are metamorphosing themselves continually in the dark laboratory of the Earth's crust. Thus this planet may be filled with beings who will be blind and deaf as the inmost rock, yet will execute changes as delicate and complicated as those of human language, and all the intricate web of what we call its effects, without sensitive impression, without sensitive impulse. There may be, let us say, mute orations, mute rhapsodies, mute discussions, and no consciousness there even to enjoy the silence. Absurd, grumbled Trost. The supposition is logical, said Roman 1. It is well argued from the premises. Whose premises, cried Trost, turning on me with some fierceness. You don't mean to call them mine, I hope. Heaven forbid. They seem to be flying about in the air with other germs, and have found a sort of nidus among my melancholy fancies. Nobody really holds them. They bear the same relation to real belief as walking on the head for a show does to running away from an explosion or walking fast to catch the train. Roman 18. The modern hep. To discern likeness amidst diversity, it is well known, does not require so fine a mental edge as the discerning of diversity amidst general sameness. The primary rough classification depends on the prominent resemblances of things. The progress is towards finer and finer discrimination, according to minute differences. Yet even at this stage of European culture one's attention is continually drawn to the prevalence of that grosser mental sloth, which makes people dull to the most ordinary prompting of comparison, bringing things together. Because of their likeness, the same motives, the same ideas, the same practices are alternately admired and abhorred, lauded and denounced, according to their association with superficial differences, historical or actually social. Even learned writers treating of great subjects often show an attitude of mind not greatly superior in its logic to that of the frivolous fine lady who is indignant at the frivolity of her maid. To take only the subject of the Jews, it would be difficult to find a form of bad reasoning about them which has not been heard in conversation or been admitted to the dignity of print. But the neglect of resemblances is a common property of dullness, which unites all the various points of view, prejudice, the puerile, the spiteful, and the abysmally ignorant. That the preservation of national memories is an element and a means of national greatness, that their revival is a sign of reviving nationality, that every heroic defender, every patriotic restorer, has been inspired by such memories, and has made them his watchword, that even such a corporate existence as that of a Roman legion or an English regiment has been made valorous by memorial standards. These are the glorious commonplaces of historic teaching at our public schools and universities. Being happily ingrained in Greek and Latin classics, they have also been impressed on the world by conspicuous modern instances. That there is a free modern Greece is due through all infiltration of other than Greek blood to the presence of ancient Greece in the consciousness of European men, and every speaker would feel his point safe if he were to praise Byron's devotion to a cause made glorious by ideal identification with the past. Hardly so if he were to insist that the Greeks were not to be helped further, because their history shows that they were anciently unsurpassed in treachery and lying, and that many modern Greeks are highly disreputable characters, while others are disposed to grasp too large a share of our commerce. The same with Italy. The pathos of his country's lot pierced the youthful soul of Mazzini, because like Dante's his blood was fraught with the kinship of Italian greatness, his imagination filled with a majestic past that wrought itself into a majestic future. Half a century ago, what was Italy? An idling place of dilettantism, or of itinerant motiveless wealth, a territory parceled out for papal sustenance, dynastic convenience, and the profit of an alien government. What were the Italians? No people, no voice in European councils, no massive power in European affairs. A race thought of in English and French society as chiefly adapted to the operatic stage, or to serve as models for painters disposed to smile gratefully at the reception of halfpence, and by the more historical remembered to be rather polite than truthful. In all probability, a combination of Machiavelli, Rubini, and Masaniello, thanks chiefly to the divine gift of a memory, which inspires the moments with a past, a present, and a future, and gives the sense of corporate existence that raises man above the otherwise more respectable and innocent brute. All that or most of it is changed. Again, one of our living historians finds just sympathy in his vigorous insistence on our true ancestry, on our being the strongly marked heritors in language and genius of those old English seamen, who, beholding a rich country with a most convenient seaboard, came doubtless with a sense of divine warrant, and settled themselves on this or the other side of fertilizing streams, gradually conquering more and more of the pleasant land from the natives who knew nothing of Odin, and finally making unusually clean work in ridding themselves of those prior occupants. Let us, he virtually says, let us know who were our forefathers, who it was that won the soil for us, and brought the good seed of those institutions, through which we should not arrogantly, but gratefully feel ourselves distinguished among the nations, as possessors of long inherited freedom, let us not keep up an ignorant kind of naming which disguises our true affinities of blood and language, but let us see thoroughly what sort of notions and traditions our forefathers had, and what sort of song inspired them. Let the poetic fragments which breathe forth their fierce bravery in battle, and their trust in fierce gods who helped them, be treasured with affectionate reverence. These seafaring, invading, self-asserting men were the English of old time, and were our fathers who did rough work, by which we are profiting. They had virtues, which incorporated themselves in wholesome usages, to which we trace our own political blessings. Let us know and acknowledge our common relationship to them, and be thankful that over and above the affections and duties, which spring from our manhood, we have the closer and more constantly guiding duties, which belong to us as Englishmen. To this view of our nationality, most persons who have feeling and understanding enough to be conscious of the connection between the patriotic affection and every other affection, which lifts us above emigrating rats and free-living baboons, will be disposed to say Amen. True. We are not indebted to those ancestors for our religion. We are rather proud of having got that illumination from elsewhere. The men who planted our nation were not Christians, though they began their work centuries after Christ, and they had a decided objection to Christianity when it was first proposed to them. They were not monotheists, and their religion was the reverse of spiritual. But since we have been fortunate enough to keep the island home they won for us, and have been on the whole a prosperous people, rather continuing the plan of invading and spoiling other lands than being forced to beg for shelter in them, nobody has reproached us, because our fathers 1300 years ago worshipped Odin, massacred Britons, and were with difficulty persuaded to accept Christianity, knowing nothing of Hebrew history, and the reasons why Christ should be received as the Savior of mankind. The Red Indians, not liking us when we settled among them, might have been willing to fling such facts in our faces, but they were too ignorant, and besides their opinions did not signify, because we were able, if we liked, to exterminate them. The Hindus also have doubtless had their rancors against us, and still entertain enough ill will to make unfavorable remarks on our character, especially as to our historic rapacity and arrogant notions of our own superiority. They perhaps do not admire the usual English profile, and they are not converted to our way of feeding. But though we are a small number of an alien race profiting by the territory and produce of these prejudiced people, they are unable to turn us out. At least when they tried, we showed them their mistake. We do not call ourselves a dispersed and a punished people. We are a colonizing people, and it is we who have punished others. Still, the historian guides us rightly in urging us to dwell on the virtues of our ancestors with emulation, and to cherish our sense of a common descent as a bond of obligation. The eminence, the nobleness of a people, depends on its capability of being stirred by memories, and of striving for what we call spiritual ascends, which consist not in immediate material possession but in the satisfaction of a great feeling that animates the collective body. As with one soul, a people having the seed of worthiness in it must feel an answering thrill when it is adjured by the deaths of its heroes, who died to preserve its national existence, when it is reminded of its small beginnings and gradual growth through past labors and struggles such as are still demanded of it, in order that the freedom and well-being thus inherited may be transmitted unimpaired to children and children's children, when an appeal against the permission of injustice is made to great precedents in its history, and to the better genius breathing in its institutions. It is this living force of sentiment in common which makes a national consciousness. Nations so moved will resist conquest with the very breasts of their women, will pay their millions and their blood to abolish slavery, will share privation in famine and all calamity, will produce poets to sing some great story of a man, and thinkers whose theories will bear the test of action. An individual man, to be harmoniously great, must belong to a nation of this order, if not in actual existence, yet existing in the past in memory, as a departed, invisible, beloved ideal, once a reality and perhaps to be restored. A common humanity is not yet enough to feed the rich blood of various activity, which makes a complete man. The time is not come for cosmopolitanism to be highly virtuous, any more than for communism to suffice for social energy. I am not bound to feel for a Chinaman as I feel for my fellow countryman. I am bound not to demoralize him with opium, not to compel him to my will, by destroying or plundering the fruits of his labor on the alleged ground that he is not cosmopolitan enough, and not to insult him for his want of my tailoring and religion when he appears as a peaceable visitor on the London pavement. It is admirable in a Briton with a good purpose to learn Chinese, but it would not be a proof of fine intellect in him to taste Chinese poetry in the original more, than he tastes the poetry of his own tongue affection intelligence, duty radiate from a center, and nature has decided that for us English folk that center can be neither China nor Peru. Most of us feel this unreflectingly for the affectation of undervaluing everything native, and being too fine for one's own country belongs only to a few minds of no dangerous leverage. What is wanting is that we should recognize a corresponding attachment to nationality as legitimate in every other people, and understand that its absence is a privation of the greatest good. For to repeat, not only the nobleness of a nation depends on the presence of this national consciousness, but also the nobleness of each individual citizen, our dignity and rectitude, our proportion to our sense of relationship with something great, admirable, pregnant, with high possibilities, worthy of sacrifice, a continual inspiration to self-repression and discipline, by the presentation of aims larger and more attractive to our generous part than the securing of personal ease or prosperity, and a people possessing this good should surely feel not only a ready sympathy with the effort of those who, having lost the good, strive to regain it, but a profound pity for any degradation resulting from its loss. Nay, something more than pity, when happier nationalities have made victims of the unfortunate, whose memories, nevertheless, are the very fountain to which the persecutors trace their most vaunted blessings. These notions are familiar, few will deny them in the abstract, and many are found loudly asserting them in relation to this or the other particular case. But here as elsewhere in the ardent application of ideas, there is a notable lack of simple comparison or sensibility to resemblance. The European world has long been used to consider the Jews as altogether exceptional, and it has followed naturally enough that they have been accepted from the rules of justice and mercy which are based on human likeness. But to consider a people whose ideas have determined the religion of half the world, and that the more cultivated half and who made the most eminent struggle against the power of Rome as a purely exceptional race, is a demoralizing offense against rational knowledge, a stultifying inconsistency in historical interpretation. Every nation of forcible character, Roman 1e of strongly marked characteristics, is so far exceptional. The distinctive note of each bird species is in this sense exceptional, but the necessary ground of such distinction is a deeper likeness. The superlative peculiarity in the Jews admitted our affinity with them is only the more apparent when the elements of their peculiarity are discerned. From whatever point of view the writings of the Old Testament may be regarded, the picture they present of a national development is of high interest and speciality, nor can their historic momentousness be much affected by any varieties of theory as to the relation they bear to the New Testament, or to the rise and constitution of Christianity, whether we accept the canonical Hebrew books as a revelation or simply as part of an ancient literature, makes no difference to the fact that we find there the strongly characterized portraiture of a people educated from an earlier or later period to a sense of separateness, unique in its intensity, a people taught by many concurrent influences to identify faithfulness to its national traditions with the highest social and religious blessings. Are two scanty sources of Jewish history from the return under Ezra to the beginning of the desperate resistance against Rome show us the heroic and triumphant struggle of the Maccabees, which rescued the religion and independence of the nation from the corrupting sway of the Syrian Greeks, adding to the glorious sum of its memorials, and stimulating continuous efforts of a more peaceful sort to maintain and develop that national life, which the heroes had fought and died for by internal measures of legal administration and public teaching. Thenceforth, the virtuous elements of the Jewish life were engaged, as they had been with varying aspects during the long and changeful prophetic period, and the restoration under Ezra on the side of preserving the specific national character against a demoralizing fusion with that of foreigners whose religion and ritual were idolatrous and often obscene. There was always a foreign party reviling the national party as narrow and sometimes manifesting their own breadth in extensive views of advancement or profit to themselves by flattery of a foreign power. Such internal conflict naturally tight the bands of conservatism, which needed to be strong if it were to rescue the sacred ark, the vital spirit of a small nation, smallest of the nations whose territory lay on the highway between three continents. And when the dread and hatred of foreign sway had condensed itself into dread and hatred of the Romans, many conservatives became zealots, whose chief mark was that they advocated resistance to the death against the submergence of their nationality. Much might be said on this point. towards distinguishing the desperate struggle against a conquest, which is regarded as degradation and corruption, from rash, hopeless insurrection against an established native government. And for my part, if that were of any consequence, I share the spirit of the Zealots. I take the spectacle of the Jewish people defying the Roman edict and preferring death by starvation, or the sword to the introduction of Caligula's deified statue into the temple, as a sublime type of steadfastness. But all that need be noticed here is the continuity of that national education, by outward and inward circumstance, which created in the Jews a feeling of race, a sense of corporate existence, unique in its intensity. But not before the dispersion unique in essential qualities. There is more likeness than contrast between the way we English got our island and the way the Israelites got Canaan. We have not been noted for forming a low estimate of ourselves in comparison with foreigners, or for admitting that our institutions are equaled by those of any other people under the sun. Many of us have thought that our seawall is a specially divine arrangement to make and keep us a nation of sea kings, after the manner of our forefathers, secure against invasion, and able to invade other lands when we need them, though they may lie on the other side of the ocean. Again, it has been held that we have a peculiar destiny as a Protestant people, not only able to bruise the head of an idolatrous Christianity in the midst of us, but fitted as possessors of the most truth and the most tonnage to carry our purer religion over the world and convert mankind to our way of thinking. The Puritans, asserting their liberty to restrain tyrants, found the Hebrew history closely symbolical of their feelings and purpose, and it can hardly be correct to cast the blame of their less laudable doings on the writings they invoked, since their opponents made use of the same writings for different ends, finding there a strong warrant for the divine right of kings, and the denunciation of those who, like Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, took on themselves the office of the priesthood, which belonged of right solely to Aaron and his sons, or in other words to men ordained by the English bishops. We must rather refer the passionate use of the Hebrew writings to affinities of disposition between our own race and the Jewish. Is it true that the arrogance of a Jew was so immeasurably beyond that of a Calvinist, and the just sympathy and admiration which we give to the ancestors who resisted the oppressive acts of our native kings, and by resisting rescued or won for us the best part of our civil and religious liberties, it justly to be withheld from those brave and steadfast men of Jewish race, who fought and died or strove, by wise administration, to resist the oppression and corrupting influences of foreign tyrants, and by resisting rescued the nationality, which was the very hearth of our own religion, at any rate, seeing that the Jews were more specifically than any other nation educated into a sense of their supreme moral value. The chief matter of surprise is that any other nation is found to rival them in this form of self-confidence. More exceptionalist like the course of our own history has been their dispersion, and their subsistence as a separate people through ages, in which for the most part they were regarded and treated very much as beasts hunted for the sake of their skins, or of a valuable secretion peculiar to their species. The Jews showed a talent for accumulating what was an object of more immediate desire to Christians than animal oils or well-furred skins, and their cupidity and avarice were found at once particularly hateful and particularly useful. Hateful when seen as a reason for punishing them by mulcting or robbery; useful when this retributive process could be successfully carried forward. Kings and emperors, naturally, were more alive to the usefulness of subjects, who could gather and yield money, but edicts issued to protect the kings, Jews equally with the king's game from being harassed and hunted by the commonalty, were only slight mitigations to the deplorable lot of a race held to be under the divine curse, and had little force after the Crusades began, as the slaveholders in the United States counted the curse on Ham a justification of Negro slavery, so the curse on the Jews was counted a justification for hindering them from pursuing agriculture and handicrafts, for marking them out as execrable figures by a peculiar dress, for torturing them to make them part with their gains, or for more gratuitously spitting at them and pelting them for taking it as certain that they killed and ate babies, poisoned the wells, and took pains to spread the plague for putting it to them whether they would be baptized or burned, and not failing to burn and massacre them when they were obstinate, but also for suspecting them of disliking the baptism when they had got it, and then burning them in punishment of their insincerity; finally, for hounding them by tens on tens of thousands from the homes where they had found shelter for centuries, and inflicting on them the horrors of a new exile and a new dispersion, All this to avenge the savior of mankind, or else to compel these stiff-necked people to acknowledge a master whose servants showed such beneficent effects of his teaching. With a people so treated, one of two issues was possible: either from being of feebler nature than their persecutors, and caring more for ease than for the sentiments and ideas which constituted their distinctive character, they would everywhere give way to pressure and get rapidly merged in the populations around them, or being endowed with uncommon tenacity, physical and mental, feeling peculiarly the ties of inheritance, both in blood and faith, remembering national glories, trusting in their recovery, abhorring apostasy, able to bear all things and hope all things with the consciousness of being steadfast to spiritual obligations, the kernel of their number would harden into an inflexibility, more and more ensured by motive and habit. They would cherish all differences that marked them off from their hated oppressors, all memories that consoled them, with a sense of virtual though unrecognized superiority, and the separateness which was made their badge of ignominy would be their inward pride, their source of fortifying defiance. Doubtless, such a people would get confirmed in vices and oppressive government and a persecuting religion, while breeding vices in those who hold power, are well known to breed answering vices in those who are powerless, and suffering. What more direct plan than the course presented by European history could have been pursued in order to give the Jews a spirit of bitter isolation, of scorn for the wolfish hypocrisy that made victims of them, of triumph in prospering at the expense of the blunderers who stoned them away from the open paths of industrier? On the other hand, to encourage in the less defiant a lying conformity, a pretense of conversion for the sake of the social advantages attached to baptism, an outward renunciation of their hereditary ties, with the lack of real love towards the society and creed which exacted this galling tribute. Here again, in the most unhappy specimens of the race, to rear transcendent examples of odious vice, reckless instruments of rich men with bad propensities, unscrupulous grinders of the alien people who wanted to grind them. No wonder the Jews have their vices, no wonder if it were proved, which it has not hitherto appeared to be, that some of them have a bad preeminence in evil and unrivaled superfluity of naughtiness. It would be more plausible to make a wonder of the virtues which have prospered among them under the shadow of oppression. But instead of dwelling on these or treating as admitted what any hardy or ignorant person may deny, let us found simply on the loud assertions of the hostile. The Jews, it is said, resisted the expansion of their own religion into Christianity. They were in the habit of spitting on the cross. They have held the name of Christ to be anathema, who taught them that the men who made Christianity a curse to them, the men who made the name of Christ a symbol for the spirit of vengeance, and what was worse, made the execution of the vengeance a pretext for satisfying their own savageness, greed, and envy, the men who sanctioned, with the name of Christ, a barbaric and blundering copy of pagan fatalism, in taking the words, "His blood be upon us, and on our children," as a divinely appointed verbal warrant for wreaking cruelty from generation to generation on the people from whose sacred writings Christ drew his teaching. Strange retrogression in the professors of an expanded religion, boasting an illumination beyond the spiritual doctrine of Hebrew prophets. For Hebrew prophets proclaimed a God who demanded mercy rather than sacrifices. The Christians also believed that God delighted not in the blood of rams and of bulls, but they apparently conceived him as requiring for his satisfaction the sighs and groans, the blood and roasted flesh of men, whose forefathers had misunderstood the metaphorical character of prophecies which spoke of spiritual preeminence under the figure of a material kingdom. Was this the method by which Christ desired his title to the Messiahship to be commended to the hearts and understandings of the nation in which he was born? Many of his sayings bear the stamp of that patriotism which places fellow countrymen in the inner circle of affection and duty. And did the words "Father, forgive them, they know not what they do" refer only to the centurion and his band, a tacit exception being made of every Hebrew there present from the mercy of the Father and the compassion of the Son, nay, more of every Hebrew yet to come, who remained unconverted after hearing of his claim to the Messiahship, not from his own lips or those of his native apostles, but from the lips of alien men whom cross creed and baptism had left cruel, rapacious, and debauched. It is more reverent to Christ to believe that he must have approved the Jewish martyrs who deliberately chose to be burned or massacred, rather than be guilty of a blaspheming lie, more than he approved the rabble of crusaders who robbed and murdered them in his name. But these remonstrances seem to have no direct application to personages who take up the attitude of philosophically thinkers and discriminating critics, professedly accepting Christianity from a rational point of view as a vehicle of the highest religious and moral truth, and condemning the Jews on the ground that they are obstinate adherents of an outworn creed, maintain themselves in moral alienation from the peoples with whom they share citizenship, and are destitute of real interest in the welfare of the community and state with which they are thus identified. These anti-Judaic advocates usually belong to a party which has felt itself glorified in winning for Jews as well as dissenters and Catholics the full privileges of citizenship, laying open to them every path to distinction. At one time, the voice of this party urged that differences of creed were made dangerous only by the denial of citizenship, that you must make a man a citizen before he could feel like one. At present, apparently, this confidence has been succeeded by a sense of mistake. There is a regret that no limiting clauses were insisted on, such as would have hindered the Jews from coming too far and in too large proportion along those open pathways, and the Romanians are thought to have shown an enviable wisdom in giving them as little chance as possible. But then, the reflection occurring that some of the most objectionable Jews are baptized Christians, it is obvious that such clauses would have been insufficient, and the doctrine that you can turn a Jew into a good Christian is emphatically retracted. But clearly these liberal gentlemen, too late, enlightened by disagreeable events, must yield the palm of wise foresight to those who argued against them long ago, and it is a striking spectacle to witness minds so panting for advancement in some directions that they are ready to force it on an unwilling society, in this instance, despairingly recurring to medieval types of thinking, insisting that the Jews are made viciously cosmopolitan by holding the world's moneybag, that for them all national interests are resolved into the algebra of loans, that they have suffered an inward degradation, stamping them as morally inferior, and serve them right, since they rejected Christianity, all which is mirrored in an analogy, namely that of the Irish, also a servile race who have rejected Protestantism, though it has been repeatedly urged on them by fire and sword and penal laws, and whose place in the moral scale may be judged by our advertisements, where the clause "no Irish need" apply parallels the sentence, which for many polite persons sums up the question of Judaism: I never did like the Jews. It is certainly worth considering whether an expatriated, denationalized race, used for ages to live among antipathetic populations, must not inevitably lack some conditions of nobleness. If they drop that separateness, which is made their reproach, they may be in danger of lapsing into a cosmopolitan indifference, equivalent to cynicism, and of missing that inward identification with the nationality immediately around them, which might make some amends for their inherited privation. No dispassionate observer can deny this danger. Why our own countrymen who take to living abroad without purpose or function to keep up their sense of fellowship in the affairs of their own land are rarely good specimens of moral healthiness. Still, the consciousness of having a native country, the birthplace of common memories and habits of mind, existing like a parental hearth quitted, but beloved the dignity of being included in a people which has a part in the comedy of nations and the growing federation of the world, that sense of special belonging which is the root of human virtues, both public and privateel. These spiritual links may preserve migratory Englishmen from the worst consequences of their voluntary dispersion. Unquestionably, the Jews, having been more than any other race exposed to the adverse moral influences of alienism, must both in individuals and in groups have suffered some corresponding moral degradation. But in fact they have escaped with less of abjectness and less of hard hostility towards the nations whose hand has been against them than could have happened in the case of a people who had neither their adhesion to a separate religion, founded on historic memories, nor their characteristic family affectionateness tortured, flogged, spit upon the corpus vile, on which rage or wantonness vented themselves with impunity, their name flung at them as an opprobrium by superstition, hatred, and contempt. They have remained proud of their origin. Does anyone call this an evil pride? Perhaps he belongs to that order of man who, while he has a democratic dislike to dukes and earls, wants to make believe that his father was an idle gentleman, when in fact he was an honorable artisan, or who would feel flattered to be taken for other than an Englishman. It is possible to be too arrogant about our blood or our calling, but that arrogance is virtue compared with such mean pretense. The pride which identifies us with a great historic body is a humanizing, elevating habit of mind, inspiring sacrifices of individual comfort, gain, or other selfish ambition for the sake of that ideal whole. and no man swayed by such a sentiment can become completely abject that a Jew of Smyrna, where a whip is carried by passengers ready to flog off the too officious specimens of his race, can still be proud to say I am a Jew, is surely a fact to awaken admiration in a mind capable of understanding what we may call the ideal forces in human history, and again, a varied impartial observation of the Jews in different countries tends to the impression that they have a predominant kindliness, which must have been deeply ingrained in the constitution of their race to have outlasted the ages of persecution and oppression. The concentration of their joys in domestic life has kept up in them the capacity of tenderness, the pity for the fatherless, and the widow, the care for the women, and the little ones blent intimately with their religion, is a well of mercy that cannot long or widely be pent up by exclusiveness, and the kindliness of the Jew overflows the line of division between him and the Gentile. On the whole, one of the most remarkable phenomena in the history of this scattered people, made for ages a scorn and a hissing, is that after being subjected to this process, which might have been expected to be in every sense deteriorating and vitiating, they have come out of it in any estimate which allows for numerical proportion, rivaling the nations of all European countries in healthiness and beauty of physique, in practical ability, in scientific and artistic aptitude, and in some forms of ethical value. A significant indication of their natural rank is seen in the fact that at this moment, the leader of the Liberal Party in Germany is a Jew, the leader of the Republican Party in France is a Jew, and the head of the Conservative Ministry in England is a Jew. And here it is that we find the ground for the obvious jealousy which is now stimulating the revived expression of old antipathies. The Jews, it is felt, have a dangerous tendency to get the uppermost places, not only in commerce, but in political life. Their monetary hold on governments is tending to perpetuate in leading Jews a spirit of universal alienism, euphemistically called cosmopolitanism, even where the West has given them a full share in civil and political rights. A people with oriental sunlight in their blood, yet capable of being everywhere acclimatized, they have a force and toughness which enables them to carry off the best prizes, and their wealth is likely to put half the seats in Parliament at their disposal. There is truth in these views of Jewish social and political relations, but it is rather too late for liberal pleaders to urge them in a merely vituperative sense. Do they propose, as a remedy for the impending danger of our healthier national influences getting overridden by Jewish predominance, that we should repeal our emancipatory laws? Not all the Germanic immigrants who have been settling among us for generations and are still pouring in to settle are Jews, but thoroughly Teutonic and more or less Christian craftsmen, mechanicians, or skilled and erudite functionaries. And the Semitic Christians who swarm among us are dangerously like their unconverted brethren in complexion, persistence, and wealth. Then there are the Greeks who, by the help of Phoenician blood or otherwise, are objectionably strong in the city. Some judges think that the Scotch are more numerous and prosperous here in the south than is quite for the good of us Southerners, and the early inconvenience felt under the Stuarts of being quartered upon by a hungry, hardworking people with a distinctive accent and form of religion and higher cheekbones than English taste requires has not yet been quite neutralized. As for the Irish, it is felt in high quarters that we have always been too lenient towards them, least if they had been harried a little more, there might not have been so many of them on the English press, of which they divide the power with the Scotch, thus driving many Englishmen to honest and ineloquent labor. So far shall we be carried, if we go in search of devices to hinder people of other blood than our own from getting the advantage of dwelling among us. Let it be admitted that it is a calamity to the English, as to any other great historic people, to undergo a premature fusion with immigrants of alien blood, that its distinctive national characteristics should be in danger of obliteration by the predominating quality of foreign settlers. I not only admit this, I am ready to unite in groaning over the threatened danger to one who loves his native language, who would delight to keep our rich and harmonious English undefiled by foreign accent, foreign intonation, and those foreign tinctures of verbal meaning, which tend to confuse all writing and discourse. It is an affliction, as harassing as the climate, that on our stage, in our studios, at our public and private gatherings, in our offices, warehouses, and workshops, we must expect to hear our beloved English with its words clipped, its vowels stretched, and twisted, its phrases of acquiescence and politeness, of cordiality, dissidence, or argument, delivered always in the wrong tones, like ill-rendered melodies marred, beyond recognition. That there should be a general ambition to speak every language, except our mother English, which persons of style are not ashamed of corrupting with slang false foreign equivalents, and a pronunciation that crushes out all color from the vowels and jams. Them between jostling consonants, and ancient Greek might not like to be resuscitated for the sake of hearing Homer read in our universities still. He would at least find more instructive marvels in other developments to be witnessed at those institutions. Modern Englishman is invited from his after-dinner repose to hear Shakespeare delivered under circumstances which offer no other novelty than some novelty of false intonation, some new distribution of strong emphasis on prepositions, some new misconception of a familiar idiom. Well, it is our inertness that is in fault, our carelessness of excellence, our willing ignorance of the treasures that lie in our national heritage, while we are agape after what is foreign, though it may be only a vile imitation of what is native. This marring of our speech, however, is a minor evil compared with what must follow from the predominance of wealth-acquiring immigrants, whose appreciation of our political and social life must often be as approximative or fatally erroneous as their delivery of our language. But take the worst issues. What can we do to hinder them? Are we to adopt the exclusiveness for which we have punished the Chinese? Are we to tear the glorious flag of hospitality, which has made our freedom the worldwide blessing of the oppressed? It is not agreeable to find foreign accents and stumbling locutions passing from the piquant exception to the general rule of discourse, but to urge on that account that we should spike away the peaceful foreigner would be a view of international relations, not in the long run, favorable to the interests of our fellow countrymen, for we are at least equal to the races we call obtrusive in the disposition to settle wherever money is to be made and cheaply idle living to be found. In meeting the national evils which are brought upon us by the onward course of the world, there is often no more immediate hope or resource than that of striving after fuller national excellence, which must consist in the molding of more excellent individual natives. The tendency of things is towards the quicker or slower fusion of races. It is impossible to arrest this tendency. All we can do is to moderate its course so as to hinder it from degrading the moral status of societies by a too rapid effacement of those national traditions and customs which are the language of the national genius. Deep suckers of healthy sentiment, such moderating and guidance of inevitable movement, is worthy of all effort, and it is in this sense that the modern insistence on the idea of nationalities has value, that any people at once distinct and coherent enough to form a state should be held in subjection by an alien antipathetic government has been becoming more and more a ground of sympathetic indignation, and in virtue of this at least one great state has been added to European councils. Nobody now complains of the result in this case, though far-sighted persons see the need to limit analogy by discrimination. We have to consider who are the stifled people, and who the stiflers, before we can be sure of our ground. The only point in this connection on which Englishmen are agreed is that England itself shall not be subject to foreign rule. The fiery resolve to resist invasion, though with an improvised array of pitchforks, is felt to be virtuous, and to be worthy of a historic people. Why? Because there is a national life in our veins, because there is something specifically English which we feel to be supremely worth striving for, worth dying for rather than living to renounce it. Because we too have our share, perhaps a principal share, in that spirit of separateness, which has not yet done its work in the education of mankind, which has created the varying genius of nations, and like the Muses is the offspring of memory. Here as everywhere else, the human task seems to be the discerning and adjustment of opposite claims, but the end can hardly be achieved by urging contradictory reproaches, and instead of laboring after discernment, as a preliminary to intervention, letting our zeal burst forth, according to a capricious selection, first determined accidentally, and afterwards justified by personal predilection. Not only John Gilpin and his wife, or Edwin and Angelina, seem to be of opinion that their preference or dislike of Russians, Servians, or Greeks, consequent perhaps on hotel adventures, has something to do with the merits of the Eastern question. Even in a higher range of intellect and enthusiasm, we find a distribution of sympathy or pity for sufferers of different blood or votaries of differing religions, strangely unaccountable on any other ground than a fortuitous direction of study or trivial circumstances of travel. With some even admirable persons, one is never quite sure of any particular being included under a general term. a provincial physician, it is said once ordering a lady patient not to eat salad, was asked pleadingly by the affectionate husband whether she might eat lettuce or cresses or radishes. The physician had too rashly believed in the comprehensiveness of the word salad, just as we, if not enlightened by experience, might believe in the all-embracing breadth of sympathy with the injured, and oppressed what mind can exhaust the grounds of exception, which lie in each particular case. There is understood to be a peculiar odor from the Negro body, and we know that some persons too rationalistic to feel bound by the curse on Ham used to hint very strongly that this odor determined the question on the side of Negro slavery. And this is the usual level of thinking in polite society concerning the Jews apart from theological purposes. It seems to be held surprising that anybody should take an interest in the history of a people whose literature has furnished all our devotional language, and if any reference is made to their past or future destinies, some hearer is sure to state as a relevant fact which may assist our judgment that she for her part is not fond of them, having known a Mr. Jacobson, who is very unpleasant, or that he for his part thinks meanly of them as a race, though on inquiry you find that he is so little acquainted with their characteristics, that he is astonished to learn how many persons whom he has blindly admired and applauded are Jews to the backbone, again men who consider themselves in the very van of modern advancement, knowing history and the latest philosophies of history, indicate their contemptuous surprise that anyone should entertain the destiny of the Jews as a worthy subject by referring to Moloch, and their own agreement with the theory that the religion of Jehovah was merely a transformed Moloch worship, while in the same breath they are glorifying civilization as a transformed tribal existence, of which some lineaments are traceable in grim marriage customs of the native Australians. Are these erudite persons prepared to insist that the name Father should no longer have any sanctity for us, because, in their view of likelihood, our Aryan ancestors were mere improvers on a state of things in which nobody knew his own father? For less theoretic men ambitious to be regarded as practical politicians, the value of the Hebrew race has been measured by their unfavorable opinion of a prime minister, who is a Jew by lineage, but it is possible to form a very ugly opinion as to the scrupulousness of Walpole or of Chatham, and in any case, I think Englishmen would refuse to accept the character and doings of those 18th-century statesmen as the standard of value for the English people, and the part they have to play in the fortunes of mankind. If we are to consider the future of the Jews at all, it seems reasonable to take as a preliminary question, are they destined to complete fusion with the peoples among whom they are dispersed, losing every remnant of a distinctive consciousness as Jews, or are there, in the breadth and intensity with which the feeling of separateness, or what we may call the organized memory of a national consciousness, actually exists in the worldwide Jewish communities, 7 millions scattered from east to west, and again, are there in the political relations of the world the conditions present or approaching for the restoration of a Jewish state, planted on the old ground, as a center of national feeling, a source of dignifying protection, a special channel for special energies, which may contribute some added form of national genius, and an added voice in the councils of the world. They are among us everywhere. It is useless to say, we are not fond of them perhaps, we are not fond of proletaries, and their tendency to form unions. But the world is not therefore to be rid of them, if we wish to free ourselves from the inconveniences that we have to complain of, whether in proletaries or in Jews. Our best course is to encourage all means of improving these neighbors who elbow us in a thickening crowd, and of sending their incommodious energies into beneficent channels. Why are we so eager for the dignity of certain populations of whom perhaps we have never seen a single specimen, and of whose history, legend, or literature we have been contentedly ignorant for ages, while we sneer at the notion of a renovated national dignity for the Jews, whose ways of thinking and whose very verbal forms are on our lips in every prayer which we end with an Amen? Some of us consider this question dismissed when they have said that the wealthiest Jews have no desire to forsake their European palaces and go to live in Jerusalem, but in a return from exile in the restoration of a people. The question is not whether certain rich men will choose to remain behind, but whether there will be found worthy men who will choose to lead the return. Plenty of prosperous Jews remained in Babylon when Ezra marshaled his band of 40,000 and began a new glorious epoch in the history of his race, making the preparation for that epoch in the history of the world, which has been held glorious enough to be dated from forevermore. The hinge of possibility is simply the existence of an adequate community of feeling as well as widespread need in the Jewish race, and the hope that among its finer specimens there may arise some men of instruction and ardent public spirit, some new Ezras, some modern Maccabees who will know how to use all favoring outward conditions, how to triumph by heroic example over the indifference of their fellows and the scorn of their foes, and will steadfastly set their faces towards making their people once more one among the nations. Formerly evangelical orthodoxy was prone to dwell on the fulfillment of prophecy. In the restoration of the Jews, such interpretation of the prophets is less in vogue. Now the dominant mode is to insist on a Christianity that disowns its origin, that is not a substantial growth having a genealogy, but is a vaporous reflex of modern notions. The Christ of Matthew had the heart of a Jew. Go ye first to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. The apostle of the Gentiles had the heart of a Jew, for I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption, and the glory, and the covenants, and the giving of the law, and the service of God, and the promises, whose are the fathers, and of whom as concerning the flesh Christ came. Modern apostles extolling Christianity are found using a different tone. They prefer the medieval cry translated into modern phrase. But the medieval cry too was in substance very ancient, more ancient than the days of Augustus. Pagans in successive ages said, these people are unlike us and refuse to be made like us. Let us punish them. The Jews were steadfast in their separateness, and through that separateness Christianity was born. A modern book on liberty has maintained that from the freedom of individual men to persist in idiosyncrasies, the world may be enriched. Why should we not apply this argument to the idiosyncrasy of a nation, and pause in our haste to hoot it down? There is still a great function for the steadfastness of the Jew, not that he should shut out the utmost illumination which knowledge can throw on his national history, but that he should cherish the store of inheritance which that history has left him. Every Jew should be conscious that he is one of a multitude possessing common objects of piety in the immortal achievements and immortal sorrows of ancestors who have transmitted to them a physical and mental type strong enough, eminent enough, in faculties pregnant enough with peculiar promise to constitute a new beneficent individuality among the nations, and by confuting the traditions of scorn, nobly avenge the wrongs done to their fathers. There is a sense in which the worthy child of a nation that has brought forth illustrious prophets, high and unique among the poets of the world, is bound by their visions. Is bound. Yes, for the effective bond of human action is feeling, and the worthy child of a people owning the triple name of Hebrew Israelite and Jew feels his kinship with the glories, and the sorrows, the degradation, and the possible renovation of his national family. Will anyone teach the nullification of this feeling, and call his doctrine a philosophy? He will teach a blinding superstition, that a theory of human well-being can be constructed in disregard of the influences which have made us human. The end.